And that's the reason why TIS Summit brings together various startups, large companies, SMEs, and you will hear wonderful ideas. My only request to each of you as attendees is to spread these ideas that you like, that you think will work in the world outside. And if each of you spread good ideas, eventually those ideas will become reality, and that reality will change the future that we will enter into. So thank you all for coming, and without much ado, I hand over the mic to Jan Kune from EDG. Let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everybody. It's great to be back in Bangalore. I just came in. I had some supply chain questions to come here. And this question of supply chain seems to be a story which follows along for some days now. Are you aware of that we are closer to 2050 than we are to 1990? I got aware of that because I had birthday, and on my birthday we were, just rethinking the years, and so I got to know, yeah, we're closer to 2050 than we are to 1993. So isn't that amazing? 2050 we should be net zero. This is a challenge. This is a real challenge. So why do I talk about birthdays? My daughter, she was about to give me a cooking spoon as a present because I like to cook. She was not able to deliver that because of supply chain issues. So what did I get? I did get a logarithm for my digital bookshelf. This is 2050. Okay, back. So what are we about? Get my presentation started. It's not here. We try again. Technology. Here we go. We are about signals. So this 2050 is a signal. We are closer to 2050 than to 1992. We as EDG, Enterprise Development Group, would like to take you on a trip with the following questions. Where's the world going to? Whether we go there or not? Who do we want to be in that world? And how do we get there? These are the three questions. The first one is important for me because we always have to make a decision. Do we want to be there or not? But it's happening. So I would like to encourage you to rethink maybe your own business model, your own thinking. What role do you want to play in that? A good friend of ours, Kurt Carson, he's the guy who developed this ancient thing, human interface to the computer, mouse. Kurt Carson, he said, in exponential times, if you improve your performance incrementally, you fall back exponentially. So if you only go step by step, you fall down exponentially. And the good question is, do we live in exponential times? Yes, we do. That's what you see there is the NASA curve of CO2 emissions. And we are currently at 418 ppm, parts per million CO2 in the air. And you see the steep curve going up, it's exponential. And looking back into the times, when was the last time we had this sort of 400 ppm in the air? It was in the Pliocene. So the Royal Meteorological Institute asked themselves, what was it like to live in that surrounding of 400 ppm? Well, you look at it, the sea levels were 15 meters higher. 15 meters. The average temperature in the Arctic summer was 14 degrees higher. That's what we're facing. Even though we try to achieve the Paris Agreement. You might ask yourself, so why is it so different now? Because it took 1 million years to get there, not 150. Just a few slides on that. On the Arctic Circle, in the year 2020, we had 38 degrees on the polar ice on the Arctic Circle, where it should be very cold. 1 year later, in 21, we had 39 degrees there. You know the permafrost, the methane there, all goes up. Let's go to the other side of the planet. Should it work? If we go to the Antarctic, this year, we had 70 degrees more Fahrenheit than average. 70, that's around 21 degrees. 21 more temperature, higher temperature on the Arctic Circle. And we had 25% less ice coverage. 25% less ice coverage. Let's check out what happened in Portugal. It was the driest summer for 1,000 years. How do they know that? Because they go into the caves and look at the limestones, how they developed. And they can see very clearly it was the driest for 1,000 years. Over 1,200 people died of heat. Talking about India. On the 15th of May, you had 45 degrees in Delhi. Well, sometimes it gets hot, I know. But if you look at the Weather Climate Attribution Institute, it says the possibility that it gets so hot again, it's 30 times higher than it was in pre-industrial times. 30 times higher. So it's not a one-off thing. On the other side, what we see is with each temperature, each degree Celsius we add to the atmosphere, we get 77% more moisture into the air. 1 degree more, 7% more moisture. So what happens with this moisture? Well, it comes down. And it comes down at places where you don't want to have it, like in Greenland. It was raining last year on Greenland on the ice. And on one single day in August, the ice melted there. The amount of ice which melted there would have been able to cover the whole state of Florida with 5 centimeters of water on one single day. Do we live in exponential times? Yes, we do. That's what you see at the moment. Floods. Here in Bangalore. And Antonio Guterres says that humanity faces collective suicide caused by climate change. And I think this is a signal. And if Mark Carney, the governor of the Bank of England, says firms ignoring climate change will go bankrupt, this is a signal. And if Swiss Re, not known for being a very green company, says we are facing 18% GDP loss through climate change. 18%. Do you know what the Lehman Brothers story was? How much did we leave there? How much did we lose? 3. 18. What else do we see? We see the urbanization, of course. People are moving into the cities. And here's something which really should make us think. In the next years, in the next 40 years, every month we will build a whole New York City new. Because the people are moving to mega cities and they need a place to live. So every month for the next 40 years we will build a New York City. And this is what we will see. 68% of the world population will live in mega cities. 68%. And cities like Delhi will grow up for 48 million people. That's adding from now on another Belgium. Just putting the whole of Belgium into Delhi on top scale. That's what we do. And we do that in Palo Alto. We do that in Switzerland. We do that in Slovenia. We do that in India. And maybe you might like to think, what is my existing business today? What happens with climate change with my business? What will I stop doing immediately? What do I learn from my incremental business? And what do we learn from our new disruptive business? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan Kuhne, for that wonderful presentation. To put in context the whole different themes of the 2 days and the panels, we are running a few minutes late, not so much, but I am delighted now that we will start the first panel of TIA Summit 2022, which is moving towards a sustainable energy transition. I'm delighted that we have with us Ms. Juliane Frommeter, who is the program lead at the EU India InnoCenter, and she does lots of very interesting things with startups. And we met in Germany, and then she was very excited about this summit, and she said she will be here. And so over to you to take the panel. So just to give you an explanation, in our summit, each speaker speaks one by one for 9 minutes. There's a 9-minute time, except for the keynote speech, which is 20 minutes. And after that, all the 6 or 7 speakers come on stage, and there's a little bit audience Q&A. So if you have some question, please write it down, and we will give some time to ask. And you will notice in the agenda, we have left a little bit long time for coffee break. That's because we know in India that we do little plus and minus. It's the India stretchable time. All right, so over to you, Ms. Frommeter, and please introduce yourself and then introduce the first speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. For most of the past century, geopolitical power was intimately connected to fossil fuels. As we transition to the world of cleaner energy, there will likely be a new set of winners and losers. Countries or regions that master clean technology and export clean energy stand to gain from the new system. Today, we are looking together with my panelists to discuss India's role, advantages, and challenges as it plans to produce 175 gigawatt of renewable energy in 2022. Just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Juliane Frommeter. I am leading the EU India InnoCenter. Our mission is to help European startups to enter the Indian market. And the reason I'm leading this panel is that half of our startups that have so far participated with us are working on clean tech, renewable energy, mobility, logistics, agri-tech, and other sustainable areas. And with that, I would love to invite all the panelists with me to the stage, namely DC Shekhar. Please come on stage. Oh, okay. Then We'll start with you. Please come.
Very good morning, all of you. And thank you, TIA, for inviting me. I come from a marine background. I understand the seas, the rivers, the waves very well. So I have a 2-minute video to show you about what we have done, where we come from, what is our traction. And then I'd like to share my views after that. Can I request you to play the video? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All that you see over here was developed by us, designed, prototyped, mostly right. Sometimes you get it wrong, and until you take it to commercialization, all of that. When we designed those river barriers about 5 years back, we said we have such a lot of energy in the river, the flowing waters of the river. We shouldn't be using a drop of fossil fuel for doing our work. That was 5 years back. First year we trapped 22,000 tons of trash and 2,200 tons out of that was plastics. Now it's in 8 rivers. We still have not used a single drop of fossil fuel to trap that and bring it to the river bank. From the river bank, of course, we use fuel with the JCBs and the conveyors to take it off the water. Now we are going to switch to turbines wherever it's suitable in the rivers to power the conveyors so that we get it out of the water without using any fossil fuel. Just for your interest, we are also developing artificial intelligence on the cause and effect. What do you collect? What is the profile of the trash? What is the socioeconomic profile of the people living on the river bank? The cause and effect. We have training data like no one else. About 35 locations, these things are deployed, and every morning you see a collection over there of trash. So the training data is available, and we are trying to make sense of this too. We are also working on floating solar. The solar on the land doesn't interest me, it's not my subject, we don't understand it much, but somebody told us, look, this floating solar doesn't have tracking. So we said, why not? Why should it not have tracking? So we designed the tracking for that on both the axes, and we should be doing a pilot project very soon. A couple of years back, we developed a wave energy converter, a small 5 kilowatt wave energy converter. We tested that, we are happy with it. But then we realized when you're talking about a small plant like that, the OPEX and the CAPEX has to be very much in control. And when you take the design that we had at that time was one part goes to the seabed, another part is a floating part that harnesses the energy. So we said we'll not have anything sitting on the seabed because you have to look for a flat seabed, you have to look for a floating crane, those things add up to the cost. So we are converting that to entirely floating model so that you can assemble it in the port, tow it, maybe using a fishing boat if you like, go to the site, anchor it, and it starts working. Maybe in some islands you can even move it around the island if you like, when the wind direction changes, when the season changes. As an extension of that, but a little different technology, we are developing wave-powered boats. That's a small boat, very small boat with an extraordinary cruising range. It doesn't have to carry that much fuel in it. Broadly, how it works is when you're in a roller coaster, when you go up and down, you realize that your stomach has a phase lag with your body. That's what causes you the nausea. So if you imagine the stomach to be an inner hull and the body to be an outer hull, the annular space between them keeps changing. If you use that to pump fluids, you have energy that you can use. On that principle we are making. This is of course for the defense purposes. We just got started on that. I'd like to briefly share in the next couple of minutes my view about the macro issues with this ocean energy. Gulf of Khambat, we have tidal range of 10 meters, the spring tides. And that is like the nature's bounty to you, given to you every 6 hours and taken away back because you don't utilize that. That's the spring tide. The neap tide is about 4.5 meters, but still it's a plenty of energy. Often I this is of course, it's not continuous energy, it's a sine curve and there'll always some period where you will not get energy. But look at a cup, looking at a cup half full, you get some energy, you need to buffer that energy and use it as per requirement to meet the generation and the consumption patterns. We have waves. I know personally waves can bend steel plates. There's a lot of energy out there. And both the Indian coast, we have a large, what we call as a fetch, very unclear waters. So the waves build up. You have seasonal monsoon waves. What I like to mention there is when you develop a new technology, you're not developing the entire chain of the wave energy to the grid. You are only developing a new way to use that non-harmonic wave action, convert that to either pumping or rotating a shaft. That's the only new part. Everything else is known. Once you rotate a shaft, there is hydraulics, there is various ways you can utilize it. There are experts, you don't have to reinvent those wheels. You're only doing the first step of maybe 15 steps out of that. In the real world, when I go and talk about wave energy project, people immediately ask me, okay, what is the levelized cost of tariff? In the real world, you are benchmarked against existing forms of energy. When solar first came, I believe it was $120 to a watt, 1 watt of power generated. Now it has come to 20 cents about. So this is at its infancy. So it still works only where you do not have very easy substitutes like the islands. So we pitching it immediately in against other energy requires a lot of distant, lot of long vision from the government and people who can put in that money to handhold you until you are ready to compete with others when the economy of scale has come in. But we have the natural resource, there's no denying that fact. In this mode of energy, I'll just take a few seconds. In this, people do ask, what about the efficiency? In fact, one of the projects, we were asked, okay, what is the plant load factor and things like that? We said, look, the input, you're not burning coal, you're not burning diesel. We will harness more so that after all the inefficiencies, when you come to the grid, you are able to put so much of power into it. We are only talking about the capex here, not about the plant efficiency. It doesn't matter much. Okay, my time's up, but it was wonderful, lovely talking to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Shekhar. And as you step down, I would like to invite Hemkant Limaye to join me on stage and share about your work.
Hi, good morning. You have the slides up. Till the time slides come up, I like to introduce myself. My name is Hemkant Limaye and I'm marketing head for LM Wind Power. We are a GE renewable company. And the pie chart that Dr. Kund showed, we are responsible for greening the power sector. But in terms of impact, we go much ahead because part of the solution in terms of decarbonizing industry, in decarbonizing transport, is also through, let's say, value-priced renewable energy. We talked about levelized cost of energy. I believe that wind energy has already won that race in many parts of the world. The challenge that is left in front of us is how to scale it up to decarbonize at a rate that we can still be within the 2 degrees, if not 1.5. And what is the value that wind energy brings to this sector? And before we get into that, a very quick introduction on my company. So, do I get a tracker, or maybe somebody can just take it to the next slide? Okay. So, LM Wind Power is the largest blade manufacturing company in the world. We operate 13 factories, employ 11,000 plus people, and the turbines that operate with LM blades take out approximately 280 million tons of CO2 every year. And we have been doing this across the world for over 40 years. And in India for the last 25 years. During this course, we also realized that what we do is great, but decarbonizing the power sector is not enough. We manufacture these large, humongous industrial products that also have a manufacturing footprint. And apart from doing good in terms of how we save the carbon, we also thought it was imperative that we look at our manufacturing footprint. So in 2010, we became part of the UN Global Compact. We decided to look at the waste. We look at all the carbon footprint that we have and decided to take steps to become carbon neutral. So in 2016, we announced a pledge that we'll become carbon neutral by 2018, and we did that through a pretty rigorous steps on looking at every part of our manufacturing process. And I think for the carbon neutrality part, we looked at scope 1 and a part of scope 2. And through various efforts that spanned efficiency, let's say replacement, we achieved carbon neutrality in 2018, and we maintain that status even today. Some of the, of course, greenhouse gas emissions that we cannot reduce or eliminate, we buy offsets from a reputable source, the projects that bring value to the local communities. The next step on our journey is to really keeping in same principle of what is in our control. Most of the greenhouse gas emission actually happens because of scope 2 and scope 3 emissions. I think what we have in our control, we do well. And we said we have to also look at the value of wind is in actually not producing the waste. And that is something like a scope 1 emission is in our control. So we use this principle, and then end of last year we said we have this ambition to make sure that we do not send any landfill or send anything to incineration without heat recovery by end of the decade. If you look at what it means, it's a substantial investment in forward-looking technologies, also taking into the consideration that it will not happen without partnerships. And one of the things that we have to keep in mind that anything that we move on the climate or on waste reduction has to be a value chain effort. One company doing its bit will do only so much. But if you have to go far, the whole value chain needs to become part of the circularity exercise. And then we said, how do we design a zero waste blade? And that is something that we aim to happen by end of the decade. So the eco design is about the pyramid of waste. And we start with how can we eliminate waste at the design phase, at the manufacturing phase. Can we look at the design waste to be repurposed? Can it be reused, if not by us, by somebody else? I think it is said that one man's waste is other man's treasure. So can we figure out together with our supply chain on what are those opportunities exist within our supply chain? And we are solely focused on creating those partnerships across the value chain to essentially go to a blade without manufacturing waste. Then of course, Kun talked about mix of materials and then the problems that they create for recyclability. I think even today the blades are recyclable. They're just not recyclable at scale and the sustainable value proposition. Today, a lot of recyclability or end of life happens with mechanical recyclability. So you grind the blades, send it to cement plants, send it for asphalt. So they are recyclable. I think in terms of recovering materials, we are starting an industry project called Zebra, zero blade zebra fabric, which makes about 70–80% of a wind turbine. The first prototype is done. It's already under testing, and I think hopefully once the testing is done, we know the mechanical
electricity line that we have and supply the power to the consumers. There are two business models. One, consumer says, look, I want to put my own money. I understand the value, I understand the benefits, I understand the returns, I understand all the logic that you're giving me. Let me put my money. You help me execute it. Yes, sir, we will do that. Number two, consumer says, look, I have challenges. I don't think I can stretch my financial resources as much as that need to go into building this asset. Why don't you help me with it? We say, yes, sir, we can do that too. We put in our own money. We supply power to you. SaaS, solar as a service. Right? Instead of software, please replace the word software with solar. We also do EMI financing, we also do lease financing, multiple structures, multiple models, essentially enabling the corporate to adopt solar. The other way is you have a roof, you believe that that roof can be used potentially to supply the power for your own requirements, to cater to your own requirements, right? We look at the roof, we do the design, engineering, etc., get the material and execute it and supply to you. Or if you want to invest, you have the option to invest and we will execute it for you. We will also take care of the operation and maintenance, which essentially means that you do not have any technology risk technically. And because by the virtue of having done multiple sites, multiple locations, multiple data points, we are in a better position to be able to help the corporates manage the asset at its most optimal. A little bit about us. We have more than 108 megawatts of solar projects. We're developing a bunch of projects across states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra. We have been awarded as the fastest growing startup. We have received the best solar rooftop in the CNI segment last year for the work that we have done in the last year. We are executing over 25 megawatts worth $15 million across ground mount and rooftop segments. We also, like I said, invest in assets along with our sponsors, partners, investors, strategic investors. We have about 6.25 million worth of assets under management. Our strength, we have a great team, super partnerships, best in class quality, we have land banks, and we have very strong sales reach in these markets. This is one of our prestigious projects, I would say. We love this project because it involved a lot of technicality, complexity in terms of the size, in terms of the engineering.
Ravi, can I remind you that your time is up?
Sorry. I'll wrap it up. I'll just quickly play this one. Isn't it beautiful? Over 13,000 solar panels are there. They generate about 1 crore units per annum and are saving about 8 crore Indian rupees per annum to the consumer and can offset about 10,000 tons of carbon. And that's my time, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. I would like to invite as our next speaker, Gokul Srinivas. Gokul?
Hello everyone, thank you for your time and the opportunity provided, specifically to Jose. So do you know, species choose approximately more than 1 million terajoules of energy every hour. Would you agree? And that's roughly equivalent to, there are like 7.5 billion people of us turning like 70 kettles of water per hour. That's so much of electricity. We talked about like how do we harness power from solar and windmill and how do we manage with EV, but how do we save electricity? How do we conserve energy for the future? There are 4 methods to save electricity in any commercial or industrial buildings. The first method is the building infrastructure. At the time of building the building itself, we look at how do we keep the ventilation and the lighting so that we can get the natural lighting and ventilation so that our cooling and the lighting cost could reduce. So that's one way. The second way is the green energy source. We harness the power from like green energy sources and get the free electricity. The third part is the automation sensors, where we install a lot of sensors around and we see if the population is not there, if no one is not there, then automatically turn off the lights. A lot of automation that goes. That also gives a ant level energy savings. The fourth segment is audit of these equipments. So you could see a lot of lamps on the top, and there are a lot of other electrical equipments. Each one comes with a rated capacity. Let's say this could be like a 10 wattage lamp. But how do we ensure if that is consuming 10 watt or 11 watt or 12 watt each hour? So if it is consuming more than 1 or 2 extra, that means that is a cost for you. And this is very nominal because every electrical equipment will degrade over a period of time. And specifically in commercial and industrial places where these equipments are used in commercial purpose, the degradation cycle would be much more faster. So at Minion Labs, we work on energy management, and this is one of our case study, Fortis Hospital, one of the premium chain of hospitals in India. They had saved 18 lakhs from the 1.5 crore electricity bill. And this happened in a critical care unit. Unlike any other sectors, any other industries or commercial sectors, this happened in a critical care unit. The rest of the industries and the commercial sectors are a cakewalk for us, be it banks or schools or IT BPOs like Cisco Systems. Like I said, in order to save electricity costs in a building, there are 4 methods. I'm specifically into the 4th sector, where we look at equipment level. And again, in order to get to know the equipment level energy consumption, how do we ensure that this particular lamp is consuming according to the rating, we need the data. And how do we get the data is traditionally we install a lot of meters or sensors for each and every equipment to get the data. But just look above how many lamps, how many sensors or meters you could afford. Think about the entire touch property, how many equipments that could be. And so many meter sensors is a huge capital investment for any business to afford. And that's not going to stop there. All these meter sensors will generate some data, and that data requires some dashboard to monitor, and that comes with a OPEX cost. Again, it's not going to stop there. The dashboard will not tell, should I have to service this lamp? Should I have to rewind the motor? Should I have to fill in the gas in the compressor? All those technical action points. Again, we need to employ a professional energy auditor to understand that analytics, give you that actionable points. And again, it's not going to stop there. We need to finally take an action on that. And that requires some manpower, material cost. And these are all the costs for energy savings. If you put together the entire cost, even if you save, you don't get any return on investment. That is entirely as a lost cost, or you will have to wait more than 5 years to get the ROI. So that's why we brought Minion Energy Management Solution, which is like a IoT, a deep tech based AI, edge intelligence based energy management solution. It's kind of a magical solution where we install only one device at the main electricity board, somewhere at the main electricity board. From there, I could able to tell each and every equipment level energy consumption data. How much, what equipment you have inside the building, whether it is consuming according to the rating or not. If it's malfunctioning, then why? What do you need to do about it? All of that from that single location. And it's again, I said, like, it's based on the ML AI. And like as industry norm, we have like different variations of the devices, and any electrician can able to install it, like kind of a plug and play. Within 3 minutes, setup is done, retrofit. And the main source, how do we able to get that equipment level data from that single location, is through a way of power signature. But I'm not going to drag much time over here. I'll give a small example. Suppose I'm installing this device at your home. After installing it, I'm asking you to turn on a washing machine. How does a washing machine works? Number 1, it fills water. Number 2, step-by-step rotation. 3rd and 4th will be faster and faster. If you put that in a graph, you get some sort of pattern. So ideally, we had built out a system which can recognize these patterns from the equipment which you are turning on and turning off inside the building. Through that pattern, we could able to realize what equipment you have. And from 2016 until now, 8 years later, we have built 8,000 of energy signatures. That is our proprietary IP behind that. And with this pattern, we could able to understand the equipment further when it is on, when it is off, and the benchmark against that, and able to give you actionable insights. This is the equipment you have turned on, and that has this issue. And in order to solve that issue, here's the solution. If you do the solution, this much of energy savings can be expected, and what would be the average cost to perform that action points. Now it's easy for any facility maintenance around the globe to just look at these text messages and take actions whenever whatever happens in their facility. Though we have a dashboard where they can track all these properties in across the globe, and at real time they can look at the equipment performances as well. And this is the impact chart. Irrespective of the sectors, we have done our best. Either it's a hospital to a Nando's, which is a poultry FMCG, or a pharmaceutical, where the first bar is the before scenario, their annual electricity bill. The second bar is the energy savings over a year. And the third bar is the second bar is the investment they made on us on procuring our products and services. The third bar is the energy savings ROI. And the fourth bar is the after scenario, which is their second year's annual electricity bill. About the company, we have received more than 40 plus international and national awards, starting from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to President India to Crown Prince of Dubai and Singapore High Commission, Government of Vienna, Finland, a lot. And we are a National Startup Award winner in IoT and Industry 4.0 category. WhatsApp is part of our equity stakeholder. And 100 plus press articles. We also recently got featured in Forbes under 30. And a patent granted. We own the technology in India, and we're also looking outside. And these are all the 200 plus enterprises currently we work with, the world's biggest ONGC like Saudi Aramco, and we recently partnered with BP Energy, one of the ONGC in UK, and Domino's Pizzas, or Maruti Suzuki Automotive, or could be a pharma like Biocon, etc. And we work on a kind of a traditional B2B. We partner with the different facility maintenance companies to a smart city company to a sustainability company and access their clients. And we are a strong 34 minions in Bangalore. And this is the impact we have created. This is the WWF Climate Solver Award, where they have done a third-party evaluation on our client's building and looked at each building, how much it has saved from our solution. And they came up with this number and gave us an award. And our estimate is to save like 32 billion kilowatt hours of electricity by 2030. And that's roughly equivalent to 27 million metric tons of CO2 saved. We look at a mantra like a percentage of energy saved equivalent to percentage of carbon emission being avoided. So that's our goal and motto towards. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gokul. Before we get into our discussion, I would like to invite Honorary Council of the Republic of Poland, Sia Ragu, to stage to give a short address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jose. Good morning, everybody. I am Raghu Rajappa, Honorary Consul of Republic of Poland, and also I'm the Director of Smart Waste Technology Poland and Ecolog India Private Limited. We are into biogas. Yeah, I'm a member of Renewable Gas Association of India, which we mainly do biogas. To start this, biogas, as you know, which is an important one, which is happening, which is renewable gas, and it is the alternative for any energy. And now the CNG is coming up, where we are doing bio CNG to give to them. So many states have signed MOU mainly for biogas. Punjab is the first one, and Government of India has signed more than 1,000 biogas plants. Yeah. And biogas industry can reduce waste landing and also landfill size by 50%. And today in India, we have about 2.5 lakhs TPD of waste, which is there in landfill. And if that is collected and when we convert to biogas, we can reduce the crude import of crude maybe from 15 to 20%. So future is biogas. Yes, we are working in India past 7 years, trying to convince government and big companies, and we are doing it. To start this, Poland 25 years back, how India is, even Poland was that. But today they have more than 500 sewage treatment plants and more than 200 MSW plants, waste energy plants. So yes, it has changed, and we are trying to do the same thing in India. That's it. Thank you very much. I've taken short, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that, I would like to invite back all the panelists to join me on stage for a discussion. 5 to 10 minutes discussion. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Please find your seat. I was just told we have about 10 minutes for discussion. That is not a lot, so I would like to ask you in the beginning to keep your answers short so that everybody gets a chance to share their insight. My first question, or my first two questions, are basically, where are we and what needs to happen? To spell it out a little bit more, what is your current view on India's evolution towards a greener future? And secondly, for you as an entrepreneur, what would you need to accelerate the impact that you're making?
Okay, so we go sequentially?
Yes, please.
That's okay. I think as far as wind is concerned, we are very mature. I think what we need is further scale, and for India, it means looking beyond land, looking at offshore as an example to help decarbonize. And the second area is all the older turbines that are there, which are beyond 20 years. I think there is a way to repower them with newer technologies. So it's not about technology evolution per se. It's about using right regulations and policies to get more out of wind. So we can do it with what we know. It needs scale and it needs investment.
Thank you. Just to remind, the question is, where are we and where are we going?
Yeah. Right now, most of the private players or EV fleet players are adopting EV vehicles, okay, when it comes to transportation or decarbonization. From government side, though, there is a push and okay, there is a chicken and egg kind of problem. So whether to adopt electric vehicles first or okay, to set up the EV charging infrastructure. So this sector definitely need a lot of investment because it's a capital heavy, and government should give more subsidies for the people who are setting up the infrastructure or owning the electric vehicles. That is the way to forward.
Where are we? We have a lot of sunshine in India, and we have made the best of it. Solar technology has been very widely adopted. Of course, there's a lot of more scope over here. What we need to do further, according to me, is we need to develop a little risk appetite, put some more money in developing technology. There could be occasional losses, but in the long run, we will gain a lot. I always believe we have the capability, but we just lost the attitude in the last couple of centuries, perhaps, but we have the capability very much with us. Thank you.
So you stole my line. I was about to say that sun is shining very bright. Yeah, just to continue from there, I think we are in a sweet spot. Solar is in the perfect storm, and the goals of the nation are pretty much aligned and in tune with where the industry is going, right? Whether it is manufacturing in solar, or the ecosystem that is being developed, or the leapfrogging, or rather cutting edge work that is happening in green hydrogen space. Whether it is commitments, significant amounts of commitments from large industrial players like the Adanis and the Ambanis of the world, of our country. I think we are in a good spot at this moment. I think what needs to be done is probably nothing. I would rather expect the governments not to derail anything that is happening right now, not come up with any weird retrospective or crazy ideas with regard to tax or regulation. And try to bring in a little bit more uniformity from a policy and regulation perspective and provide visibility. I think that will take care of everything.
Where are we? It's all right. So where are we in terms of like, since I come from energy conservative background, there is a lot of energy conservative measures that is going on, and nationwide there are a lot of smart meters being rolled out, but it's going to take some more time, but I think it's in the right progress, right track that's going on. And if you look at like India, there's a unicorn every month, and hope to see there is a unicorn from sustainability or from the climate background very soon. So that's what our hopes are.
Hello, good morning. Yeah. Where are we in biogas? As you know, what is a landfill and how it is going to be changed. First thing I feel, more than the government, every citizen of India should know where to put the waste at a proper way. And the second thing is that the government should take the waste and, put it in a right way to go to MSWs or waste to energy or slush to energy. This is the way it should happen. So I feel every citizen of India should know this, and especially from the schools, from the rural side or urban side schools, they should know what is the waste and how it's going to be created and how it's going to be economically, even in business or anyways. So I feel that. Thank you.
Thank you. My second question is, obviously we can't solve the climate crisis alone in India, but it has a significant role to play. So I would like to hear from you what you think India's role is in pushing a global agenda.
In terms of biogas, yeah, we are too late. It's compared to Europe or US from Environment Sectors Act. I feel government should, now they are very, very becoming more serious about this, especially after COVID. So I feel the new act should come up, and every city, every towns, every village should have STPs, MSWs and waste to energies, and we can collect biogas. So I feel the government have to involve, government and the private sectors, and especially the people should know about this. And the awareness should be there from the rural side also, because rural side, they don't know what is happening. All the waste is going to be next to their yard or in their field, in vegetable field or whatever they grow. So things have to be changed there, and they should give a good guidance from the government. Then we can change here. That's it.
We have mics on the other end. Just start from the other side. Let's come in. Let's have it come back.
All right. So I think like everyone has a part on the climate crisis, not just like a person or an entity or a government. So the responsibilities is much equal, and I look at like the E part in the ESG. And in that ESG is like above any government or any private entity or public entity. So if that ESG is being like right now it's only mandated in India like for top 100 companies or the listed companies. If it's been mandated and even in the MSMEs to all other companies, then I think we are on the track for the to avoid such climate crisis specifically in India.
I think just to extend to that, with regard to at least electricity, well, the other areas are not my subject, so I would stay away from them. But with regard to electricity, what we have seen is that there is a natural phenomenon that is happening across both the corporate segment as well as the non-corporate, the utility segment as well. In terms of the pure economics of solar or renewables, wind, if you see the utility bid tariffs, they're happening at 2 rupees, 2 rupee 80 paisa. No, not 2 rupee anymore, but 2 rupee 80, and even wind is close to those numbers, right? So I think there is a lot of economic, pure economic factors that are driving adoption in solar and wind per se, and I don't see anything specifically that, like I said, just not to try to fix something that doesn't need fixing, right? I mean, if that's a stance that the government can take and let the market evolve and just give some more, stability and visibility and, help accelerate that transition. I think that's all that needs to be done.
When I hear some of the plans for net zero, I don't find much mention of ocean energy at all in that. Whereas I believe there's a huge potential out there, untapped, abundant energy. Any technology takes time to mature, maybe a decade, by the time economy of scale kicks in and technology becomes reliable. I think time is now to step into harnessing ocean energy. We could be clumsy in the beginning, but in a little while, this could be the bonus that could help achieve that target, which was not earlier planned or thought about, but it could give you that additional buffer. Thank you.
So when we see transportation decarbonization, as of now, we have seen only two-wheeler and three-wheeler segment has adopted most of the electric vehicles, but other passenger segment we see it is ICE vehicles are economically very affordable, but when we consider the cost of operations, it may be break even with EVs as of now. So government should also consider, educational programs, bringing the awareness, and as well as how to make our cities livable, and what kind of pollution it is causing impact on our cities. So if we can get some support and some policy changes related to that, making some commercial spaces dedicated for EV charging. So maybe using these plans, we can try to achieve net zero carbon emissions.
I think what needs to happen is we don't have to invent the wheel. I think while we have scale, I think there are many countries that have technology and green capital to support us. And one example is the Indo-Danish strategic partnership, the Green Strategic Partnership, which is kind of a cornerstone on how a bilateral and multilateral relationship can work. So what I would say is we don't have to invent everything, start from scratch. I think we need to leverage on what has been done elsewhere with regards to technologies that are mature. Again, I go back to offshore, I go back to repowering. These are known principles. What we need is to engage externally to make that happen on scale. And that is something that we can offer to the world. The technology deployment at scale in India is uncomparable to anything that you will see across the world. And that is a big plus on both sides.
Thank you. I have one last question, but please answer in a rapid-fire way, so one sentence each. The question is, what, if any, could be the role of international, not to say European startups, in accelerating India towards a more sustainable future? Yeah. I repeat the question. What, if any, could be the role of international, not to say EU, innovators or entrepreneurs in accelerating India towards a more sustainable future?
Yeah, I would say grid is one area where we could use a lot of innovative minds.
So integrating the end-to-end energy supply.
I would say any form of energy, a good idea can come from anywhere, and it's good to collaborate, share ideas, and may the best idea win. Thank you.
I think I'd agree that technology is going to play a huge role going forward in the power sector. So far, we have not seen any significant disruptions with regard to technology, but I think it's going to play a huge role, and I believe any of these new entrepreneurs, new age entrepreneurs who are coming up with new technologies that can disrupt the market definitely will play a huge role in the transition.
A fan of Elon Musk, but not in space, but I'm more towards autonomous buildings, more of management, energy management in the buildings.
I feel we need technology from international sources, and also not only technology, the funding also is needed. especially for biogas. So both ways, technology and funding should be invested, and that is the future what India needs. Thank you.
Thank you for this interesting discussions. To everybody out there, please give a big hand of applause to our panelists as we leave the stage for this first panel. Thank you so much.
So while they are taking a group picture, we are running 10 to 15 minutes, little bit behind schedule. So coffee will be available at the counter. You can also bring the coffee back to the table. And then we have set up these small booths. They look empty. So, during lunch and so on, if you want to discuss something with some people about how to collaborate, please use that. It's for all of us to use. We chose this bigger hall because this COVID scene is still going on. We don't know when it ends. So we wanted there to be enough space and not too much crowding. So thank you very much, guys. They'll play music, and we will start the keynote session at 11. Mr. Nilekani is almost close by. So please pick your coffee and have some conversation and use a chance to network. Thank you very much.
check, test. Test, check. 1, 2. Test, check, color. Test, check.
So good morning once again. Thank you so much. May I request all of you to please come with your coffee and occupy the seats at the event. We are delighted to welcome once again each of you to the 6th edition of the India Advantage Summit. This is where conversations for sustainability and conversations to create a better and a smarter and a sustainable future are held. So I request you all to please bring your coffee to your table and settle down. We are delighted that our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, is here with us, and he will be giving his keynote address in a few minutes. So please bring your coffee and settle down. Just for the advantage of those who came in late, the India Advantage Summit is annual sustainability summit, and it is because every year we can bring the right startups and give them their time along with also big companies. Like in the first panel, you saw LM Win, which is a very large company, and you also saw startups like Minion Labs and Dexceler and all the others in between. We give everybody 9 minutes to speak, but we have two exceptions today. One is the keynote speech of Mr. Nilekani, back panel. So during the break, please use the small rooms to have meetings or short discussions about how you can collaborate with each other. So I'm very happy now to present to you the keynote speaker of day one of TIS Summit, Sri Nandan Nilekani. Nandan Nilekani is someone who is very, very well known in Bangalore. I think being the part of the founding team of Infosys and currently the chairman, he has guided that ship that almost kind of takes the destiny of Bangalore and India together with it. And I think all of us have been a beneficiary of Infosys and the vision and the direction that they have given as a sterling company in Bangalore and also for India as a darling of the Silicon Valley, let's say from Bangalore, to be a reference point for people and to be an inspiration for many people. I also remember that in our engineering days, we used to see these Infosys buses going up and down, and all the engineering kids had the dream to be inside that bus, And like you will see with Nilekani sir, his dream along with the founding team. And then he didn't stop there. He went on to create the UIDAI, which is how the Aadhaar system is built. And now we are reaping the benefits of this quick identification system and how digital identity can become an asset itself. Today we have asked sir to speak to us about sustainable digital public goods. Well, that's quite a mouthful, but nonetheless, knowing him, he will explain that in a way that helps us see value of how digitizing public goods can create a much greater and better sustainable solution for cities, for economies, and for countries. So we are also happy that the ambassador of Slovenia, Mateja Vodeb Ghosh, is here from Delhi. We are happy that Slovenian company BTC, the CSO, Chief Sustainability Officer, Miha Marmal, is here. We are happy that the German consul, Achim Burkhardt, is here. The Swiss consul, the Israeli consul general, Tammy Benheim, is here. And the Danish consul, Eskebo, is here. I think we have a very wonderful packed session. So without much ado, I would like to hand over the mic to Sri Nandan Nilekani. Let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you, Jose, and it's really great to be here in front of all of you. And I'll spend the next few minutes talking about digital public goods, whatever that is, and I'll try to explain what that is, and of course, in the context of sustainability. So what has happened in India over the last 10 to 15 years is that there have been a wide range of platforms, digital platforms, that have been built either by the government or enabled by the government. And these digital platforms are extremely important for the economy and for the society. And now we are beginning to see the full fruits of this technological approach. When we talk about digital public goods, one is of course they are digital, so they use digital technology. They are public in the sense that they are built for everyone to use. They are free, generally free and available for everyone to use, which means that they are built at the scale of a population. So in India, with a population of 1.3 odd billion people, these digital platforms have been built so that every one of the people in the country can participate. They are built to be very low cost because everybody needs to be able to use it. They are built for very high volumes because with so many people using them, then it needs a lot of volume of transactions, and it's built for very small value because it has to fit the purchasing power of people in the country. So broadly, these are, and it should be accessible to everybody. It's an inclusive approach so that everybody has access to these tools. Now, the first of these digital public goods that was built was Aadhaar, which is the ID system for 1.3 billion people. That happened the time when I joined the government. So after my career in Infosys, I worked in the government for 5 years, from 2009 to 2014. And we built this unique ID platform called Aadhaar, which now has 1.3 billion people on it. It's a very simple ID system that just says who you are or verifies who you are. So if you say your name is John, then it verifies John is John, or Ashok is Ashok, or Rahim is Rahim, or whatever. And this is used every day. Every day it does 50 million authentications, which means that every day, somewhere in the country, somebody is identifying himself with this system 50 million times. So it's really a very, very popular system and is used a wide variety of applications, whether it's to withdraw money from a micro ATM, to do biometric attendance, or so many use cases are there. So this was the first example of that. Now on top of the Aadhaar platform, we also built something called eKYC, or electronic KYC, which is essentially a way to do know your customer electronically online. And that does about 5 million transactions a day. And basically the eKYC is done for things like opening a bank account, buying a mutual fund, buying an insurance policy, buying a mobile connection. All these things require KYC. And what the KYC does is it dramatically increases the productivity of people, because they can open a bank account in 2 minutes, or they can get a mobile connection in 2 minutes. And therefore, you can really do it at scale. So millions of people can access these services. And there are other things built around it. Then the government built something called Digital Locker. And I don't know how many of you use Digital Locker, but today we have 120 million Indians who use the Digital Locker. And they use that, it's like a gigantic cloud storage for every Indian, free to use, provided by the government. And in this locker, you can keep your Aadhaar details, you can keep your PAN card, which is your tax ID, you can keep your driver's license, you can keep your vehicle registration, you can keep your COVID vaccination certificate, you can keep your graduate degree certificates, and so on. And today, the Digital Locker, which was launched by the government in 2016, as I said, has 120 million people using it with over 5 billion documents. That has really become very, very powerful. So many people don't carry any physical documents at all. They just store them in the digital locker, and when they're walking into the airport, they will show the driver's license or Aadhaar as ID. When they're stopped by the cop, they will show the driver's license, and so on. So fundamentally, digital locker essentially made all documents digital and stored in a very secure manner in this cloud artifact that everybody gets to use. And then one of the big reasons for building the Aadhaar project was really to make India's delivery of spending or benefits much more efficient, because India was increasing its expenditure on transferring money or benefits to people. And so the Aadhaar program was linked to the banking system, and you could use the Aadhaar to open a bank account using the KYC, as I mentioned, and you could also use use the bank account to put money in using the Aadhaar number as the address. And this is used for what is called as direct benefit transfer. So when governments want to transfer money to people, they can directly put money into the bank account in near real time, and that's very, very powerful. And this program, today the Indian DBT program as it is called, is the world's largest DBT program with hundreds and millions of people getting money into the bank accounts. There are already about 700 million Aadhaar-linked bank accounts where you can put money in. And during the pandemic, the Aadhaar-linked bank account, the DBT was very powerful and very useful because the government had an urgent need to transfer money, benefits, emergency funding to millions of Indians affected by the pandemic who were vulnerable, who had moved back to their home, villages and so on. And the DBT was very, very effective in delivering money very, very, immediately into bank accounts, which is a very powerful way of helping people. And not only the money can be put into the bank account using the ID, the money can be removed from the bank account using the ID. So today we have in India, we have a few 100,000 business correspondents in villages all over. And if you receive money in your bank account, you get a message, you go to the nearest BC close to your house, and you can do an Aadhaar biometric authentication and withdraw money from your bank account. So this does millions of transactions every month. So all these systems have actually enabled the streamlining of government transfers, government benefits. It's also removed any loss of money because the money goes directly into people's accounts. It has played a big role in women's empowerment because many of these monies go directly into the account of the women in the household, so they get the money into the bank account. So it has had huge social and other benefits for the country. Then sometime in 2015, the NPCI, there's a very fine organization called NPCI, the National Payment Corporation of India, which is a non-profit based in Bombay, owned by about 45 entities, including banks. And they came out with a payment system called UPI. And UPI was essentially a very modern, state-of-the-art, real-time payment system, which allowed you to transfer money from any bank account to any bank account immediately, so in real time. And you could do it using any app that you wanted. So today it's possible that you use a PhonePe app and you transfer money from your ICICI account, and on the other side, the person is using WhatsApp or Apple Pay or Google Pay or whatever, and they will be having their bank account in, say, SBI. And all this happens in real time. So this is a very advanced payment system which is used, and this payment system is provided as a public good by the government, which means this payment system has no transaction cost, either to the consumer, to the recipient, the merchant. Nobody has to pay a transaction cost. So if I transfer 10 rupees to somebody, they get 10 rupees. There's no deduction of commission from that. And this has been made possible because it's a very, very sophisticated but high volume but low cost payment system built by NPCI. And this was launched in May of 2016. By October of 2016, it led to about 100,000 transactions a month, so just was picking up. Then we had this withdrawal of currency notes in November of 2016, and then digital payments suddenly became a very important and strategic goal. And last month, UPI did 6.8 billion transactions. So the world's largest payment system. And it is, last year did about $1 trillion worth of transactions. So it's a very, very big part of the economy. And what is interesting is it's very widely used and consumed. I'm sure those of you who have Indian bank accounts and phones are using UPI. There are currently about 260 million Indian users of UPI. So there are 260 million people in India who use UPI for payments, and they could vary from people in this room. But what is very heartening is if you walk down, certainly in Bangalore, if you walk down a street, whether it's the vegetable vendor, the coconut vendor, or anybody else, they all take UPI payments. So UPI has become a ubiquitous payment system for the country, and it's really had a big impact on the transformation. So roughly about 260 million people use UPI, and another 150 million people use the Aadhaar-enabled payment system to withdraw money from the bank account. So if you think about it, by and large, the people withdrawing money from Aadhaar-enabled payment system generally are not the people who have smartphones, whereas most of the people who use UPI have smartphones. So there are approximately about 400 million people in India, and if you say the total number of adults is about 800 to 900 million, so 40 to 45% of Indians today use some form of digital payment, which was, zero 10 years back. So there's a dramatic shift in consumer behavior and consumer usage, which has become very powerful. And then what happened in the first phase of all this was digital transactions started becoming common. Now, whenever you have a digital transaction, you need to be able to, it leads to a digital footprint, right? When you do a transaction, there's a record of the fact that you made the transaction. And you would call this as a digital footprint or a digital trace. And the question then comes, how can people take advantage of their digital footprints to improve their lives? Now, historically, in most of the world, when you have a digital system and the digital system generates a lot of data, that data is then used by a company or used by the government. The companies use them for monetization through advertisements and so on. Governments use them for whatever purpose. But we really never had a situation in the world where people can use their data for themselves. In other words, can we empower people to use their own data? And India is the only place in the world today where you have a way for people to use their own data. That means 1 billion people can use their own data. 20 million businesses can use their own data. And this ability of people to use their own data is called data empowerment. And so India has come out with something called the Data Empowerment and Privacy Architecture and Protection Architecture, DEPA, which allows people to use their own data. So what is a practical example of this? A practical example of this is how do individuals and small businesses get access to credit? Now, if I'm an individual, now typically, historically, how did people get access to loans, to credit? It was based on their business or their assets. So, if you took a car loan, then you gave your car as the collateral. If you took a house loan, you took a mortgage on the house. If you are a company which took a loan on working capital, you had to give them details of your inventory and what you have in stock and so on. So historically, the collateral for loans in the world has been assets, physical assets. For the first time, we are able to use the digital footprints of people's activities as assets for the purpose of lending. And we call that as information collateral. In other words, so suppose I'm a person and I have a job and I'm getting, my salary every month into my bank account and I want a loan, then I can just get my bank statement digitally from my bank using the data empowerment architecture and in a secure manner give it to a lender who knows that this is my bank statement from my bank which has been safely delivered to me. And on the basis of that, that bank or that NBFC can give a loan to that individual. Or if I'm a small business, I can have details of all the sales I've made because everybody is buying through UPI and therefore I have digital record of sales. I can send all the invoices I have paid, which is the supplies I have bought. I can send them electronically, my balance sheet signed by my auditor. And I can send details of my tax payment, which are made to GST and income tax. So all these digital footprints of my business activity, I can request from these respective people and give it to a lender to give me a business loan. So instead of giving details about my assets, I'm actually giving details of my transactions. And my transactions is a proxy for my business health and business performance because anybody can figure out from the data that I run a successful, profitable business and I'm deserving of a credit. And therefore, the big shift that is happening is a shift from asset collateral to information collateral. And that is something which is dramatic because it is democratizing. It will allow millions of people to get access to credit. It will allow millions of small businesses to get access to credit. Now, it's also important for job creation because if 10 million businesses get access to credit, then they can grow their business, they can hire more people. So if the 10 million businesses hire even one person each, that's 10 million jobs that will be created from this method. So access to credit is fundamental to the growth of small businesses And we are enabling that at the scale of every business using the information collateral, which is the byproduct of their digital activity. And this is a very important conceptual point that I would like to leave with you. So what else? So for small businesses to grow, first you need access to credit, and we are solving that with this whole issue of DEPA, or what's called as the account aggregator framework. This framework has been launched. Today, 1 billion bank accounts are linked to this framework. All the major banks are connected, and about 1 million transactions have happened, and they're growing every week. And this again is a big area of push for the government and the Reserve Bank, and therefore we expect to see more and more of this. And this will lead to an upsurge in credit in a democratic way for businesses and for consumers. Now, after giving companies access to credit, they also need access to markets. How do small companies get access to markets? That's very important, because if more companies get access to markets, there are more consumers, there are more buyers, there are more sales. And for that purpose, there's another piece of the public infrastructure which is being created, which is called as the ONDC, the Open Network for Digital Commerce. And this again is an attempt to open up and unbundle commerce, e-commerce, because normally the way e-commerce operates is one company provides you all the services. So you have an app of that company, you use that app to order something, they have qualified suppliers on their network, those suppliers sell it to you, and then they ship it to you using their suppliers. So it's one-stop shop for the shopping. But if you really, now e-commerce today in India may be 5-10% of India's commerce, but tomorrow it will become 40-50% of India's commerce. And what the pandemic has shown is that our use of digital technology is accelerating for every part of our lives, whether it's meeting people, doing work, working from home, whether it's ordering things, getting food, entertainment, everything is digital. And therefore, if e-commerce becomes digital, how do we make sure that everybody in the country can participate in e-commerce? And essentially, ONDC is something which opens up e-commerce for all, which means every retailer in the country can be on e-commerce offering his products. Every manufacturer in the country can create a catalog of his goods and put them on ONDC platform for anyone to order. And anyone who is in the logistics business can become part of the ONDC network and deliver goods for anyone in the system. So let's say that you're using your app is a PhonePe app, which is a very popular app, which a company which belongs to Walmart. And a PhonePe app, you order something, you order a pair of shoes, then you can look it up, and all the suppliers in the country who are listed on ONDC come up, and then you can select the supplier, and then you can select whether the supplier should deliver it or a third-party logistics company delivers it to you. So you're able to do this full transaction, but there are different parties involved in that. And this essentially means that everybody can now be on e-commerce. Every retailer can be on e-commerce, every supplier can be on e-commerce, and therefore, but it's in a much more democratic manner, where you unbundle the consumable, the purchasing part from the supplier part, from the delivery part. ONDC again is a public initiative. ONDC is a company set up as a non-profit company. It's owned by 20 shareholders. It has been initiated and spawned by the Department of Commerce, the Ministry of Commerce, the DPIIT, which is the Investment Promotion Group, and they have sort of incubated this company. Now it's taking shape. Already ONDC trials are happening in Bangalore, in fact, and over the next 2 to 3 years, you will see that ONDC will take off. So just like the account aggregator or DEPA gave companies access to credit, ONDC will give them access to markets. So both these things happen, and both these things will help small businesses to grow. And then the third thing is, how do we get people? And so there's a whole skill ecosystem which is evolving, which will allow people to have skill certificates to show that they have particular skills, and they can use that certificate and their data to get another job and so on. So that will create more liquidity in the labor pool. And all these things are essentially going to contribute on the economy side. But there are other things that are happening in education. India has implemented a thing called Diksha under the Prime Minister's e-Vidya program, which is essentially providing a digital infrastructure for learning at scale. So millions of teachers are on this platform. They can, every textbook is QR coded. All the topics in the textbook are QR coded so that anybody with any app can read the QR code and bring up the corresponding topic. There are about 600 million textbooks in this country that are QR coded, each with an average of about 20 QR codes per textbook. So there are 12 billion QR codes out there, all of them linked to specific topics in specific books, which you can access with the ease of a phone. So all this is the infrastructure for digital learning, which is all falling into place. Similar initiatives are happening in health. The Ministry of Health has the CoWIN system, which was very successful in keeping track of the vaccinations. But now they're building the health stack and creating electronic health record for all Indians, which is portable. Because the big challenge in health is how do you make your health record portable and allow people to take their record from one place to another place. So if I get my first opinion in this hospital and then I go for a second opinion, I want to take my records with me. And the electronic health record system being designed by the NHA, which is part of the health ministry, is designed for that. So that's on the health side. And there are many, many other things that are happening. There is a big project at IIT Madras called AI for Bharat, which is part of the National Bhashini National Language Mission. The idea is to use AI for machine translation for all 22 Indian languages. So in real time, you can convert from any Indian language to any Indian language, text to text, text to speech, speech to text, all those things. So that'll also be inclusive, because that will allow millions of people to participate, because they will be able to get access to information in their own languages. And then beneath the whole protocol of ONDC is something called the Beacon Protocol. I think Sujit is going to talk to you tomorrow about it. And the Beacon Protocol is really agnostic protocol for creating interoperability in systems. So it will be used in commerce with ONDC. It will be used in mobility. There's currently a project going on in Kochi to create complete interoperability of all mobility providers in Kochi and so on. He'll talk more about it tomorrow. But these are all ways to unbundle digital activities. Then, of course, there's FASTag, which has transformed India's highways. And essentially, every car, about 80 to 90% of the vehicles in this, four-wheelers in this country now have an electronic FASTag attached to a bank account or a wallet. And whenever you cross through the toll gate, they automatically deduct the money from your account. And that this year will do about 5 billion transactions. So fundamentally, what you're seeing is a major revolution in technology where government and government-associated players are building population-scale infrastructure, which is leading to more inclusion, better targeting, more effective, improved productivity, and so on. And all these technologies are available as open APIs, which means that people can build on that. And that's where startups and innovation comes in. So startups and innovators can use this infrastructure and create very successful companies. So when Reliance Jio launched the mobile network, they used the Aadhaar eKYC to accelerate customer acquisition. When Zerodha became the largest player in the discount broking market, they used Aadhaar eKYC to rapidly onboard customers. When all the new payment banks came, like Paytm Payment Bank and others, they used Aadhaar KYC to get customers rapidly. When UPI was launched, companies like Google Pay and PhonePe built huge companies on top of this payment infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So fundamentally, it's not just about government enabling this digital infrastructure, it's also about creating it in a way that private innovators can build very, very useful applications on top of this. And therefore, it's a way of creating digital public goods or digital rails, which is essentially sponsored by the government, but allows private innovators to build on top of that. And that's why this thing is so powerful. And this is not a new concept. If you look at the original internet, the internet was built by the US Department of Defense and DARPA and so on. And then you had the World Wide Web. The World Wide Web was designed at CERN in Switzerland and funded by all the European countries. And that became a public thing. All the HTML, HTTP came out of the Switzerland, the CERN labs. And then the browser, the Mosaic browser came out of the labs at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, funded by the NSF, which is the US grant-making National Science Foundation. So fundamentally, all these were funded by public infrastructure, but they were then designed for others to use. Similarly, GPS was funded again by US Department of Defense, but today GPS is available with API, so you can use your Uber or whatever, Ola, because you can find your location with GPS with these APIs. So the concept of publicly funded digital infrastructure on which a lot of private innovation can happen is not a new idea. It's been around for 20 years. What has happened in India is that that idea of public infrastructure has been extended to identity with Aadhaar, to payments through UPI, through data empowerment with DEPA, through open commerce, through ONDC, through open interoperability, through Beacon, and so on and so forth. And so it's really at the cutting edge of thinking about how countries can apply digital technology for their larger public goals of inclusion, productivity, education, and so on. So these are all these tools are by and large available as open source. So they're really there for the world to use, so anybody can take this forward, and I believe there's a lot of global interest in this, so I do hope that you will take this message back to all your colleagues, that all these technologies there, it's all accessible, can be used and can be used around the world, and I'm sure that many more countries can benefit from this technology, and we look forward to working with you on that. Thank you very much.
I think that speech deserves another round of applause. You know what, what I especially liked is he's not looking at any notes, and all these numbers are in the head. So compliments from all of us, because this is really not so easy to do with remembering all those numbers. While I was sitting there, I just thought of one thing. All of us have experienced the FASTag system, right? So he said 6 billion transactions are happening on FASTag per day, correct? 5 billion a year. So you just imagine if 10 minutes per car, because each transaction is per car, is saved instead of waiting, and that much pollution is less. That's huge for sustainability. And then sir also mentioned about Sujit. Sujit, where are you? Can you just, okay, that's Sujit. He'll be there tomorrow talking a little bit more about the Beacon protocol. It's really interesting. As of now, sir used very high level words. I'll try to distill it a little bit. When we see Flipkart, Walmart, everybody is in their silo, each one having a warehouse and shipping or sending products from their warehouse. But with ONDC, which runs on Beacon protocol, it's possible that if you're ordering a kilogram of sugar, instead of that coming from the warehouse somewhere, it comes from the nearby Kirana shop, because that Kirana shop is also on that platform. It's incredible, because while some of the other platforms are charging huge commissions, this is revolutionizing and making that incremental cost very low. So congratulations also for this. So let's give a big round of applause to the visionary commerce that will follow. And I request now all the consul generals who are here to just please come on stage. We have this concept note that we would like all of you to hold and take a picture, because that's a, yes, including the ambassador, the consul general of Germany, Jonas Brunswick, SK from Denmark, Alfonso Tagliaferri from Italy, and Raju, please. Raju is here from Indiana in the US. He is advisor to the Indiana Economic Cooperation. So we just, B.V. Naidu sir, please, you have to come also. Naidu sir, please, yes, yes. thank you all. May I request, what happened? Nandan sir, okay. Please keep the music on, the audio. My God. Did you? Okay, thank you very much. We have a lot of people following us online. They may be wondering what we are doing. But, I mean, this is, for the press, and it's important to do this because what we discussed here about sustainability, about digital revolution, that has to get translated and reach the larger world. So I am very happy and thankful for Nandan sir's presence here. May I request all of you to come back and go down to the seats, because we will speak one by one and in the end come together to sit down, just for a discussion, yes. You have to walk a little, it's more healthy. All right, Naidu sir, please stay back, yeah, because yours is the next speech. So, my dear friends, can I ask the sound team to have B.V. Naidu sir's presentation on? I'm very happy to introduce Sri B.V. Naidu, who is the chairman of the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Now, while that sounds too large to envisage and understand what all they do, Naidu sir has been the visionary behind STPI. STPI is called the Software Technology Parks of India, and some of you from Bangalore would have heard about it and known about this. I think this was the enabling force to help the software industry to actually mature, grow and pick up in India. And I think it was under Naidu sir's leadership and that early team that set up the groundwork. And today from Nandan's speech, it's clear that if the foundations are good, what we build will stay strong. And now the government has asked Naidu sir to drive the Karnataka digital economy vision. And I am a big fan of his because he introduced some wonderful terms, spoke show model and so on. So I want him to explain it to especially all our consuls and those following us online of how Karnataka will be a partner through digital economy to create a much sustainable future and a better future for all. So let's give a big round of applause and welcome Sri B.V. Naidu.
Which one? This one, forward. In the side, huh? Yeah, this one. Side. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Joyce, for inviting me to this. In the India Advantage Summit, when people talk about India, it always provides a lot of advantage to the many people across the world. I always tell this to the people, the youngsters who are leaving the country for green pastures outside, the action has started here in India. India is a land of opportunities and all you guys need to come back. So I keep telling this to the people across the world, but a lot of young people are leaving, And our Prime Minister, during the August 15th, the speech, he said, India is going to be the developing nation by 2047, and also he said it is going to be a $30 trillion economy, at 10 times of what 3 trillion right now. Obviously, this inspires many people, many youngsters. There are 25 years of the runway is there for them, and this runway provides a lot of opportunities. And then it's not that easy to achieve that. That's an aspirational goal, and each one of us as a citizen of India, and we have some role to play. Whatever the role could be, as a professional, as a student, as an entrepreneur, as an institution, as a government, there are many people needs to play a role to achieve that goal. Then last time, Nandan spoke very nicely about how the digital transformation has taken place in terms of the government infrastructure, whether it is a UID or NPCI or UPI or the digital payment system and all that, whatever. I also talked about the ONDC, talked about how the markets to be connected, etc., etc. So till now, last few years, the last 3 decades, India has seen the growth in terms of the IT exports, in terms of the electronics design exports and all that. Suddenly this new wave of the digital transformation started contributing a lot. And that is brought in a new word called the digital economy. What is that going to be? It's not just an IT, it's not just electronics, it's not just startups. And this digital infrastructure that is created by the government is also providing the huge opportunity. That is what we call all these things together is a digital economy. When you look at this digital economy, and last time I think McKinsey did a report saying that digital economy is going to be $400 billion as of now in the country. That is the size. And that needs to grow, and a huge potential. It is likely to be touching around $1 trillion by 25-26 in India, and it's going to be $3 trillion by 2030, only in digital economy, leaving the other. So if that is so, we also need to have an aspirational goals at the Karnataka level. Then we quickly looked into Karnataka and looked into what is the Karnataka share. Its Karnataka will be around $110 billion as of now. That includes an IT, electronics, and startup and other digital transactions that are taking place. And this is likely to go to $400 billion. What it means is Karnataka will continue to have a 27% of the digital economy contribution coming from the Karnataka, and this is going to be the largest next few years. If at all that needs to sustain, our contribution needs to sustain, obviously we need to do again plan a lot. That is what we are doing along with the government of Karnataka under the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, creating a roadmap for achieving these larger goals. That's what we are trying to do. And then coming to how you can make sure that all these things we do that, primarily to look at a sustainable growth, right? Whenever I think Jose talked about the sustainable growth, I looked into what is the UN sustainable goals, right? There are 17 goals. And if you look at the goals, interestingly, it covers everything. And interestingly, each of you can contribute in one of the goals to change, create an impact. So what we thought is through the KDEM, we can create impact on the goal 8 and goal 9, what I looked into the 17 goals, promote a sustained and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent workforce across the state. As of now, it is only concentrated in the cities, right? The Bangalore's and Hyderabad's and other places. We need to look at how you can make sure that you will have a sustainable economic growth across the state. The second is build a resilient infrastructure, promote and sustainable industrialization and the innovation. You need to have an innovation framework, you need to have a industrialization happening across the state. That is what we have taken up as a part of our objective. So current status, the Karnataka digital economy contributes around 42% of the Karnataka GDP. This is again highest among any of the states. And we have an aspirational goal that will sustain that, probably will increase our digital economy contribution to the Karnataka GDP by 53%. What it means is we need to create so much of workforce beyond Bangalore clusters, enable making sure that the larger companies could grow, not just in Bangalore, but in other parts of the states. Sorry. These sector-wise, if you look at
the $400 billion, which whatever I told, out of that 108 billion is from Karnataka, and 31% is contributed by the IT, 6.84 is the electronics manufacturing. Again, Karnataka is the largest electronics manufacturing sector, and also the startups. Startups, even though I written as a 1.52%, but that impact that are created by startups is much, much larger. Just to give you, the Karnataka has a 45 unicorns. If all India, we have 105 unicorns. Again, Karnataka has the largest, 40% of the funds that are funded startups are here in Karnataka. And this is the huge base. How do you make sure that this huge base will continue to remain as a huge as we pass on in our roadmap for next 10 to 15 years, right? So we created what is our aspirational goals, and then we also looked into what are our IT exports. As of now, it is on $65 billion. It has a potential to grow. And overall, our $100 billion digital economy has potential to grow to approximately $400 billion by 29-30 only from Karnataka. That is what we are aspiring, and there are a lot of stakeholders are there to make it happen. It's not just the responsibility of the government, it's not just the responsibility of the industry, it is not just the responsibility of the academicians, etc. Likewise, when the economy is growing, obviously the employment also would grow. We believe that right now around 3 million people are employed are impacted by the digital economy in the state, and they are likely to grow to 10 million. Huge number, but that's possible. And we are taking some precautions, are taking some steps to make sure that the workforce in all the spheres, not just in the high technology, in the services sector, and also some of the low-end jobs that are required for the manufacturing. We need to make sure that all these opportunities could be created for the workforce. And I also told this, if at all you need to make sure that the growth is sustained, our contribution should remain like that, in spite of the huge growth that is happening across the country. We need to take this industry beyond Bangalore. We have taken this as a special mission, and focusing on these clusters like the Mysore, Mangalore, and Hubli. And these are the clusters. How many of you recently visited any of these clusters? Can you please raise your hands? Not many. This is the problem. Actually, you people should travel, otherwise I'll ask our KDM people to organize some visits to you. In fact, we requested some of the friends from the missions, like Tammy. I told Tammy she should visit Mysore, and Danish ambassador is visiting again Mysore, and one more ambassador is visiting Mangalore and all. The reason why I said is things have changed there now. Things are not like what it used to be. When you go to Mysore, we call that as a most healthiest city in Karnataka. You get a balanced, the IT industry and the electronics, and some of you must have read in the paper, the FAB proposal, one of the FAB proposal, they proposed to set up in Mysore. And also the day for yesterday, there is a Korean delegation came, they met me, and they wanted to create a display cluster. Again, they went to Mysore, they liked Mysore, they said if at all they come, they will come in Mysore. That display cluster is again, it is not just, that is an LED display, and that display comes, there are a lot of other associated industry also would move. The reason why I'm telling is, and also, that gentleman made one statement, he's a Korean guy, he said, Kia project is implemented, Hyundai is implemented in Chennai, Kia in Andhra, and Fiasco in Orissa, and he talked about these things. I hope those things will not happen here. I said those things have happened in other places because they didn't choose to be in Karnataka. I should also mention in the last 30 years I've been here seeing this growth of IT and several multinationals coming here. We not even see one single incident that has impacted the growth of the industry. That is the, environment that Karnataka can provide, and I vote for that. I always tell this to the people, irrespective of the party's change, irrespective of the government's change, the industry is always work with the bureaucracy to make sure industry, like Nandan kind of people, they always work with the government to make sure that what is being done is as per the need of the hour for that industry. Whether you call the success of the STPI, that happened again in Bangalore and that duplicated across the country, again because that is again a unique thing that is experimented in Karnataka and replicated elsewhere. KDEM, it's again a unique organization. Karnataka Digital Economy Mission is an organization that is created by the industry, for the industry with the support of the government. Government has only 49%, right? And this 49%, the industry associations are 51%. The board is a hybrid board. You have all the senior bureaucrats on one side on the board, and the other side there are industry representatives are on the board. Since I was in the government in the past, till 2007, moved to become an entrepreneur, I've seen the boards, both of the spheres, government sphere as well as the industry sphere. Then they requested me to chair this, and this is where we got an opportunity to create a new architecture and new roadmap for Karnataka, and we are in that mission of creating that roadmap and making sure that the Beyond Bangalore becomes a reality. So the numbers, aspirational numbers, what I given for Beyond Bangalore, it is not just numbers put on the screen. This has been thought through pretty well before we committing these numbers. We are working along with the government, working with along with the industry leaders. KDEM has another unique, the nature, like the JOS kind of people, we have an industry leaders at every place working for the KDEM. There are industry leaders in Hubli, industry leaders in Mysore, industry leaders in Mangalore, etc. We are positioning Mysore as a cyber tech city because India's #1 cyber tech center is coming up there in Mysore. And Mangalore, because Mangalore comes with a banking background, the fintech background is going to happen in Mangalore. Already a few of the large fintechs already indicated that they're going to start their operations. Likewise, edutech and an agri-tech out of Hubli and engineering tech out of Belgaum. So this is the action that is happening in Karnataka. I think I overshoot the time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we look forward. As I said, any one of you want to work along with the KDEM and along with making sure that you wanted to visit any of this cluster, our people are there to support you people, and also will help you in whatever way we could. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Took a little long time, huh? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause to Sri V.V. Naidu. I think KDEM is a partner to anyone that wants to see growth and see success as a win-win scenario. Win-win for the people and for, maybe in the end we'll come as a panel with the consuls and that time. So if you have any questions to ask Naidu sir, please keep it on a pen and paper. I ask you to please go down and maybe the Slovenian ambassador. So let's give another round of applause to Sri B.V. Naidu. Thank you, sir. So now I have, the ambassador from Slovenia, Her Excellency Mateja Vodeb Ghosh, who has come here from Delhi, that's for this event, and we are also delighted that there is a Slovenian company, BTC City, who will present in the afternoon today, some very interesting thing. I have to say that I have, did some things together with the ambassador in Mumbai for an event, and I've seen the dedication and passion with which she works. And Slovenia is even though a small country, is very strong and passionate about green and about being sustainable. So let's give a big round of applause and see what she has to say. Yes.
Thank you so much. We like to say that not that Slovenia is a small country, but that Slovenia is the size just the right size country, which actually means that you can implement good policies very quickly, and that also innovation is very much encouraged. Like it was said, Slovenia and Slovenians, we grow up with sustainability. And so it was no surprise that our capital, Ljubljana, was named the first European greenest city. And if you visit it, you would very quickly notice that the city center is close to the traffic, that we use bicycles as one of the important means of transportation, that you have many electric buses in the city center. So there are many initiatives and incentives to become even more greener. And also, just a few months later, in the spring of 2017, National Geographic announced Slovenia as the most sustainable country in the world. And why is that? I think that sustainability is actually in our genes. We grow up with the awareness of the environment and sustainability. And that actually starts in school. And I'm very happy that one of the panelists earlier mentioned that you have to teach, educate people, you have to raise awareness. And when I was growing up, for example, it was very common that we were collecting the newspapers, old newspapers, and then selling it for recycling. That we were exchanging bottles. So if you wanted to buy an oil, a bottle of oil, you had to bring back the old one. And for example, every school had to have one day, Environment Day, when we went outside and we cleaned our environment. So Slovenia is, as a result, a very clean country. Of course, this kind of recycling has changed today, and I would say it's more individually based. And one thing Slovenia is very successful at is waste management. And it's more or less, I would say, based more on the individual, I would say household levels. And everybody has to divide biodegradable, plastic, paper, glass, and so on. And if you don't do it in such a way, you actually have to pay the fine. And what happens that after a few years, everybody is doing it. So the recycling then becomes also much, much easier. We are also very famous for the protection of nature. I think around 40% of our territory is actually kind of a national park. And over 65% is covered by forest. I think in Europe we are the second most forested country after Finland. And this comes from, as long as I remember, very well managed forest policy. So like in Delhi, for example, it's very difficult to cut the trees. Also in my country for decades, if not for 100 years, you always have to get permission. So the management of the forest, even if it's in a private hands, is very well supervised. The same is with water management. Slovenia is rich in water resources. Of course, due to industrialization, we also went through the problem of water pollution, but along the way, we found very good innovative solutions, very good management of rivers and so on. And I can proudly say that, for example, when I go back home, I don't need to buy a bottle of water because I can drink it from my tap. The same goes with protection of cultural heritage, and it doesn't matter whether it's tangible or non-tangible. So I think it came as no surprise to the Slovenians that this sustainable way of living also transitioned into the business field. So if we can have the video.
Committed to the environment and and the future of its people. Slovenia breathes in complete sync with nature. Its green qualities, creative talent, and smart solutions have been the driving force of a nation determined to develop ideas others think are impossible. With its eco-friendly economy, which encompasses everything from sustainable development to green technologies and corporate social responsibility, Slovenia has become the 5th EU country in the field of eco-innovations and remains among the best in the world in terms of environmental health. It may be small in size, but it is big in its achievements, because Slovenia's sustainable character enables local enterprises to write successful business stories without harming 50% of the land's protected natural territory. Slovenia's green companies are not only changing people's habits with environmentally friendly plastic solutions, but also setting the industry trend with new materials and unconventional solutions in ecological footwear design. With non-invasive architectural masterpieces and optimal logistics solutions for businesses and the environment, they are showing that a small country can do big things for the planet. Besides being a treasure trove of green thinking, Slovenia is also a driving force in sustainable construction. Today, its companies continue to build an eco-friendlier world with the first nearly zero-emission active houses and self-sufficient buildings that produce, store, and distribute their own energy. By combining beehive specs with science, Slovenia's companies tap into the healing benefits of nature and improve people's well-being with bee-based supplements. Slovenia wouldn't be green without its thoughtful, committed, and talented people who are always striving to achieve sustainable change. Contribute to a better world and grow with Slovenia, a land of infinite potential for your business. Make the most of it.
Thank you. So, how did we achieve this? I think it's important, like we heard earlier, that there are the right government policies. And as many other countries, also Slovenian government introduces subsidies every now and then. But I think the important emphasis here is that these subsidies are usually available only at the early stages. So in kind of to promote the sustainable approaches of living to the consumers. And once this is adopted by the consumers, these subsidies are no longer available. In the past, for example, we started with the solar panels for the roofs. Back home, many houses have solar panels. Also, for example, my parents' house. And this actually provides us all the energy necessary during the summer months. Another thing which also government offers is for the electrical vehicles subsidies. So you pay lower price at the market price, but as I emphasized earlier, it's only in the early stages, not for a longer period of time. Then the most recent program, which the government offers to the companies to kind of encourage sustainable, innovative solutions, is the Sustainable and Circular Transformation Program, which will run all the way to 2026. And it gives a lot of attention to the small and medium enterprises. And through this, they offer many free online workshops, many technical skillings. And I think so far, it started in 2020. Of course, there was pandemic, so it a bit slowed down, but until today I read that I think around 60 companies are already very well skilled in sustainable way of doing business. Also, what we do, we promote successful companies as ambassadors of Slovenian economy. And that is mainly done by Chamber of Commerce, and the key partner here is the agency Spirit, which takes care of investment and of business development in Slovenia. A little bit more about ambassadors I'll tell you later. And of course, we are also driven by the EU and European Commission policies and initiatives. This, I would say, is an added value to what our government does, and probably you are all aware that the last budget, which was adopted by the European Commission, and that is European Union, has a big chunk of money dedicated to the Green Deal. And just to add, I would like to introduce a few success stories, more you can find on the webpage of Spirit Agency. I mentioned Pipistrel and Iskra-Emeco because they are already present in the Indian market. Pipistrel, not with electrical airplanes. The first step for them to enter was to offer ultralight aircraft for training of your defense pilots. But you should know that they are very advanced in electrical aviation. Actually, they had the first full electrical aircraft in the world. Another company is Iskra-Emeco. They actually have an office here in India, in Calcutta, and they are very good at smart electrical meters. Then you also saw in Videoplastica Skaza. Apart from the very sustainable plastical products, they also invented a compost bin which helps deal with the waste. Then we have Living Lab that tries to find solutions about mobility, water management, energy management, but more about that you will hear from our representative later on. So please come and listen to him. And just to end my presentation, we also have kind of a sustainable approaches in agriculture. Apart from the fact that Slovenia is actually one of the rare countries where I would say urbanization does not advance at a very high speed. As far as I remember, our capital always had around 320,000 population. We are all together 20 lakhs. So, but you know, we live in a countryside, most of us, because it's very close and very well connected, and everybody has its own garden. So we produce a lot of food which we eat at home, but we also have successful companies which try to take the advantage of the local circumstances, local situation. And as you can see, for example, tomato, they produce in a part where they have geothermal waters. So they use this kind of a source to advance their systems. They use natural predators for pest control instead of chemicals. They use also bumblebees to pollinate, and it all ends with also very sustainable packaging. So if you want to hear many more success stories, please visit the Spirit webpage. And of course, I'm also available for any answers to your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Her Excellency Mateja Voreb Ghosh. I think that gave us a perspective, and I'm sure that many of you, after seeing the video, want to go to Slovenia. Is it true or not? Okay, good. So Ambassador is here also, I think tomorrow, the morning half, so some of you can meet and connect with her. All right, now we have our, Consul General from Germany, Mr. Achim Burkhardt, and he has been a very passionate supporter of the TIA Summit, always given me time even though he's very busy, and I take a lot of ideas. When we meet, at least is 1 hour that we are discussing how can we make it better, how can we bring more stakeholders. And I'm happy to say that tomorrow there will be around 20 German students from all over Bavaria who will be attending the morning half of the conference. So it's this, and they met already in the consulate. And thank you, Mr. Burkhardt, for being also our advisory board member. And now over to you to enlighten us how with Germany, India can be a partner to move towards sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause.
I only need my picture, one picture, yeah, this one. One picture only? Yeah, one picture only. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me at TIA today. And thank you also, my dear colleague from Slovenia. I can subscribe to all of what you have said, and I really envy you for the possibilities you have to change things in a smaller country. Because something, in a country like mine, some things need longer discussions, longer time to be implemented. So what I don't want to do today is to talk about what we're doing in Germany. I will talk a little bit about Germany, but I will talk about India. And what I want to do today is a little bit to trigger the discussion. That's why I choose this picture. I wish to quote an American author, essayist, and environmental activist noted for his advocacy on environmental issues and also criticism of public land policies. It was Mr. Edward Abbey. He said, and I cite, "Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell." End of the quote. So what does cancer do? Ultimately, it's killing the patient because it's a suicidal growth. So we humans, are we any wiser? Are we ensuring that our economic growth is not choking us? Haven't we heard the Club of Rome recommendations from 1972? I was 12 years old then. In their report, The Limits to Growth. So, as you can see on the cartoon, the party goes on. The catastrophe is near. And the big questions remain, can we stop the boat before hitting the rocks? Means to stop the planet's temperature rising above the 1.5 degree to the pre-industrial level in only 6.8 years now. When we are talking about a greener future, we are still primarily talking about economic growth. We have to force ourselves to drive not only growth, but to drive sustainable growth. And nature has taught us some lessons. I have just witnessed the hottest summer in Europe since the beginning of weather records. Being in Germany, having temperatures over 42 degrees, it is never seen in my life. Look at Bangalore. It witnesses more than 100% more rainfall this year to the previous year. So there, the sun, and here, the rain, and it's different to what has happened in recent years. When I drive through Germany, I see a lot of car traffic, and actually a lot of much heavy truck traffic. But at the same time, I see more and more solar fields, I see more and more windmills, I see more and more biogas concentrators. And when I drive to Bangalore, I see traffic back to pre-pandemic levels. I nearly was late to today's event because of that. But at the same time, I see more and more e-cars, investment in public transport, and sustainable energy. But at the same time, as I said, pollution and waste congested drainage systems. And I want to give one example, and where India and Germany are working closely together, and this is urban planning. With the last TIA summit, I think we already spoke about urban planning, but this is something which is dear to my government, and which is one of the key fields of cooperation with the Indian government. I could talk a lot about other things there, but that would just extend my talking time. So when it comes to urban planning, the question of who plans human settlements is a contentious one and difficult to answer. Highlighting the complex and intricate governmental machinery responsible for the planning of cities, there is also the contribution of a wide range of actors and institutions involved in this process, formally as well as informally, within the government as well outside the government. So, are we doing enough as city planners? Do we have sensible regulations in place? Are we implementing them on ground, or it's merely in papers and certificates? Do the regulatory authorities implement the scientific recommendation by experts? Is there citizens' participation and inclusion? And who is a key driver to reach the dreamland greener tomorrow? Environmentalists and urban planners, normally only remembered and heard and criticized when the crises are breaking out, they wrote already lengthy columns in newspapers and lengthy books. Indeed, we know everything. But do we accept as human beings the consequences? I was very much concerned to see Bangalore drowning just 2 weeks ago when I was in Berlin for official engagements. And a little than a year ago, the romantic wine-growing valley of the Ahr near my hometown Bonn was not only destroyed by a flash flood, but also left 150 people dead. I was there this summer, 1 year after it, and it still looks like a nuclear bomb hit the region. Devastating. Bengaluru, once celebrated as a city of gardens and lakes and identified as rest, recreation and retirement spot, is, and that old hand Bangaloreans tell me in unisono, a completely changed city. The city, with 1.3 crore population, has apparently 189 lakes, mostly of them constructed in the 16th century. Can we now spot these many lakes today? I don't know. Now, we know where we have gone wrong. For whatever known or unknown reason, we can talk about that, but what we have to look is into the future. Therefore, in the tech capital of India, and I heard what had been said this morning on this podium, I hope and wish, and I am quite sure, that we will come up with solutions to prevent and to manage such situations in the future. And Germany would be more than glad to be the partner of that process. We have wide experience to clean up the mess we have done in our cities, hiding rivers behind dikes, sealing the ground with more and more concrete, not paying attention to trees and animals, making cities a place for cars and not for people. We saw the town slowly dying by suffocation, and we realized that it is time to take a new turn. Like, for example, the town of Stuttgart, which is known for you mostly for the beacon of German car manufacturers like Porsche and Mercedes. But Stuttgart banned the traffic of diesel-fueled cars and trucks in its intramuros barriers. I don't want to tell you about actually the shitstorm after that decision, but nowadays I think the Stuttgart people are happy about that decision. And the flash floods I was talking about in Germany, who should we blame? Climate change only? Or poor planning also? In any case, it is not our own fault? I don't know. Aren't we the only ones who can and must fix it? In addition, already discussions are there that in the Ahr Valley we repeat the mistakes of the past with more concrete, more walls, and more embracing the water to flow in pre-designed areas. So, are we able to take a reverse with our boat? I say yes. For example, I give you something from my hometown Bonn this summer. I remember that as a kid playing near the River Rhine, there was a strong smell of wastewater and chemicals in the air. It was really horrible. It was not very nice to play there. We said sarcastically, if you take the water from the River Rhine and you want to extinguish a fire with it, it will even burn more heavily. But today, the salmons are back, no smell anymore, and you can even see the ground of the water. Germany and India, I'm convinced of that, can do a lot together for fighting climate change, pollution, better urban planning, deforestation, and many more. Projects like the e-metro boats in Kochi, e-auto rickshaws in New Delhi, the completely on solar energy working airport in Kochi, and the Smart City project in Coimbatore, only to name a few, are proof that we are going in the right direction. But we have to speed it up if this boat shouldn't hit the rocks. Therefore, during the intergovernmental discussions under the leadership of Chancellor Scholz and Prime Minister Modi, as well as with Prime Minister Modi at the G7 summit in Schloss Elmau in Bavaria this year, we have agreed together that we will work together even more forcefully, especially in this field. And the last remark, we can't do that without more ingredients than politics. We need more public awareness, people taking responsibility for what they do and how they behave, and what footprint they leave, as well as a close cooperation with the industry in all sectors. There are, for example, many startups in Bangalore and also Berlin, the drivers of innovation. Because one thing is obvious: without innovation, there will be no greener future. And without innovation, we for sure will hit the rock. I hope I could trigger some discussions today, later, and I look forward to these discussions, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burkhardt, to make us pause and think, and also that very thoughtful and well-written speech. I'm sure that the boat can go in reverse, and hopefully with everyone on it, and hopefully to a better place, and to a safer place, and to a sustainable place in the future. I'm now very excited to welcome on board Ms. Tammy Ben-Haim, who is the Consul General of Israel in Bangalore, and the Consul General for South of India. And I'm very happy to say that Israel is also a partner country for this summit, so thank you so much for the support. I have to say that when we met, I saw that passion and dedication to really deepen Indo-Israeli ties, especially in sustainability, and we are very happy that we have two companies from Israel. I think one will speak this afternoon on mobility, and one tomorrow. It will be very, very interesting. I think it's the first time we have Israeli speakers in our summit. So thank you so much, Tammy and your team, for enabling all that. So let's give a big round of applause, and over to you.
We'll start with the film. So. So I'll summarize the film for you. It's talking about water and 5 ways that Israel actually has water these days. Even more than that, a few years ago, we actually became water independent. So, thank you. So I'll speak of this and then, go a little bit wider. But first, I want to say that I'm very happy to be here. I didn't realize I was the first speaker from Israel, so even more. And we're very honored to be a partner of this summit, because we do, and I agree with Achim, without innovation, without looking for a greener future, there might not be a future. So thank you very much, Jose Jacob, for reaching out and for doing this. They figured the volume? This is technology. You see, we find solutions.
In the Middle East, Israel has faced its fair share of droughts and water shortages. Over the years, Israel has had to develop technologies and methods in order to preserve, conserve, and protect their water supply for the benefit of their people. Number 1, recycling. Over 80% of water in Israel is reused. Wastewater can be filtered and reused in water plants, such as in the Shafdan wastewater treatment plant located in Rishon LeZion. Number 2, drip irrigation. A technology developed in Israel, drip irrigation is a way to water agricultural crops while also conserving water. It aims to water the plant by the roots as to avoid water evaporation. Overall, it's a win-win, benefiting both food production and water security. Number 3, desalination. Desalination is the process of converting seawater to drinking water. Israel is a leading force in desalination, with the Sorek plant being the largest seawater desalination facility in the entire world. Number 4, river rehabilitation. It's important to take care of what you do have, which is why it's important for Israel to clean its contaminated rivers from waste and pollution. This includes physically and chemically treating the water, as well as filtering the contamination. You'd think it's impossible to create water from thin air. Well, we did it. WaterGen is an Israeli company that extracts drinking water from air by converting and filtering it via a special machine. So, that was 5 ways Israel is currently handling the water crisis. Now, if you excuse me, all this talking is getting quite thirsty.
So as I said, I will go over what Israel did with water as an example of what I think we need to do in this world today and what Israel can do with India. Obviously, we're all aware of climate change and the phenomena that we see through it, the extreme weather, the rising sea levels, melting glaciers and temperature, and all the temperature rises. It endangers us, of course, it endangers our natural environment. And in the Middle East, where Israel is located, you can even say that we already are in a climate crisis because we are the area that is most affected by climate change, and the rise in temperature in the Middle East is twice the rate of the world average. So we're feeling it. You said you had the hottest summer in Europe this year, but we've been feeling it for years now. And again, we said we had to become water independent. The issue of water plays a big role. So Israel and the other countries and the region have been feeling this crisis for many years now. And Israel, this is one of the reasons, and also the fact that we're lacking in natural resources in general. We had to find solutions to survive, and we had to find solutions to ensure a future. I'm not even talking about a greener future, but to ensure a future. And this is still, and the issue of water for this reason is still in the foremost of our priority and in the work that we're doing. So as I said, it's necessity more or less that made Israel become a climate innovation leader, or one of the leaders of climate innovation. And it encompasses all issues, and we'll touch on it a little later, whether it's fighting greenhouse gas emissions, being more resilient, being adaptive, and it includes renewable energy, energy efficiency, a lot of efficient water management, precision agriculture, finding protein substitutes, reforestation and forest preservation. We have, as compared to Slovenia and Germany, obviously, almost no forest, but we're the only country in the world that has more trees now than the day of our independence. So in the past 75 years, we've actually been planting enough trees and we have increased the amount or acreage of forests that we have in Israel. So we're very good at providing practical and technological solutions. There are over 1,100 companies in Israel that offer such solutions in the field of sustainability and environmental, both social, and environmental sustainability. And this is basically how we got to where we are today, where we reuse 90% of our wastewater. As you heard, we have 5 desalination plants. Almost all of our drinking water comes from desalinized water. We don't have to rely on rainfall anymore. And I think this is exactly what can bring us to work together, and we have been working together with India. First and foremost, reducing the amounts of water we use, and then recycling and reusing, whether it's brackish waste or sewage water, and then desalinizing water and creating new water. Just to give you a picture, by 2050, there will be 10 billion people in the world, 1.6 billion of them right here in India. And even today, 54% of the population here faces high to extremely high water stress, and 3/4 of rural families living here in the rural areas don't have access to clean water. So again, we need to find solutions to ensure a sustainable future, but we actually have to find solutions to be able to make the lives of the people living here, living in Israel, living everywhere better. India also has 3.5 times more water per capita than Israel does, but just in farming, for example, it uses 8.6 times more water per capita for farming than Israel does. So there's definitely room to think together of solutions to, as I said, decrease it. One of the reasons that we have found for this is the total separation here between urban water management and sewage water management and rural and agricultural water. Whereas in Israel, we were able to find ways to combine the system. Basically, as I said, using urban industrial water and then transforming it to water for agriculture, for watering crops and plants, while using as little water as possible to water these plants. So it's something we've been speaking both on the government level, the federal government level, and state government level to try and figure out. Another issue we've been tackling here on the issue of water is trying to figure out how to work both on the federal level and on the government level. Because and I'm sure you all know, that according to the Indian Institution, the issue of water is statewide, but there are many issues that are still handled on the federal level. And another fact that we're looking at is that in the next 5 years, the Indian government is planning to spend $100 billion in water issues here. So it's the right time now to try to find these cooperations between between Israeli startups and Indian startups that need to tackle the things. So we need to manage water resources and integrate the water supply. We're trying to find ways that we can work together on advanced irrigation and water management in agriculture. We're trying to figure out how we can treat sewage water and reuse that water. And as I said, desalination. For some of these things, there are already companies doing it here, and I'm sure you know, well, it's no longer an Israeli company, but Nandan Jain and Netafim and IDE that do precision irrigation, and IDE that does desalination. And we're also trying to figure out the model of how things can work. Because it was said again by my predecessors, you need some government support. It needs to first be a G2G or a G2B to bring the umbrella to make sure that the market might be ready, might not be ready. So we need some governmental support and assistance in order to get the things happening. But at some point, it will become more B2B and trying to, we need to ensure that there's a platform for it to survive and grow back. And also about the presentation and the film we saw, WaterGen as well, the company that actually takes humidity out of the air and transfers it to water, has started very good joint venture here in India. They already have their facilities set up in Noida, and they're coming and in Bengaluru as well. So that's definitely a solution because, well, actually there's less humidity in Bangalore, but there are lots of rain. But in many, many places in India where this can be a very, very good and easy solution, especially as we said that, some families are not connected to clean water systems. So again, the solutions we can find here together will definitely be beneficial for the people of India, will be beneficial for the people of Israel, but they're also relevant to most places in the world now, especially with the climate crisis happening and with water shortages happening worldwide. Even in countries where there is a lot of rain, there's still the issue of water. But again, once this becomes successful or long-term, we can look at it in agriculture, in medicine, telemedicine, electric vehicles that are becoming more and more common, smart mobility, alternative proteins, and a lot of other examples. I won't go through some of the companies, but I did mention some of them. I'd be happy to talk to you later to discuss specific companies or specific technologies. And as Joe said, we'll hear of a company represented from Israel in the issue of smart mobility today and circular economy tomorrow. And I'm also looking very much forward to hearing the other speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Tammy Benhaim. I think that was really interesting. The message I take is less is more. Can you do more with less? If the answer is yes, then that's a goal to achieve. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to, I'm also particularly happy that she said, she is looking for Israeli startups to work with Indian startups. So I know there are some of you here who are working with startups. Please, try to find Ms. Benhaim or her team. Kavita is here from the Trade Mission and Nichelle is here. Please talk to them and change business cards to see how we can build that ecosystem together. So with that, now we move to our next speaker, who is SK Bo from the Danish consulate in Bangalore. And I'm also delighted that he's on our advisory board, and whenever we meet, he gives a lot of time. I think sustainable energy, energy transition, wind energy is close to his heart, and the skilling gap that needs to be fixed to make sure that it takes off is even close to his heart. But I think today he's giving an overall perspective. So over to you, SK, and let's give a big round of applause.
Well, hello everybody. Wonderful to be here. Thank you very much, first of all, to Joseph for inviting me and being part of the advisory board and allowing a few Danish companies to also be present during the 2 days here. Inspiring first sessions that I have listened to here. In particular, of course, the whole story about the digital DNA of India was quite mind-blowing. If I could get my slides on, it would be great, because that's basically my crouch for the next 6 minutes. I'll do my best. But today I sort of thought a little bit about how to contribute a little bit to the thought processing and to the discussions hopefully going on in the breaks. My thought was to try to see basically on the topic of sustainability, green transition, globally, Denmark, India, Europe, what can Denmark offer? And give a few examples on some of the main sectors that we believe that we do have a lot of history, experience, technology, as well as political will to make a difference within. And while I wait for my slides, I'll just start maybe and basically from the beginning. So Denmark is maybe the smallest country that we are represented here today. 5.6 million people, small peninsula just atop of Germany. Sometimes we call it Bundesrepublik Nord, but basically our green transition started back in the 70s with a crisis. And there's no such thing as a crisis that basically drives innovation, that drives change. And the green transition in Denmark in the 70s started because all of a sudden the price of a barrel of oil was just skyrocketing. And luckily a few clever people in the government as well as in the private sector, they thought, what can we do about that? We don't have any big water resources. We are surrounded by ocean, but all of our drinking water, for an example, is groundwater. We don't have any big rivers that we can use to generate power. We don't have any fossil fuels that we can just burn. Okay, we went a little bit into the North Sea and started drilling up some oil. But basically, we just looked around. Sun, yes, okay. For those of you that have been in Denmark, you have probably been there in June, July, or August. The sun does come once in a while. It pops up around 4 a.m. in the morning and goes down around 10 p.m. in the evening, but we are not the country in the world with the most sun. But what we do have is we have a lot of wind, and we have access to a lot of sea with even more wind. So basically that was the beginning of the wind industry that we today are very happy that we went early on in Denmark, and is basically today 43% of our energy, renewable energy production comes from wind today. It seems as if I have to freestyle for the next 4 minutes as well. So, oh, perfect. Yes, this is what I wanted to talk about. These two people up here is basically why I'm here, because they in 2019 agreed to do something about our relationship that has lasted for 400 years, and we wanted to basically build a framework around that that had to do with green transition. Perfect. So yes, this is basically the slide that told a little bit about our green transition in Denmark. So it was very important for us to basically decouple the green transition with economic growth, or not decoupling green transition with economic growth, but decoupling the GDP growth with the green transition. And that we have succeeded with quite well. So we have a 80% increase of GDP since the 80s. At the same time, we have been able to sort of freeze our energy consumption. And that is not only because of wind, but also because of energy efficiency. As I said, around 45% of our renewable energy production last year came from wind power only. That also means that there's still 50-something left to go. So it's not only wind, it's about having a diversified and resilient renewable energy mix, and that we have. And at the same time, of course, a pretty hard focus on reducing our CO2 emissions. The current government, we are almost moving into an election period, so let's see, but the current government, they set forward some pretty ambitious targets when they came to power, and basically this was the greenest election we've had in Denmark in the history of times, and they basically won because they were sort of battling who can be the greenest, and these are the targets that you see in front of you that we are working on right now. Yes, okay, I have a screen down there, that's perfect. I also just wanted to mention that one thing is Denmark, 5.6 million people and a global greenhouse gas emissions calculations, and basically it's fine that we can do it well in Denmark, but we doesn't really make a difference. Like if the rest of the world is sinking, we're probably sinking as well. So it's a very big priority for us to share our experience, to grow partnerships, to basically try to see what we can do to also help a green transition in the rest of the world, where some of the capabilities that we are known for can go in handy. And I just wanted to highlight these two pictures here, which was basically two summits, one in June and one in August, where some of the countries that all either face the eastern, what do you call it, like the sea to the, it's Østersøen in Danish, the Eastern Sea. Germany is part of it, we have Estonia, we have Latvia, we have Finland, we have Sweden. They basically went together and with Ursula von der Leyen committed around a 20 gigawatt capacity expansion, and that will also be coupled down to the European grid. And back in June, if we go a little bit southwest of Denmark, we have Germany again, funny enough, and Netherlands as well as Belgium, where we look into the Northern Sea and where we expect within 2030 to have around 65 gigawatt of offshore developed. So the point here is that we cannot do this alone. We need to do these things together. It's about partnerships. It's about breaking down boundaries and borders and basically thinking holistically about the challenges that we are facing. So yes, we are a wind nation. So far we have around 6.47, depending on how you do the math, of installed capacity, but we are looking into a substantial increase over the next couple of years. Again, this is not something that just started since Russia invaded Ukraine. This is something that started in the 70s, but I would say that the attention and the speed and the commitments from the public sector, from the government, from the politicians, from the private sector has really experienced a heavy increase. And we heard about water independency. This energy independency is basically what has been driving our growth and our green transition for the last many years. But then again, if we look up against India, this is what we are looking into here. Like the pledges of 140 gig before 2030 is quite ambitious, depending on the current installed capacity. If we believe it's possible, because if it's possible somewhere, it's possible here. But there's also a lot of red tape that needs to be removed before this will take off. So what we do, Denmark and India together, we actually have a very formalized government-to-government collaboration. It's called the Indo-Danish Energy Partnership, INDEP. We have a few people from the Danish Agency for Energy working full-time with the ministries and agencies here in India on some of these red tape issues. And then we, of course, also try to work on it in a more innovation and commercial aspect. So I'm myself responsible for our offshore sector from a trade and innovation point of view, and we really hope to bring a big Danish delegation to Tamil Nadu, where there is a lot of potential not only for offshore, but also for repowering some of those 30-year-old wind turbines that are installed right now, because India do actually have quite a bit installed wind capacity already, but it's just old turbines, and basically if we change them, we can have a much better yield, yeah, there are many problems with that. And we are working on building up a more formalized alliance with the different industrial partners and research environments, so we can basically share ideas and best practices on an ongoing basis. What else do we work with in Denmark that I think is important to bring up? I'm happy that nobody have mentioned it yet, but green hydrogen is what we call it in India. In Denmark we call it Power to X. And basically it's a very important mitigating and bridge technology. It's many technologies, but basically this will help solve some of the issues that we do have with renewable energy, namely the storage part and the distribution. And for us in Denmark, we see green hydrogen as the next big thing. We are putting a lot of money into that. We have interesting companies, both from a chemical point of view But also we have interesting off-takers, in particular within the maritime sector, where Maersk, I was happy to see Maersk represented in the Slovenian movie, biggest shipping company in the world, are basically already buying ships for e-methanol before that they know that the e-methanol can be produced at that scale. So again, we see that it's an industry and it's a political drive for change. Sometimes the political ambitions are not enough. We also need the big companies to basically place the order that drives the impact and the innovation. And here we are, again, it's one of the areas that I'm very involved in myself. I think I would like to mention that in June we had a bilateral call between our Ministry of Science and Innovation in Denmark and DST in India, basically looking for triple helix consortia working within green fuels and including green hydrogen, and we put a bit of money behind that as well. We look forward to see which interesting R&D projects comes out of that. And then these days we are running around at a concept stage level on a center of excellence on green hydrogen that is supposed to be multilateral in its outlook towards the rest of the world, but have a strong Indo-Danish representation at its core. So that are some of the interesting projects that we are working on within that sector between India and Denmark. Bioenergy, I also think that's worth mentioning. It's very important as well. Yes, in particular these days, we can talk about, pipes from Russia to Europe, and I think basically all Europeans would agree that we are worried a little bit about what to do during wintertime, because the price has gone up, and we have tried to move away from importing too much of that. Some of us are importing more than others, but we are basically all in the same boat. And nowadays, the European politicians are talking about trying to put a roof on how much we want to pay for that. But what will happen after that? What happens if we cannot turn up the temperature in our households? It's quite close to the citizens of Europe that what will happen. So basically, again, we are luckily in Denmark pretty good within bioenergy. We already produce quite a bit. Around 15% of our total gas consumption nowadays is basically from biogas, and it's most often bioenergy, and it's most often transmitted directly into the heating distribution network. So we are also working with India in that, with a partner like Global Green Growth Institute that has seen bioenergy as a very important mechanism also for India to basically combine the agricultural sector with the energy production sector and the energy consumption audience or market. So we are working with that as well. Water, I think maybe Tammy outdid me a little bit on that, but it is also an important area for Denmark. As I mentioned, we're not that good at desalination actually. I think we should collaborate on that, Tammy. But we do have groundwater, and we are quite effective of getting that up. We're also extremely effective in terms of dealing with wastewater treatment. Basically, we see water as a resource not only for drinking, but also generating power and other types of side streams. It could be nutritions, it could be fertilizers, so on and so forth. And actually, just these days, we have the Indian Minister of Environment, and excuse me, but I can't remember his name, in Denmark, together with a big group of Indians. I'm sure that many of the other countries are also there, because of a big international water conference going on, where my contribution from the Innovation Center Denmark side is 5 Indian startups that are tackling challenges set forward by big Danish companies or utilities. And that's also important for me to say, it's not just about bringing technologies from Denmark to India, it's actually also about tapping into some of all that talent and all of those ideas that comes out of an Indian context and bringing them back into the context of not only Denmark, but the rest of the world. So we work like that as well. And we have 2 centers of excellence in the making between Denmark and India on this topic as well. One on smart water resource management and one on clean river water. So basically, this is the framework that we are using as guiding stars. And luckily, it was agreed upon at the highest level. That sort of gives it a little bit of a push. The Green Strategic Partnership that Denmark and India has was signed in 2019. There has been 3 summits since the first one throughout 2021 and 2022. And this we can really see has made it not only a driver for me, the boring diplomat, bureaucrat, but also the Danish academic sector and the Danish private sector and the Indian sector as well. We receive a lot of demand and wish to try to find partners, and that's basically what I'm here for. So if anybody wants to help with finding partners, come talk to me in the break, and then me or my staff will help you do that afterwards. And we work within all of these areas, but basically they are pretty replenishing in terms of whatever you come with, I would be sure. I started by saying that there's no such thing as a crisis that drives innovation. I also think that crisis should drive partnership and cooperation. And maybe that's my last message here. I'm inviting everybody to be a partner with Denmark. Denmark would like to be a partner with everybody. We cannot do it ourselves. And I hope that this last video can maybe help me communicate that a little bit more clearly and visually than just me standing here. So if you can put on the video, then I think my time is out. Thanks.
What the future holds. How you, me, and our planet will thrive. Do we stick to what we know, or put our bets on something new? We want to build a greener future by transforming the existing into something greater. Some things bigger, some things smaller, all things bolder. But it can be a lonely job where hesitation makes time stop. What if we put our heads together and make every drop count? What if we turn broken bricks into new building blocks and turn waste into energy? What if we store energy in stones and turn those stones into homes to house us for generations and for generations to love? Let's light up new directions and make fuels out of wind to power planes and ships. Let's make things flow and partnerships grow. Grow beyond borders, grow greener as we grow our economies. We know what's next, and we have what it takes. By making more with less, we can make it better. Together.
Thank you so much, SK. I think your call for collaboration is heard, and I ask all of you to please mob him during lunch with your cards. But yeah, the idea to remove the red tape and have the green carpet is a good point. I think those who can influence policymakers to enable collaborations, please use your influence to do it, because I think the faster we work together, the better the future will be. So thank you, and let's give a big round of applause to SK, and thank you for enabling LM Wind Power to be here in the morning at the energy panel. And I think there is also one more Danish company later. So now I would like to call upon Jonas Brunswick from the SwissNext, which is an organization that connects people and the stakeholders. Plus, he's also the Consul General of Switzerland in Bangalore. And he has an incredible team that's doing a lot of things parallelly, a busy man, but thank you for being here. And he's also on our advisory board, and both occasions that we met, he gives the right kind of vision, the right connections, and we're happy that we have also two Swiss speakers this afternoon in the mobility panel, and also later in the health and wellness panel. So over to you, Jonas, the floor is yours. Let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you, Jose. Delighted to be here. Let me see if we got the slides up. All right, so beautiful image that made global headlines just a few days ago by a Delhi-based Indian architect who used an artificial intelligence tool to create a skyscraper of the future to reflect what we are about, visions for an Indo-Swiss partnership for a sustainable future. Now, I'm going to start with a short video that was shown at the high-level political forum at the UN, framing a little bit Switzerland's status with regards to the 2030 agenda and the SDGs, and then take it from there. You can get the video to start. Or not, and we can just skip the video. But now my slides are frozen. There you go. All right, we can skip the video altogether because this is what matters at the moment. This is the scorecard of Switzerland's standing at this moment with regards to the SDGs. Now, this is the global agenda. The SDGs have often been perceived as something that applies mostly to the emerging world, the developing world, the low and middle income countries, but that is absolutely not the case. And if we look at where Switzerland stands, yes, in the ranking, number 8, not bad, but if we look at the individual goals, there is one green, a lot of yellow, even more orange, and even some red. So there's significant progress to be made at a national level towards achieving the SDGs. And I stand here recognizing that as a representative from a high-income country, we have benefited from conspicuous consumption without limits to get to the place that we are now. And we are in India, which is an emerging country, a middle-income economy that has high growth aspirations. And if India is to grow the same way that Switzerland did, the Earth, humanity will not likely survive on planet Earth. And we need to acknowledge that. And the way in which we need to go about that is to reduce our footprint and to offset our footprint. So we need to optimize and figure out ways how to do more with less. And so that's what I'm going to focus about and give you some examples of new and innovative technologies that have been developed in Switzerland and are now deployed at a global level. Starting with Climeworks, which is perhaps the global poster child of carbon capture. This is a spin-off out of ETH that recently just raised $600 million for direct air carbon capture and storage. So basically, companies can now pay Climeworks to have a given amount of CO2 removed from the atmosphere. So not offset, but entirely removed. And this is rapidly scaling technology that is now available globally. And the carbon that is removed is then often turned into rocks that can, as we have seen in Eskebo's presentation, be turned into construction materials. We are not yet at a stage of bringing Climeworks to India, but I'm going to give you a few examples of other startups that are part of our portfolio at Swissnex, where we work actively with Swiss startups on either market validation or market entry camps. Are they ready to discover if the Indian market is a good fit for them, or if they're even more advanced, are they ready to enter the Indian market? Smart Helio has entered the Indian market, and I love this company. They make an IoT sensor that essentially informs the soiling status of solar panels. In India, it is estimated that about 30% of efficiency is lost due to soiling. With a simple smart intervention, you can preempt this and know exactly when you need to clean and where you need to clean so that those 30% are not lost. What I love about this is that it really plays to the Swissness. I always tell people that the details are not important. They make the product. And here we have a very careful attention to detail. And Smart Helio is one of our campers already active in the Indian market. Insolite is another great example. They have developed a translucent panel, which you see here. This is a fantastic solution because it allows for double use of the soil. On one hand, the translucent panel allows you to generate electricity. On the other hand, you can have a greenhouse underneath it. And you can control the light environment, and you can set it using the translucent panel to have different climate recipes, different light recipes that you can then affect what grows and what should grow at under what conditions in the greenhouse. This is another technology that is entered and available in the Indian market. And then we have SoHitech, which is another spin-off out of EPFL. They have developed an artificial tree, which literally takes sunlight and water and splits them into green hydrogen and oxygen. Now, the expensive thing in relation to hydrogen is less producing it and more transporting it. Transporting it is 2 times more expensive. So imagine a field of green trees, of artificial trees called ARBs at a cement plant or outside a pharma manufacturing plant or any industry that is hydrogen intensive. You could immediately combine these 2 approaches. So SoHitech has just recently signed a collaboration with TERI and is talking with Reliance Energy and Azure Power to bring its technology to scale in India. It's not all about startups. A lot of the knowledge is generated upstream in the R&D labs of companies and most importantly universities. And we have a flagship program in India that is called Knowledge to Action, which aims to bring insights that are gained at a research level and are related to the SDGs and are actionable and make them operational on the ground. So one example, through this program we have given a small grant to Atri just in the backyards of Bangalore. And some of you may be familiar with the lantana plant, which is an invasive species that is threatening the local forests. And researchers, together with tribal communities, have extracted this plant and have transformed it into bricks that are now used into construction. And this is something that is now looked, can this be scaled? And can a business be developed out of this? And lastly, looking forward, at the launch and inauguration of the Science Gallery Bengaluru next year, we will have the exhibit pictured here, called Triggered by Motion. In 2020, the University of Zurich sought partners all over the world to set camera traps for 1 year. And one such camera trap was set at IIT Madras, and they received the footage of 1 year, 24/7 recording of this camera trap. And this was a very interesting time to set camera traps because, of course, for a good amount of that time, the world was in lockdown, and we have all experienced the return of wildlife in urban and peri-urban environments. And this exhibit will be a conversation starter to look at the impact that humanity has on biodiversity. And by the way, this is something that is often unappreciated in the West, broadly speaking, at least in Switzerland certainly. India is one of the global biodiversity hotspots. And it is one of the places where it is most important to figure out new ways to protect and better manage the fragile ecosystems. And we'll use this as a conversation starter to seed more collaborations in this realm. And with that, I thank you for your attention and hand it back to Jose.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brunswick. I think it's good that you also highlighted what initiatives will happen going forward. That gives people a chance to connect and to see how they can collaborate. And the SwissNext mission is also connecting the dots. So I hope a lot of dots are connected this afternoon over lunch. May I now request Consul General of Italy in Bangalore, Mr. Alfonso Tagliaferri, to take the stage. He's, I think, the first consulate of Italy in Bangalore. So he's the first Consul General in that sense. And we are happy to have him as an advisory board member of TIA Summit. And I love the discussions with him because he can go very deep and to the point. So thank you, Alfonso, for all that advice, and looking forward to work more closely. Since we are running off time, over to you and your presentation.
Namaskar. Thank you, Jose, and good day to all of you. So I was listening carefully to the speakers that spoke before me, and I was quite fascinated on how water was at the center of many of your speeches, and how water is becoming a sort of a thermometer or a litmus paper of how well or badly we are dealing with climate change and so sustainability. I mean, climate change was often perceived wrongly, of course, as something far away to come, and something that would mostly affect, I would say, the lower strata of our, in terms of income, of our population. So either, I mean, so people who could afford a good AC, or would live in a, you know, in affluent neighborhoods, or not live in, you know, precarious shelters, would not see climate change coming very quick and very often. This is not the case anymore. We all witnessed what happened in, unfortunately, in Bengaluru just 2 weeks ago, where people living in one of the most posh neighborhood in town, in Epsilon, had to move to hotels for a week or two because their houses got flooded. We heard what my colleague Akim Buchart said about what happened in Germany, one of the most affluent country in Italy, in Europe, to Bonn. And even my own experience, before arriving in Bengaluru, I was serving in Cape Town. That was considered the pearl of Africa in terms of tourism, the vineyards, the quality of life, and a lot of people from all over Africa were buying second homes to spend their quality time in South Africa, in this magic Cape Town place. And then 4 years ago, after 2 years of no rain in winter, tragic happened, and oh, I see the time running. And then, like, from one day to the other, the pools were emptied, the water was rationed, you couldn't take more than 1-2 minute showers, of course no bathtubs, and even you were advised to flush your toilet maximum once a day, which means tourists flew away, business flew away, protests in the streets, prices of the house dropped, a big crisis. And that happened in like 2-3 months. So this is starting to arrive, and is starting to biting also to the feet of affluent people, which in a way I hope it will speed up the reaction to climate change. But anyway, after this was not planned, but was just reflecting on what I've heard so far. I'm here to represent what you see in the back, Italy in Bengaluru. You were probably wondering, is there an Italian consulate in Bengaluru? Well, now there is, or there will be very soon. I've been sent here a few months ago to open the Consulate General. It will be in the center in Trinity Circle. We will open early next year, and we will try, I will try, because as of now I'm by myself, but to bring here, of course, to connect, to bring consular services here, to connect trade, culture, but also to showcase what excellences Italy has. One of those excellences is also sustainability. So we have been very good in waste management, in particular in the last 10 years. The European Union set a goal to collect 65% of waste by 2025, to recycle it. We somehow managed to arrive at almost 80% of this figure. And so now, we may be surprising for many of you, and maybe for many of my also compatriots, stays first in Europe in terms of how much we recycle in the both in industrial and in domestic, let's say, waste. We are quite strong in renewable energy, which traditionally in Italy has been hydroelectric, but more and more we turn into solar, wind, etc. And now also, let's say, related to our GDP output, we are the first country in Europe in, let's say, share of renewable energy over gross consumption per home. We said that we are good in renewables, and again, for maybe surprise of some of you, the biggest private operator in renewable energy in the world is Italian. The name is Enel. They have around 50 gigawatt of installed capacity. They are, of course, present in India, and guess where their control center is? Of course, in Bengaluru. We are trying to be very good also in efficiency of resource uses. Maybe this come from the fact that just 100 years ago we were still quite a poor country. So, you know, we would, my grandma would say, but in general, we would be very attentive of not to waste anything. So our industries are very good at not wasting much materials. And so on a scale made by the European Union of 300, I don't know why this number, but that it is, we stand at 268 in terms of how little we use in terms of inputs to produce our output. I was mentioning before the recycling, maybe a data that I forgot, is that 50% of the raw material that we use for production are coming from recycled material. So again, an economy that tends to be very green. We have over 350,000 companies that work in, well, here they say bioproducts. I would rather say, maybe it's a wrong translation, organic products. So we are the first in Europe on per capita share of turnover over the organic food industry. So we have a lot of denomination of origins, etc. And the organic food industry is the biggest in Europe compared to the ratio of the people. But how do people perceive climate change as a threat? I was very pleased to read the cause probably gained some position, but still, climate emergency was the first threat that people perceived as national security in Italy. Just 4 or 5 years before, the first one was migratory flows. So people, and then of course the pandemic. So you see how just 1 year ago, climate emergency was first and then followed by the pandemics. Again, maybe now Russia has become a little bit bigger, but still that was important. Usually, you know, there's always this debate about sustainable growth and real growth, like how can you fix the environment and not hamper growth, but you know, Italian people still thought that the first priority was to do everything possible to combat climate change instead of prioritizing economic growth. And what do we do also to make this like a long-lasting, you know, perception in our citizens? We were the first country in the world 3 years ago to include sustainability into our mandatory curriculum for kids in school. So I don't know how well this is done, but now they have 1 hour per week of mandatory sustainability in their program. So this was at the Italian level. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs levels, we have many initiatives. One that I wanted to quote very quickly is this Tridom that we have partnered with. Tridom is an Italian startup born in Florence in 2010. It was the first world platform that enables you to adopt or to plant a tree anywhere in the world where you want. And they've been planted more than 3 million trees. Actually, yesterday night I checked and it was 3,300,000. So you can plant a tree through this Italian application. But what are we doing at the Indian level? Of course, we are here, and probably you expect that Italy exports a lot of the famous 3 Fs: furniture, food, fashion to India. But this is not the case again, because most of our exports is made with precision mechanics and advanced manufacturing, followed by chemicals, pharmaceutical, etc. So it's more into the machines. And we have hundreds of companies registered in India, around 600, of which more than half have more than half of Italian capital. So I was thinking of who to quote, and then I thought, let's go to maybe one sector, automotive, and something quite recent. So just 2 days ago, Iveco, which is the main builders of truck in Italy, signed a partnership with Blue Energy Motors. They're going to produce liquefied natural gas engine-powered trucks in Pune, and these trucks produce 30% less of carbon emissions. It's a first job in the sea, but it's an important collaboration that will contribute in this way. And also in automotive, you have, well, the next slide, again, I put this together yesterday. I'm not very proficient in PowerPoint, but of course, you've seen some of the Piaggio autos around. They are electric powered, at least the latest one. Lambretta is another brand you must be familiar with. Lambretta in particular has been bought by an Indian investor in the 70s and then by a Dutch investor, but still it's an Italian present, and this model is the electrical model that is going to get out next year. But what you see down left, and Jose is smiling, is a high-performance race motorbike produced by Energica, which is a brand that is in the Italian Motor Valley near Modena, where you have your Ferrari, Lamborghini, Ducati. They're all concentrated in a very small little valley. So I was approached through actually Mr. Jacob by a very big Indian manufacturer of motorbikes. I'm not going to tell the name for privacy, but you might guess. And they are flying next week to Italy to see potential partnership with Energica to mass produce Indian motorbikes with electric engines. So I think that there's a lot of potential for Italy and India to collaborate. I'll be here for the next 4 years to try to improve on this. Thank you, Jose, again for the invitation. Thank you, all of you, and again, namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Alfonso Tagliaferri, for giving us that wonderful overview. You know, he's also done the interesting job of revealing the secret without revealing it, right? So that's nice for you to find out over lunch. But anyway, there is a lot of action in that space and in this area. We have last two speeches. We are running a little bit behind schedule. Don't worry, we will adjust it. We have enough buffer time. So may I now ask Professor Jürgen Lehmann from the Hoof University and the head of BIIND, which is Bavarian Indian Center for Business and University Cooperation. You know, I think Professor has been one of the visionaries and one of the first advisory board members of TIA Summit. So let's give him a big round of applause. You know, when I was starting the summit and I was telling him, he fully supported and he said, let's go ahead. And we are happy to say tomorrow there will be around 20 students from Bavaria, from different universities. These are master students. And many of them have been here for 2 weeks in Bangalore visiting different companies. So they went to Infosys, they went to Log9 Material, a startup. And these are some of the young people that will end up creating a startup with maybe Indian co-founders. So all this is enabled through the BIIND, and Professor Lehmann is the president of Hoof University and also the chairperson of all the Bavarian universities in Germany. So over to you, Professor, for your remarks.
Thank you. Sustainability means you should eat very soon. So let me keep short. Do mankind survive the next century? Today, you have seen a lot of projects in different countries, especially here in India. And one day, it was mentioned today, I read a report, The Limits of the Grass of the Club of Rome, and it influenced my work for the last decades. Last week, I'd been in the United States. And I was a little bit disappointed because I got a lot of bags of plastic. I've never seen any solar panels and so on. And the rooms were very cool as well, a little bit like here. Nevertheless, I have some hopes. I've seen today, I heard a lot of projects today, what is possible. And if you discuss among the experts here, and it's an honor for me to be here, to see the excellencies, to see the honored experts, to see you, ladies and gentlemen, how it can work in this world. And you are convinced about all these projects. Do you believe that the people outside from here are convinced in the same way? In some countries, I have different experiences. Nevertheless, I believe the fields of water and energy, and I don't want to repeat all the wonderful ideas from this morning, are huge challenges. And I hope that we can do a lot in a collaboration between our countries in Europe, in Israel, and here in India. And I've seen a lot here in India. For 20 years now, coming to India. Yesterday, for example, I'd been shopping for my wife and I got paper bags, not plastic, for example. And there are a lot of advantages here in India, seeing a lot of solar panels and so on and so on. So that's what I mean with my hope. I represented universities of applied sciences. What does it mean? It's very practical orientated. We have, of course, our theoretical academic stuff, but in combination with practical experiences. All the professors of my universities have at least 5 years experiences in the industry. So all our research projects have this influence of practice. What we are doing, only some examples, for example. Let me take the field of water. How to influence soil to soak water a little bit more. How to influence the surrounding of a city, of a region. That's the latest project we have, to influence and to soak or harvest water in the soil. Not only in a tank, but also in the soil. It's one of the projects. Of course, we are working on the field of hydrogen and so on. Sustainability is a little bit more. You talked about raw materials. Yes, it's important to use all the recycled materials. It's important to use biopolymers. We have a lot of biological stuff, and there are a lot of projects for the future, and I'm sure that will work very well in the next few years. And the combination and the collaboration with the Indian students, for example, is a chance, because these young people are the bridges between the countries. That's one of the reasons why I represent the Bavarian Center as well, to organize any kind of meetings between students from India and Germany. Especially at my universities, we have 9 partnerships here in India, and we have more than 800 students. It's a very small university, of course, and so we have the second largest number of students at my university, because I'm convinced that India is a big chance for us in all fields of education and, of course, in research. And let me mention, it's not only a matter of technical stuff. Sustainability, in my philosophy, is the balance between all these environmental possibilities, the economic challenges, and, of course, the social acceptance. We can discuss here a lot. If people outside don't accept what we are doing, it won't work. So let's start to discuss with them. Let's change our administration, our public administration, to be more digital. That doesn't mean technical solutions only. It means change the thinking of people, change the feeling of people. And then I have a lot of hope that we can survive this century. Thank you very much.
The hope is with the young people, and I think that's a good way to have it. I'm very delighted that we have as one of the institution partners, you will see the RV institution logo, and we are very delighted that we have with us the principal of RV College, Dr. K.N. Subramanya. Let's give a big round of applause. You know, they are doing a lot of incredible stuff at RV College and the engineering college, autonomous vehicle, electric vehicles, and a lot of interesting stuff. I had a chance to visit them and see some of that. So we would like Professor to briefly tell us what are the wonderful things happening and where you are open to collaborate and who can meet you next at lunch to see how you can collaborate. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. I know I'm between lunch and yourself, so last speaker will always have a problem. Everybody wants to wind up very quickly. So let me take very briefly, I will try to explain some of the slides. I will skip. Anyway, slides would be available. We have created an ecosystem in the institution. Out of 160 credits, we have this path we have set, starting from a design thinking approach in the second year, a mini project in the third year, a main project in the final year, which can lead to incubation and startup. This is almost around 21 credits out of 160 credits. Every student in the institution goes through this, whether he does a startup or whether he joins a company. I think this path would be needed. So we have been doing this, and I am not going to details. We have more than 93 industry collaborations. We have institutions 23, and we have research establishments 13. So more than 120 companies collaboration we have. The kind of collaborations which are there here, I have highlighted. It starts from the internship and goes up to research and consultancy. And I request all my previous speakers, whoever has talked here, will be very, very happy to associate and see how can we work with the universities in our own countries. Will be very, very happy to associate. The hallmark of our institution is the innovative teams. We have more than 1,500 students working in all these innovative teams, and you name any kind of a team in automobile, we have it. Starting from a Formula 1 race car to hybrid vehicle to electric vehicle to all-terrain vehicles to a robotic team to a drone team. They are all representing our country in the international foray, and they have been ranked 1 in 20 in the world. So we have 1,500 students, and I am sure that all the companies who are here will be looking for such students who can contribute in doing a good and innovative work for the startups. Some of the important things we have a collaboration with Mercedes-Benz. We are running a certification course, 1 year certification course for the BE student, that is students who have passed engineering. This is on the mechanical module, the electrical module, the systems module, and the mechatronics module. And this is a 1 year program wherein the skill development has been done. In fact, recently we signed an MOU with Morris Garage. We are also running an electrical vehicle certification program in the institution, where it is for more on the employment and the skill development of the students. We have also working on the Surya Mitra, wherein the employability is very, very important for the people to take care of the solar, whatever the plants we have in our country. So we run a 90 days training program for all the students, wherein they can be absorbed to wherever the solar panels and the power is generated. We have a Cisco IoT center. I am sure today IoT is a super layer for any kind of a sector, any kind of a business you take. So if somebody is interested to work in the IoT area, we have a Cisco IoT center in the institution. We have working also as a center of excellence with e-mobility with Greaves Cotton, who are selling their two-wheelers as a part of the Ampere in the Indian market. We are fundamentally related to the skill development of the younger generation, and then moving towards the incubation and the startup, and also taking up the research projects. Then I think many people concentrated on this, a center of hydrogen and green technology. I have got 2 to 3 faculty who have done very good works in the research area of hydrogen, and we are also working with FSWS University in Germany, wherein they have started a BS program in hydrogen itself last year. Many of our faculty are a part of the syllabus framing in this. Of course, like an IoT, data science is also very important. We have started a certification course recently for professionals and for the students with Boston Training UK, and this is again a 5-month certification program we are doing, and this will be catered to all the kinds of sectors where the data and the AI and machine learning algorithms have to be made use of. Very interesting project. Somebody was talking about autonomous vehicles. We are a co-partner with Indian Institute of Science, and Wipro has funded us a lot of money. We are working in the driver simulation and also national data set for the traffic of the Indian cities. In fact, I am sure that in some of the developed countries you have seen the autonomous vehicles, but here we feel in India the human modeling plays a very, very important role in the autonomous vehicles. So we are trying to work in this area of driver simulation and also the national data set for the traffic. So these are some of the things. I will not go into details. We can discuss offline. And this is an interesting kind of a collaboration we already have with 2 German universities actually. FAWS German, we do a 1 year pre-engineering program in our college, and I think German consulate is here. I think they have been very, very helpful to us. We have already sent 140 students to this university in the last 6 years for doing their programs in the areas of robotics, then business engineering, logistics, and also in the area of mechatronics. We are inculcating the entrepreneurship culture among the students from year one itself, and these are some of the activities we do. And in fact, RV being the oldest institution, we have completed 60 years. We have more than 35,000 alumni across the world. If you look into many parts of the world, the startups being the CEOs of the companies is a common feature of our alumni who are in the different parts of the world. So we inculcate the entrepreneurship culture in the institution from long time, almost more than 2 decades. Lot of our students, we have a restriction being a public charitable trust. Section 8 company has a hitch. So we can do up to incubation. And if somebody wants to partner with us, we can definitely work for a startup. This is incubation. We have already incubated 6 to 7 companies. Since because of the Section 8 company, they could not work as a startup from our institution. But they all have gone outside in Bangalore and they are doing the businesses already. This is an interesting thing. I think Josh told me that today's theme is on the energy and the mobility. We are in the process of doing a lot of intellectual properties with the students and the faculty. Some are with companies also. 15 patents have been granted and 46 have been published in the last 6 years. And very quickly I will give the titles and the mobile as well as the energy. I may not be in a position to go to details because of the paucity of the time. This is one last one actually. If somebody is working in, somebody is talking about the hydrogen. So actually we have already a granted patent on the detection. We have done a sensor for the detection of the hydrogen gas leakages. So this will be very much helpful in the refineries and the chemical industries. So this is ready. We are also looking for the industry partners who can, where we can do the technology transfer or work on a royalty mode. So we'll be very much happy to work with the startups who are here and also the companies. I think where the consulates are here, we'll be very, very, very happy to associate. A way forward, which is the final slide. So involvement, we can involve from idea to prototype to product to the incubation stage. We have that kind of a capacity in the institution. Industries can mentor students and faculty from very early stage. I request all the people here, please give the problem statements. When the students are in second year, we can take up to the final year and they can do a startup. That ecosystem is available in the institution. Then transfer of patents to the companies based on the mutual discussion is possible. Jointly venturing into basic and applied research in the newer areas of technology. I think many have, I think I will be in touch with many of the consulates here. Maybe if you can connect with the universities in your own countries, I think we'll be very, very happy to associate. And I also invite all of you to come to our institution and have a broader discussion on what are the kinds of collaboration we can have. And providing the incubation center in the campus and any other kind of a collaboration, will be very, very happy to associate. I thank Jose for giving me this opportunity. Hope to have a long-term and a sustainable relationship with all of you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So with that, we finish the morning session. We are running a bit late. Now it's 1:40, so we will have lunch till 2:15. So we start mobility panel 15 minutes late. We will catch up at the next coffee break. So thank you all very much. Lunch is at 2 sides, so please network, meet and connect. We will restart at 2:15. Somebody was asking for the Pluggo smart charging system. Please help. They are not able to download some German, so you are there. Any other announcement? Those who are in the mobility panel, please give your presentation to the sound console. Yeah, let's have music, have good lunch and see you back at 2:15. Thank you very much. Maybe we give a round of applause to all those who have spoken. Thank you. Good afternoon. May I request some of you to bring the dessert to the table? And I have to tell you, next day all the papers had a report about his speech because he was so good with all the numbers, and I'm sure that his speech will be very exciting and bring back that energy in the afternoon. I'm very happy that even at a busy time, he has made time to be here with us. And I have seen that he is really open and welcoming to startups to work with them. So if some startups or some startup ecosystem players are here, please make sure that you meet Anjum Parvez sir during coffee break, give him your card and stay connected. We really hope that Metro, which is the backbone of sustainable mobility and which will become the most valuable mobility asset in Bangalore in terms of utility in a few years once the whole network is open, will be a very, very important player for collaboration and to ensure seamless mobility in the city. And therefore, those who are in the mobility ecosystem, please don't miss connecting with Anjum sir and trying to do your pilot or proof of concept with them, because they are very open to work, very innovative and very with open doors, welcoming arms and welcoming minds. We also have a very good lineup of speakers. I'm very happy that the former chairman of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, my predecessor, Mr. Shyam Karigiri, who is the managing director of Moog India Technology Center, MITC, which does a lot of work in aerospace. Maybe in future they will get into aerospace mobility for urban, context, like what we say air taxi. There were some jokes about that on WhatsApp. Hopefully it will come true. They are working in that direction. So I'm happy that Shyam could take time out to, moderate this panel. Additionally, we have Amitabh Saran from Altigreen. Maybe you might have heard about this company. You might have seen it in the news trail because he's quite a rock star, especially with the number of patents they have filed. So we will learn about this, and maybe I ask you to give some shortcuts or insights of how people can follow on your footsteps as startups. This is Professor Dirk Helbing. He heads the computational science department in Switzerland. So ETH Zurich is similar to our IITs in India. They are very, similar level, top universities respected. And this professor runs projects worth millions of euros, which are research projects, grant-based, who is a PhD scholar from Switzerland, is here as part of Dr. Helbing's team. They work on a patented technology where the traffic drives the signal. It's not the signal that drives the traffic, but the traffic drives the signal. They have patented this, in the US, in India, and so on. And hopefully, maybe Google will work with them to make things easier and better. Martin is Professor Helbing online already? Few minutes? Okay. After this, we have the last session of the day, which is after coffee break, which is focusing on prop tech for sustainability. Prop tech, the construction and property sector is one of the most, let's say, and there's a lot of possibility with startups adding value in different areas of the construction, infrastructure, supply chain. So we'll have a very excellent session in the afternoon. We have a coffee break before that to make you awake, and I will ask Jan to moderate that session. Jan has, the last one. We need your energy. Jan is, just reached this morning at 2 o'clock from Munich, and he's a crazy guy. He's attending all the sessions, so you can imagine. And he's going to moderate the one that's following after Shyam. So, thank you, Jan. What's the problem? They haven't locked. Okay. EVR Motors, are you here? The Israeli company. Okay. I request all the speakers who have not yet given their. I think we put quick information at the website www.tiasummit.com. A startup in Bangalore that won the Elevate 100 competition that is able to 3D print human skin. Now, we may think what's the big deal, but they were able to then get a partnership with a German company because they are not allowed to check cosmetic products on human or animal skin. And so this guy will be here tomorrow, and in one of the booth he will set up that kind of mini version of the skin printing machine. So you can have a look at, how that is done. And I am happy to say that that was done out of Bangalore, and they are now incubated in the Biosciences Hub in the health and wellness. We also have some very interesting presentations from Mercedes-Benz, Siemens Healthineers, and all the others. So if you know of some people who can benefit by being here tomorrow, please feel free to invite them to come. No problem from our side, okay? So, but you have to use your discretion and see who will add value, who can connect, who can expand, and who can create a sustainable future. Okay, we have Professor Dirk Helbing. Over to you. And Professor, you are online. You can take about 10 minutes.
That the traffic flows control the traffic lights. It means we could define a fashion principle based on demand that would turn traffic lights red or green. And so what we do is basically we're measuring in various ways not only the outflow from road sections, but we measure also the inflow. And that allows for a very short-term traffic prediction, and considering that allows us basically to do a phenomenal job at speed limit, just based on real-time feedback to this and this weight values of traffic demand. What we've done is we have compared at least 3 principles of traffic light control. One based on a central control center, which basically tries to collect as much data as possible without using time, like a available indicator. But it turns out that traffic light optimization is an NP hard control problem. Basically, reasonably sized cities, even supercomputers cannot do it perfectly. So you need to make simplifications. And therefore, we have tried out decentralized approaches, where the traffic light responds to the traffic flow just in the neighboring street sections. And that implies that every intersection is trying to do the best job it can do, but there's no coordination between neighboring intersections. And the third approach, which we call other regarding coordination, is actually paying attention to the neighboring intersection. Not more than that, but this enables coordination between the intersections and the traffic flows in there. And as you can see over here, the results are very promising. The red line corresponds to the top-down control by the traffic control center. And so you see that the queue length of vehicles increases with the capacity utilization based on the traffic volume. However, if you look at the blue line, then it turns out that this other regarding approach, that was the third one that I mentioned, actually reduces the queue length dramatically by flexibly adapting to the actual traffic situation in the neighborhood. And so we can say that optimal optimization can outsmart optimal top-down control attempts. And this sounds unbelievable, and so we put it to the test. In particular, we did that in Dresden, where I was professor for some time. You can see the area of the city that was concerned. It's in the center of Dresden, and in fact, it's the most complicated area, of course, that have been buying the most advanced state-of-the-art software to control traffic flow. This software produces green waves, it's also adaptive, but they couldn't prioritize public transportation, which they wanted to do. But if they did that, basically this interrupted the green waves and destroyed the flow in such a way that the monster traffic jam would come up quickly and would stay there for hours. We've been able to come up with a better approach, which is benefiting not only cars, but also benefiting public transportation, pedestrians and cyclists, and also the environment, That means nature is benefiting too. And this has actually been evaluated independently, and I would say even secretly, by another institute. And it came to really very strong results. It showed that this approach is much better than what was available before. We're now talking about another city, a city in Switzerland called Lucerne. And there were newspaper reports about it. So they say, thanks to the super traffic light, everyone needs to wait for a shorter time period. More green for everyone. And here you can actually see the effectiveness of this approach. So on top you see a lot of red, which corresponds to the traffic jams forming behind the red lights. On the bottom is what you get with the self-control approach, which means a lot less waiting in cars. And so protecting our environment can actually benefit everyone if it doesn't do it the right way. There's actually a patent for this, which can be licensed also in India. And the very same principles can also be applied to logistics and supply networks to make them more effective. Because many of the problems in supply networks and logistics are very similar to the traffic jams that we've been talking about before. Actually, we have been working together with Infineon, which is a wafer production company that you probably know, and we have found that there was a slower, faster effect. That means we came up with a new way of scheduling the process that made actually the production process more than 30% more efficient, something that was almost unbelievable. And so basically we wanted to apply that also to make the world more sustainable, actually with a new socio-ecological finance system that we call Fin4. And so everyone knows that we need to turn wasteful supply chains into a circular economy. The question is just how. And here basically the Internet of Things comes to our rescue if you just use it in a participatory way. So the idea is that you again get real-time data and create real-time feedback. So to map collectively a participatory way, noise, CO2, emissions, poisons, and other externalities, also good things. And then basically create the feedback. We've done that also for air quality. The feedback should make sure that positive externalities are increased, negative ones are reduced, and fair compensation is ensured. And so basically, this approach is combining all sorts of measurement methods with new kinds of money, actually not just one kind, but many kinds. So it's a multi-dimensional feedback and incentivation approach that will introduce new forces into the markets and into the economy that would little by little lead to improvement of the production processes and logistics, such that eventually by a co-creation process, and the co-creation process will get towards a circular economy. So, in summary, we need solutions that acknowledge and embrace the complexity of systems. We cannot control everything top down, particularly not complex systems that are made up of heterogeneous elements made differently, with large degree of fluctuations, short-term predictability, actually all properties that apply to a lot of systems around the world today. These are the problems to be addressed, and actually I've just shown you a revolutionary approach that allows us to make a much better job than we've been able to do in the past. There's also out that you compare that with machine learning approaches and AI approaches, this approach actually outperforms. So that is something that actually Marcin Goretsky will be talking about just in a minute. figured out that things can be done much better in complex interactive systems such as traffic systems that are creating the hell of a mess and a lot of congestion and bad air quality and poor quality of life today. But all that can be changed. And we're also now working on an approach that would allow to satisfy multiple goals, such as short travel times, little congestion, better air quality, better environmental conditions. Without further ado, I'm handing over to Marcin.
Professor Dr. Dirk Helbing, thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. It was really a very interesting concept, especially in terms of the traffic controlling the traffic signals, and especially that model that you talked about in terms of slower is faster. Slower is faster. I think that's a very fascinating topic. So thank you very much for that. And Professor Dr. Helbing, just to let you know, Marcin is going to be coming onto the stage in a little bit, but prior to that, we have a few other speakers that I would like to introduce and call upon the stage. And once again, welcome everyone back to this TIA Summit and this particular session on mobility. I hope you all had a good lunch break. And Jose wasn't joking when he spoke about some of the aspects that the company that I am working for, Moog. By the way, I'm Shyam Karigiri, and I manage the India operations of Moog. Moog is a multinational aerospace company, primarily dealing with a lot of the mobility aspects. And you may be wondering why someone from an aerospace industry is coming and talking about mobility. Certainly, we are interested in a lot of vehicle systems from a mobility perspective. But of course, these vehicle systems are maybe like 10, 20 or 30,000 feet above ground kind of a situation. But certainly, we work in the areas of autonomous vehicles, optionally piloted vehicles, electric air systems, vertical takeoff or landing, those kinds of systems, and the connected vehicles as well, wherein there's a mothership and then there are 5 or 6 other attritable aircrafts that go out to perform a certain mission and such. So enough about myself, but specifically in terms of mobility, I think that has been a necessity for mankind right from time immemorial. Be it the nomadic person who would wander around either searching for food or just generally wandering around, to the most modern times when mankind has a need to be going from point A to point B, and then it could be for various reasons, personal reasons, professional, pleasure, social, and so on and so forth. But one of the most challenging, and I would also call it an opportunity in the domain of mobility, has always been that you look for the safest mode of transport. Of course, it has to be very cost efficient. It has to be delivered in a very timely fashion. And of course, many are taking it by choice, but it's also being enforced on a lot of the industries, and the people involved with mobility now is the impact to the environment, consideration in terms of impact to the environment. So there are a lot of challenges and opportunities within this domain, and it's certainly of interest to government agencies, academicians, and also industrialists in general. So without further ado, we have a very interesting and a vibrant lineup of speakers that are going to be addressing different aspects of mobility and also maybe touch upon sustainability as well. So first I would like to call onto the stage Mr. Anjum Parvez. So when you think of mass transit in Bangalore, what else comes to mind other than Namma Metro, right? So while he's just setting himself up, I'll just give a quick introduction about Mr. Anjum. He would kickstart the session. Mr. Parvez is a senior Karnataka cadre IAS officer, the principal secretary in the transport department at Government of Karnataka, and he was elevated to the post of managing director of Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation Limited. Mr. Anjum is an IIT Delhi graduate and has held various illustrious posts in the past, including Principal Secretary, Urban Development Department, Managing Director of KBJNL, Principal Secretary, Department of Personnel Secretary, Urban Development Department, Chairman BWSSB, Commissioner and Director of Municipal Administration, the Managing Director of BMTC, Deputy Commissioner Gulbarga, and finally the Chief Executive Officer Belagavi. So a very illustrious career. Mr. Anjum, I would like you to please address the gathering. Thank you so much.
Is the forward, no? So I'll put it. He's putting. This is the forward like this. Okay. So you're putting the PP. I can. I'll get it. Just apology from my side. Actually, we had received the PPT. I will get it done for Anjum sir. By the time we'll call another speaker, have that ready, and then we'll have. Sir, because thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, apologize for the inconvenience, everyone. But it's a pleasure to next invite Dr. Amitabh Saran to the center stage. Dr. Saran has over 31 years of experience with institutions such as TCS, Philips, NASA, and HP, and then also with startups like Trivium and Buzztown. Very passionate about clean energy and automobiles, Dr. Saran is the founder and CEO of Altigreen Propulsion Labs, which is based in Bangalore, which develops high-efficiency electric mobility solutions in the last mile last mile transport concept for India and the emerging economies. A true embodiment of made in India and made for India, Altigreen has been designing, developing, testing and manufacturing proprietary electric motors, drivetrains and electric vans with e-commerce and FMCG companies using them across India. Dr. Amitabh has a PhD in computer science from University of California, Santa Barbara, and has published numerous papers and books on software engineering and distributed computing. He is also a co-inventor in over 26 global patents. So over to you, Dr. Amitabh. Thank you. Thank you. Right side, right? Yeah. You start the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll be talking a little bit about electric mobility. I think, sustainable transportation needs electrification, whether it is shared transport, whether it is mass transport. So instead of delving into what can create sustainability, I would much rather focus on the need for electrification in India
and what all we require to make that happen. I won't talk too much about Altigreen, but a little bit. So these are some very hard facts, guys. I think it's very, very important to internalize them for our country. 2.4 million people lose their lives in our country because of poor air quality. I'm talking about India alone. I'm talking about per year. 2.4 because of poor air quality. 25% is attributed to road transport. 5 to 6 lakh people lose their lives in my country every year because of road transport vehicles. Uncontested facts, I'll be happy to share sources with you. 14 of the top 15 worst polluted cities of the world are in India. This is one place where we've beaten China hands down. It's a fact, uncontested facts, right? We also import a lot of oil from other countries, and hence electrification, of course, may be the case. But I did want to share a few numbers with you. If you look at the number of automobiles that are part of our country, it's about 2.5 to 3 million passenger vehicles sold every year. About 21 million two-wheelers, these are all fossil fuel vehicles, sold every year in this country, 1.3 million three-wheelers, about 100,000 odd, maybe 250,000 odd buses, trucks, heavy commercial vehicles. This is the kind of number of vehicles we are talking about in this country. Interestingly enough, 4th largest worldwide, the 7th largest in commercial vehicles. But the very, very important thing, with all of this, India still has only 22 vehicles per 1,000 people in this country. 5 to 6 lakh people die every year in this country because of road transport pollution. This is with only 22 vehicles per 1,000. I took a list of 188 countries. India features in the 33 lowest. Trust me, you've not heard of those countries below this, right? We're talking about 800 odd in the US, even in China 181. India is 22. By this, all I'm trying to say is that the density of vehicles is only going to increase, and it's going to increase very rapidly. A couple of graphs below. India has a very young, upwardly mobile, workforce people. They do love comfort. They will invest in automobiles. There's also, of course, there's a lot of correlation between increasing GDP and comfort. And hence, we are certain that the number of vehicles are only going to increase. And this is not just me. Everyone in the world is talking about this. And by the way, when I talk about India, I'm talking about India and the emerging markets. When I say emerging markets, I mean South Asia, Africa, South America. This is that southern hemisphere that very few people really talk about and are interested in. Most of the technologies are built for the northern hemisphere, the Japans, the Chinas, the Germanys, the US, right? And then they're coming to the emerging markets. This is the sector that is going to grow. If you look at the countries, if you look at the geographies that are most, that are with the green, you'll notice that automobiles in these sectors are going to increase. And the government of India is doing its own part by trying to push us down by saying that there should be regulation, you should reduce the emissions coming. I think that's global. The most important thing in all of this is, why are we discussing only electric? I think there are lots of options. I've shown that guy over there, right? I mean, there's ethanol, there's this, there's that. There are all kinds of things that are available, CNG, LPG also, all kinds of options. Why electric, right? I've given you a few things over here. First of all, EVs are really simple machines, like really, really simple. I mean, and when I talk about simplicity, I mean this. You're moving from 2,000 moving parts in an IC vehicle. This might be a little, jaded, but 2,000 moving parts in a normal internal combustion engine vehicle, about 17 in an EV. Facts, uncontested. EVs are really simple. Number two, if you are going to be generating electricity from renewable sources, I'm hoping that that is going to happen. India is slowly increasing its renewable sources, electricity generation from that. When we started back in 2011, 2012, I think 91% of India's electricity was coming from, coal grids. But today that has reduced to almost 70%, even a little less. So India is very rapidly moving towards solar. I think the important thing at the end of the day is that
if we are able to get more renewable sources, the electrification only helps. I think one of the very, very important things about EV that most people possibly sometimes forget is that the engine, the EV engine, the motors, they run at 90% efficiency. Compare that to an internal combustion engine that runs at 25% efficiency. You know, for the same use of the energy, an EV is probably going to be a lot more efficient compared to a not regular vehicle. So when we started by looking at these, I think the first thing that you do is you realize, okay, fine, electrification is the need of this geography and we need to get into more electric vehicles. But then it's very, very important to kind of figure out what sector you need to build electric vehicles for. And then this is my biggest problem about my geography. You know, we start by looking at, you know, things that look good to the external world. We'll get into passenger vehicles, we'll get into those kinds of things, which I believe are possibly not right. Okay, this doesn't show that red light. But what we did was we looked at the various things that make electrification possible, route predictability, you know, how much money is being invested, how are the governments working on it. On the basis of that, you figure out what really works for your geography. And we realized that small format vehicles are probably the right thing to do. Anyway, the important thing, EVs need to compete in price and performance with fossil fuel vehicles. Very, very important. And EVs need to be built for the geography for which they're going to be used. You know, whenever we talk about EVs, you will see pictures like these. Nice roads, perfect, good driving conditions, everything. This is my country. I don't belittle my country, I love my country. But these are facts. And I think if we talk about electrification, we have to internalize that this is the need of my geography. And what is the need? I've broken it down because we're very technology centric. I've not spoken a lot about Altigreen. I think I'll have one slide in the end for it. But, you know, the speed profiles are very different. You need to ensure that when you make electric motors, they work on these speed profiles. They work on efficiency zones that are best suited for the speed. Just because something is very good in Europe doesn't mean it'll work perfectly well in my geography. It most likely will not. This is my geography. I don't say this once again to belittle it, no, but this is a reality. Diesel vehicles have been doing a great job in this geography. Very, very good job, right? And if I need to compete with diesel, I need to make sure that my EVs are also vehicles that can take the 30G shock that you get when an overloaded commercial vehicle gets into a pothole. It's a fact. We have to ensure that this happens. This is my geography. Right? I need to ensure that we have taken care of overloading because this is the norm. I am not here to change the business model. I'm not here to preach people and tell them that it's not good to not do overloading. I can do that till the cows come home. I'm not going to make a difference. I have to ensure the vehicles we built are able to take care of this kind of a use case. I think that to me is the most important thing when we design electric vehicles. People are building vehicles on the basis of whatever they can build, which is wrong. We have to build vehicles that can compete with diesel. That is the only way we will make a sustainable difference to this. Okay, so quick note on Altigreen. I think I'm seeing my time is already up. I started this company about 10 years back. It's been 10 years. It takes a long time to do R&D. We looked at various verticals, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers. We built vehicles in all these verticals. Who am I to decide what people will like? I put them in the Auto Expo. I let people decide. They all bet on my three-wheeler, and that's the one we took to series production. It has a number of firsts in the market. We've launched this vehicle. It's being used right now by a lot of the logistic companies. The important thing we realized, and that's what Altigreen did, was we did our own R&D. We built our own motors, controllers, DC-DC harness, display clusters, telematics, even our gearbox. Because trust me guys, if I have to make a motor that can do 80% efficiency for a very wide range, I have to make it run at very high RPMs, and for that a gearbox doesn't exist on this planet. We had to build it ourselves. That's fine, we'll do it. Right? And that is what gave us the 26 global patents that we have today. These are global patents granted to us, not filed, not applied. These are granted to us. And it took us a while, we filed our first patent in 2012. For 4 years, most people were not even willing to look at it. There's a company based out of Mahadevpura, some small company, talking about the most efficient motor for hybrid operation. They're like, what are you talking about, man? Motors have been made for 200 years. I mean, how can this be something? Just read prior art. 4 years, just threw prior art at us. And when they finally landed up reading it, they said 6 patents back-to-back were granted in the US to us, back-to-back, over, I think, 9 or 12 months' time. So I'm just saying that I'm not creating a moat by putting these patents together. I'm not trying to push people out by saying that, no, you should not do this, no. To this audience, I want to make clear that we are doing this to let the entire world know that if you want to build products for my geography, you will have to innovate. Just because it works well in another geography doesn't mean it will work for my country. It most likely will not. So please focus on innovation, make it happen. I am certain that we'll be able to do something good. And EVs are already catching up. Lots of data on it. I just end by my very, very important line, made in India, made for India, and made for the rest of the world. So we're creating global solutions for India. Thank you so much for your time.
Now I would thank you very much, Dr. Amitabh Saran. That was very insightful, especially talking about some of the revolution happening in the electric vehicle arena, and especially for the geography-specific kind of designs and innovation. Thank you for that. Next, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Anjum Parvez. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shyam. And there is a proverb in Hindi, Bhagwan ke ghar pe der hai par andher nahi hai. So that is what happened with me. I came late, but I came nicely. Okay. So welcome to the nice city of Bangalore, and I don't know how many people sitting here are local and how many are from outside. And but the people who are in Bangalore for the last 15-20 days, you must have enjoyed really nice the Bangalore media, the Bangalore city, and the best part was the boat ride in Bangalore. I don't know how many people of you had the boat ride. You must be having, you mentioned about Mahadevpura, so you must be having that boat with you. So thank you, Jacob, for giving me this opportunity and arranging very nice coffee, because after lunch session it is very difficult to speak. Even to keep awake is very, very difficult. We have discussed about Bangalore. In fact, it was not the picture. I think one picture was of Bangalore, the potholes picture, and I think that patch of the road was supposed to be maintained by the Bangalore Metro. So I'm really sorry. The moment it came on the Twitter, immediately next day we have started working on that. Okay. Now, many of the time I always tell my people, all the friends, that don't hesitate in tweeting, even if it is bad or wrong or something like that. Yesterday I read a very nice article on some magazine called Metro Saga, and the heading of the topic is that Bangalore Metro has created more headache for the people of Bangalore than solving the problem of the people. Then I realized that I'm in a wrong organization, maybe that it is the time to leave the organization. Now we have all learned about the how to go back? Okay, fine. Learn about the urban population, the figure which you gave, the traffic and all those things. And very soon the Bangalore is one city which is going to have 140 crore population. I don't know how we are going to handle that population. And as you rightly said, we are running behind the required infrastructure of the city, not only in Bangalore, but in other places also. And all grown in the haphazard manner. Whatever we are seeing in Bangalore for the last 25 or 30 days, whatever the bad press which the city has got, it's mostly because of the unplanned and haphazard growth. And all this area of the Whitefield area, and these are the area which were not part of the Bangalore Corporation at one point of time. They were all part of the Gram Panchayat. And they developed the way they wanted to develop. I don't want to go into that detail. A lot of controversy is going on about that. But one thing I know that, yes, India is one country that whenever we are pushed to the corner, that's very important. We generally don't do anything unless we are pushed to the corner. So the moment we are pushed to the corner, then we suddenly get up, and we have done wonderful things like the Green Revolution. I was just remembering that when we were in the position, then we developed that thing. And then now also we are going through a new revolution, which my friend Amitabh mentioned about that. That is a green mobility and the sustainable mobility, effective mobility. There are so many adjectives for these things, and number of companies are working on this, which is a really happy thing to happen. But as you rightly said, that we have to be very, very careful. It should not be just a target that let us bring a two-wheeler, because a lot of accidents are also happening on the two-wheeler. So one has to be very, very careful. And metro is I will say it is not a very old story in our country. It started just in 1984 with the first metro in Bangalore. But after that, we thought that it is not a very good solution for the urban areas. And maybe that for almost about, I can say 15 years, we were like just lying silent on the metro when the whole global cities were moving on the metro at that point of time. And it was only in when the Delhi metro started, then every city starts thinking that what to do. And then we also came. The Bangalore was decision was taken, and the metro rail growth in India is a story now, and everybody is talking about. This is the slide which I have put. So I always say that this metro is emerging as the lifeline of the people in Bangalore city. And right now the people are not feeling the magic of the metro. The reason is that we have only about 56 kilometers of the network which is operational, but the things which are going to come in the future, that when all those things are completed, which I will share with you, that is the time when the actual magic of mass mobility will start in Bangalore. And with the electric vehicle, it is going to change the entire traffic pattern which is happening in the Bangalore. Very nicely decorated metro. It seems like it is carrying a marriage party, but actually it is not carrying a marriage party. But many of the metro have already started organizing party on the train. And I was told, I think Pune, they have started doing this thing, that they are renting in the entire train coaches, that if you want to have a dinner party in the night, Jacob, you can talk to me. I can provide you free of cost, the first booking. So India has emerged as a really a market for the metro players. And as of now, we have 18 cities. We are fighting with each other, and everybody is approaching to Government of India that you please sanction the more and more network in our city. And I'm very happy to share with you that for the Bangalore, the phase 3 Metro DPR is already ready, and Monday I submitted to the state government. So very soon we are going to start the work in another 45 kilometers of the metro line in Bangalore. And right now we have a pretty good network of the metro in all the city, but we are expecting that over a period of next 5 to 10 years, we'll have at least 50 cities in India which with the metro system. It may not be a proper metro in all the places, because you must be knowing that there are 3 ways of metro. One is the regular metro, and then comes the light metro, and then the latest one is the neo metro. So some or other form of the mass transport is going to come in this 50 city, and we'll be having more than 1,700 kilometers of the network which is going to come. Now you can see the growth of the metro in our country. Like there was nothing till 2010. There was hardly, except Delhi was the only place where the metro was running. But if you see the graph after that, it has jumped like anything. And at that point of time, the discussion has started in Bangalore somewhere in 2002, 2003. But our country is great. People come up with the great ideas. And at that point of time, a lot of people, they came up with a great idea of monorail, sky bus, and all these things. And we lost almost about 7 to 8 years in just discussing what is the best mode of mass transport, where the world has already tried and tested that metro is the best mass transport. So that the golden period which Bangalore lost, and only it was in 2005 that we started thinking about this. And This is the organization which was created, BMRCL, and I always, you can see that it's a 50% government of India and 50% of government of Karnataka. So this is a very unique kind of corporation, and I always say that this corporation is a double engine corporation, okay? So I have two engines, one from the government of India and the other engine government of Karnataka, and it makes life very simple, because if I go to government of India for any approval, I always tell them it is your corporation, your project, so you have to get it done. And when I go to the state government, I say them that, look, this is your project, you have to get it done. So that's a big advantage, and it's a 50-50 company which was started. And as I told you that the journey has started from 2014 onwards, when we started operationalizing our metro, and till now we have done about 56 kilometers of the operational network. I don't know how many of you have traveled in the metro. But I can tell you it is a really good metro which we have put up in our system, and people are really happy. That's the self-praising, but that's the fact of people if you talk to anybody in Bangalore. But the next phase which is going on, that's the phase 2, which is about 75.1 kilometer, is the total network which is coming, and it is 61 stations. And here we have underground station of underground metro of 13.8 kilometers. So in phase 1, which we took, the underground portion was very, very limited, and there was a lot of criticism at that point of time that we have tried to kill the beauty of the city, which is a fact also to some extent, that if you put a metro elevated inside the city, it kills to a great extent the beauty of the city. So this is one 13.8 kilometer which is crossing right in the middle of the city, which is underground. But the majority of the portion is coming on the outer side, where it is going elevated portion. And then the biggest project which is going on as of now is the phase 2A and 2B, which is known as the outer ring road and the airport line. And there also the work has started. I'm very happy to share with you that you might have seen those progresses which are happening. So it is going in a very, very fast manner. And this is the network which will look in the year 2025. So this is the target that we have kept. By December 2025, you'll be able to go to the airport by metro, and catching that metro from different directions. You can see all the artery which are coming from the center, and we'll have a total network of 175.6 kilometer of the railway metro network will be ready by that point of time. And I'm hoping that the K-Ride, which is another company of joint venture of Indian Railway and the state government, they are also coming in the suburban rail. Very soon the work is going to start on that. So both together, metro and suburban rail, we are going to have a very, very robust network in Bangalore. Now, from the distance, it looks very simple that putting a metro network, but there are a lot of challenges in that. Time is very short, so I will not go into that detail. But one of the biggest challenges that we faced is the land acquisition. And there it comes the innovation of implementing the scheme. So at one point of time, we were giving a very less compensation to the landowner, and nobody was ready to give the land to Bangalore Metro. And that was the main reason for the delay of phase 1, which took almost about 10 years to complete that project, and Bangalore got a lot of criticism for that. But at that point of time, for every land you put your hand, it will land in the High Court. So that was the situation at that point of time. And then the decision was taken at that point of time. Mr. Karola was the MD of BMTC and BMRCL, and he moved a proposal to the government that why not to give a very nice compensation to the people, so that the people give their land eagerly. And at that point of time, we started giving the compensation twice the market value. And when I'm giving twice the market value, now this is the situation today, that if I'm sitting in my office, every day I get at least 4 to 5 requests that, look, my land is so nice, very close to metro, why don't you acquire it and put a parking lot there? I tell them, Baba, enough of land acquisition have been done. But you just see that this is the kind of decision making which is required in the government. I know it costs more, but if you see in the long run, the kind of money that you are saving, a project which is getting completed in 10 years, you can complete in just 5 years. So you are going to save almost about 50% of the project cost, even with 10% cost escalation and those kind of things. So today, that is one thing which have been taken care in Bangalore, is that people are getting very nice compensation, and if you tell them that your land is going to be acquired, probably they will go and have a nice party on that night. So that is the one challenge which we faced in phase 1. Even now there is a challenges are there. The second biggest challenge in Bangalore was the tree felling permission, because the metro which is mostly going on the median, and a lot of plantation have been done. And Bangalore is one city, it's a garden city, it's a green city, people have real attachment to the trees and all those things. And if you go and talk with the people in the neighborhood, nobody wants that the tree should be cut. But this is a sacrifice we have to make for the development. And that's why we always talk about the sustainable development and all. So this is another challenge. And here again, I'm telling you that if you evolve a nice system to handle the work, life becomes very simple. So at one point of time, the tree cutting was also landing in the High Court. Every writ petition, multiple writ petitions, there are 106 writ petitions still pending in the High Court. And High Court was also like fed up of this thing, and they came up with the idea that why don't you prescribe a procedure which we are going to follow so the people are also happy and your job is also done. So today I have a very defined procedure, counting of the trees, public notice, calling the objection, convincing the people, open discussion with them, then the technical committee visit, then forest department report, and that report is submitted to the court. And High Court goes through all these things. They give the opportunity to the opposite party who were opposing the cutting of these trees. And with this, the lot of trees are being saved also, because the first time in Bangalore Metro, we have started translocating the trees. So the forest department tells us that these are the trees which can be translocated, these are the trees which can be saved if you slightly make the deviation from your main thing. So that has made very life simple. Within 6 months, I can get the tree felling permission, and that's the reason we are going so fast as far as the infrastructure is concerned. But after doing all these things, you might have read in the newspaper that for the phase 1, the expected ridership was 7 to 7.5 lakh, but the Bangalore Metro is able to reach only about 5.5 to 6 lakh. So there is a huge gap between what was projected and what is actually happening. And that is the biggest challenge, that how we are going to bring the people to the metro network. And there comes Mr. Amitabh, solution for all the things, that the last mile and the first mile connectivity, which is extremely important. So we should never talk about the urban mobility in isolation. If you see metro as a solution for the urban mobility, no, it is not the solution. If you think BMTC is a solution, not a solution. If auto is a solution, not a solution. But if you bring all these players on a common platform, then yes, it is a solution. And there comes the bus bay, your bike sharing, cycle parking, feeder buses, universal accessibility, and most important is the walkability of the city has to be improved, which are extremely bad throughout our country, not only in Bangalore, because the area which I am living, I always see that every year the footpath is redone. I don't know what is going on, but every year it is confirmed that it will start in the month of March, the footpath will be just removed and the new footpath will be put. Sometimes they will put concrete. So there's a lot of confusion going on in Bangalore that what kind of footpath is the best footpath for the Bangalorean. Till now we are not able to decide that thing. But that is extremely important, and here I would like to share with you that in this we are working with lot of private companies. And especially the startups we are working with. So if anybody wants to start anything for the last mile and the first mile connectivity, most welcome to Bangalore Metro, because we have taken that responsibility to promote this culture of last mile and first mile. It can be bike sharing, it can be metro ride, which is recently started, it can be Sanic Port. Majority of them are using your auto only, don't worry, okay? So only the companies are different, but and it is coming in a big way. We are another very important thing is that till now we were thinking that we are competing with each other. So a lot of article you will read in the newspaper that the government is giving more money to metro, less money to buses, or not very friendly with the car sharing concept and all those things. But the things are changing. A lot of changes are happening at the government level in the transport department, and I am very sure that very soon we are going to have a the problem of this. I will not say that the problem will be solved, but to a great extent, the problem will be taken care. Now, this slide is very important. I just wanted to focus that 24% of people, which the survey was done recently by BPAC, the Bangalore PAC, and out of that, 24% people, they told they don't use the metro because they don't have the last mile and the first mile connectivity. And I always say that we as Indians, we never have the habit of walking. So even if it is 500 meter away, we will say, no, we'll take out our bike and move around. Now, this is the biggest challenge where I want the support from all the people who are working in this mobility area, that how we can improve this mobility. But only this is not going to solve our problem. There are a lot of other things which is required, and very soon we are going to have a transit-oriented development policy for Bangalore, and this is going to basically the densification of the corridor on which the metro is coming. So within 1 kilometer on both sides of the metro track or the K-ride track or a major bus stop hub, we are going to give lot of facility to the people in terms of the higher FAR, in terms of the better water supply, UGD, and those kind of things. So TOD policy is going to come very soon, and we are trying to integrate the urban mobility plan with the master plan. It's a very, very difficult job, because you must be knowing that Bangalore, till now, we are not able to finalize the master plan. I don't know what kind of master that we are creating, but adding to that, the urban mobility plan, it is going to be very, very challenging, but the kind of thing which we have faced in the last 1 month and the kind of biting which this city has taken, not only in our country, but at the international level, although it was not required, but many people felt that, now a culture is there, click a photograph, put on the Twitter, click a photograph, put on the Twitter, and many of the people who were coming from Delhi, they used to call, Anjum, is it safe to come to Bangalore? Maine bola, Baba, it is very safe. There is absolutely no problem. The maximum water that you can get is about 3 feet to 4 feet, not more than that. The reason is that maybe that in Karnataka, we are not so aware of what is flood. So we take it very, very seriously. And there is another beauty of this city. If anything goes wrong, even little bit, it is like out of proportion. I don't know. I think maybe that a lot of people are jealous about Bangalore. Why so many people are coming to Bangalore? But all said and done, we are seriously thinking that some better solution has to be provided. We have to move to the traffic engineering, which is extremely important. And I don't know how many people of you have traveled towards KR Puram Road, which is going from Hebbal to KR Puram. Just 2 additional things which we did there. On the additional land which was available with Bangalore Metro, we put 2 bus bays. And that putting 2 bus bays has reduced the jam time at, the congestion time at KR Puram from 12 minutes to 3 minutes. So the lot of thought process has to go. At one hand, we have to be dependent upon the technology, and we have to do that also. In future, we are thinking about how to leverage our data, because it's a depository of the data, and sharing with K-Ride, then security also we are focusing. I think I made my too many slides I have made. I thought Jacob will give me enough time. But anyway, I'll quickly rush through it. The whole idea is that another important thing is the viability and sustainability. If you go today, in Government of India, if you go with a metro project, the way they were approving 10 years back or 5 years back, so easily they are not going to approve it, because there is a competition going on without thinking about the viability and the sustainability of the metro. After all, it is a taxpayers' money which is going to be paid. So you'll have a very small city like, I should not name those cities, because the people, if somebody is from that city, will feel very bad. But I know that many metro which have come up, they are not going to be viable. Like you plan for, say, 2 lakh and your ridership is just 20,000, impossible. So the Government of India is also very, very particular that they are looking at whether it is viable or not, which is a very good thing to do it. And other thing is that we are focusing a lot on improving our non-fare box revenue, because sustainability of the operation, till now, we are like a beggar. Every time going to Government of Karnataka, Baba, give me 300 crore, I've got a cash loss and all those things. And very nice of them, they are really giving food till now. But now they are also telling that grow up now try to think of about your own resources and all those things. So we are coming up with lot of new ideas and all. Maybe in the next 2 to 3 months, you will be seeing lot of shops coming at the metro station, a lot of other activity which are being created. So our target is that at least my 30 to 35% of my revenue should come from the non-fare box revenue. And if you are able to achieve that thing, then it will be very, very sustainable model. Even today also, like this is the only metro in the entire country which is running in the operational profit. I'm talking about only operational profit. I'm not talking about the financial cost. So except the year in which we all affected by the COVID, where the operation was stopped, for the last 5 years, we are making roughly about 40 to 50 crore of profit, which is the operational profit. So my income is more than the what expenditure is happening on the operation and maintenance. But now the effort is going to be whether we'll be able to bear our finance cost also. That tomorrow I should not go to Government of India or Government of Karnataka that give me finances. As per the requirement, I can generate my own loan I can take from the market and do that thing. A lot of technological development is happening. If you see the outer ring road which is coming up, the metro, already the gutter is already placed in many places, and we are going for the prefabricated structure, and it is reducing my time by almost about I can say 30 to 40% of my time is being saved in that without compromising, and that we are going in a big way for the first time in Karnataka and in Bangalore metro, and a lot of other technical activity like for example we are going to utilize the braking energy. So the people who are in the electrical engineering, they must be knowing that what is the braking energy. So whenever we put the brake, the energy is generated, and we are trying to bring back that energy back to our feeder system. And by doing that thing, we are changing all the coaches we are changing. And by doing that, I can save my electricity consumption by 20 to 25%, which is going to be a major achievement. And we are promoting in a big way, the electric vehicle we are promoting in a big way. And I'm following a very open policy. A lot of people keep on coming to me that I want a space at the metro station for putting my charging facility or the battery swapping facility. I have a thumb rule, first come, first serve. जो पहले आया उसको मिल गया, but provided you have to fulfill those conditions of safety and all those things. And I'm very happy to share with you that as of now, at least 30 metro stations have given the approval to some or other company to put up their charging station and the swapping station. And we are still asking people to come. We're still asking people to come. We are providing all kind of facility which can ease out or which can promote the electric vehicle mobility in Bangalore, because that is the purpose of Bangalore, the Karnataka administration also. They are promoting in a big way. So anybody wants to do a partnership with BMRCL, most welcome. We are focusing on the feeder services, service road, like you might be seeing in Bangalore in the phase 1 metro, we don't have any place for the buses to go inside the metro gate. But in all the phase 2 stations, we are coming with the bus bay on both sides of the metro station, so that the buses are not stopped on the road and it does not create more traffic jam. Parking facility we are going to create in a big way, so that all these people who are traveling on the two-wheeler, they can just travel for 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer and park their vehicle and move to the metro. There are a lot of other things which we are doing. We are doing a tie-up with Google, with all the other companies that are coming with us, and we are providing prepaid auto. We are going to start very soon. A lot of places we are putting the foot over bridge so that the people need not cross the road. Now, one thing which I would like to share with you, that typical of Bangalore, we are going in a big tie-up with the corporate companies. So my Electronic City Station 1, which is going to be named after the Infosys Foundation, and Infosys Foundation has given us 130 crore for the entire cost of that station itself, and it is going. So we have a policy of naming the metro station. If you are paying me 65 crore, not very costly, it is not a huge amount for the corporate sector. And we also have a policy of providing a direct connectivity from the concourse to the campus of the company. So the many people are going to take up that also, and so that your employee can come directly by the metro and move to their offices. Many people are like Bagmane Tech Park. They are thinking of running a monorail inside their IT park. So we are going in a big way, and our target is that we should generate as much resources as possible through incorporating the so that we also want to bring a culture of feeling of ownership of the metro by the people. Because unless the people feel that thing, that it is my metro, we have given a very good name, Namma Metro. Karnataka, Namma means my, so my metro name has been given, but that focus should also come on that. So we are working on that. And I just want to share one more important thing, that if you see the kind of infrastructure which I'm going to have by 2025, so this is the kind of infrastructure that I'm going to create, 153 kilometer of network, land below the viaduct. So this whole entire network which have been created, it should not be used only for the metro purpose. Our effort is that how this infrastructure can be utilized by other services also, and in that direction we are going in a big way. And recently you might have read the newspaper that we have done the trial of 5G at our MG Road metro station, and the idea is that the entire viaduct can be converted into a transmission kind of thing which can be utilized by all the companies which are. So we are in touch with the Reliance, with the Jio, with the Vodafone and all these people, that how this infrastructure structure can be utilized. We have a lot of other best practices. I have already overshot time, so I will not go into that. We have certain best practices. I just want to share with you that these are the photograph of the electric vehicle charging stations which has come up at our metro stations, and then we have focusing a lot on the median greenery. So we have brought the corporate people, and they are using their money to maintain the median of all the metro, and it is going in a very nice manner. This is the another like painting of the pier. These are also done by the corporate sector. We are not spending even a single paisa on that. We allow them to put their board of the company and all those things. Another thing which we are doing is that we want to convert the metro station as a hub of cultural activity. So the many schools of art has come up and tie up with metro, like art in transit, then Srishti schools, and these people, they have come and they keep on organizing different kind of rangoli, then painting competition. They involve people to do painting of the metro wall and all those things, because we want to make it as a cultural hub. So you don't only travel by the metro, but you also enjoy the metro ride also. And another thing where we are working very strongly is the solar power, and at 5 metro stations we have already installed 1.5 megawatt of the solar energy, which is going to save a lot of money for me. 6,000 units we are generating every day, and it will give me at least 8 crore saving in the 1 year. And now we have called a tender for 20 megawatt, where the bid is going to be closed very soon. So we are trying to convert all our metro station as a place for the solar power generation. Another important thing which I would like to share, because we get a lot of bad name of cutting the trees, so we are going for a massive compensatory afforestation. For every tree that is damaged because of the metro work, we plant 10, and till now we have planted more than 10,000 trees which have been planted. Now I'll come to my last slide, that I just want to share with you that opportunities for the private company which are going to come here. So as I told you in the beginning, the 50 cities, the metro is going to come up very soon with 1,700 kilometers of the network. And in Bangalore also, in the next 15 years, Bangalore is going to be the largest metro network. Maybe that the Bangalore will overtake Delhi also, because Delhi as of now is about 340 things. Suburban rail is going to come. Then good news is that many of the Indian companies, they have started producing indigenous coaches also. One of the companies in Titagarh in West Bengal which has come up. They are going to supply the coaches for us. So there's tremendous future based on the metro operations in the city, and I hope that most of the industries who are sitting here, they will be looking this seriously and trying to rope in the metro part, and anybody is most welcome to do any kind of partnership which you want to do. But one of the biggest challenge that we are facing, that how to go to utilize the artificial intelligence and the data analytics technology to do a lot of activity which we are doing manually, whether we can automate that thing, and we need the support of all the IT sector people, if you have any idea or any startup which is thinking on these lines, please come and discuss with me. We are open for that. Sorry, Jacob, I took a lot of time, but thank you very much for listening patiently. And I would like to thank the entire organization of the TIS Summit for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anjum Parvez. That was very interesting in terms of knowing some of the achievements of the BMRCL and also some of the ambitious plans that you have going forward. So thank you very much for highlighting that. So when we think of the core of any electric vehicle is, of course, the electric motor and some of the associated systems that go with it. So our next speaker is Mr. Sajal Kishore, who is the Business Development Advisor for EVR Motors. His domain expertise is in the areas of electric mobility, battery pack technologies, charging infrastructure, and newer domains such as advanced driver assistance systems. EVR, of course, is an Israeli-based company. EVR designs motors to meet every customer's specific design, to optimize for specific performance, weight, volume, and cost requirements. From motor design through prototyping to manufacturing preparation, EVR provides full spectrum support. So let's hear from Mr. Sajal now. Over to you.
This is forward. This one.
So good afternoon all. So whenever I carry this motor, it has been generating significant. I've traveled to about 5 cities in the last 2 weeks. It's not often that you have teachers from your alma mater in such a forum where you're speaking from RVC, RV College. And I hope I'm not going to judge like I used to as it was in the final year dissertation. So thank you all. So what do we do? What do we exactly do? I mean, how are we different? So I'll just talk, and as most of my speakers have spoken a lot about the macro environment and the macro level things which are happening in the country. We as a small company are trying to solve a very specific problem which is key to sustainable mobility, which is a key to sustainable mobility not only in India but across the world. And I would like to dwell a little more deeper to explain what we are exactly doing. And please, and as one of the panelists said that the number of parts in an EV is very low, but at the same time it's also a little it's difficult to pack such a package in a very small place. So it's always advisable to have smaller space for the motor so that we can fit a lot of other things around it. So we offer a very high power and torque density. That's the first thing. And by doing that, since we are doing that in a small package, we are very cost effective. It's but obvious, and that's one of the key to sustainable mobility, is to bring down the cost of rare earth and even rare earth free materials as low as possible in the longer context, because materials, as you all know, is not finite in the world. And hence, what we are offering is a range of motors, both dependent and also independent of rare earth materials, for all segments of the Indian and the global vehicles. And the last point is, how are we further different, is in terms of how we tailor our solutions. And I'll show you how in the next slide. So we follow something called as a platform strategy. And what do we mean by that? We have motors right from the range of 2 kilowatts to 130 kilowatts. So it's a huge range of motors. We offer these motors in multiple combinations. It can be an air-cooled motor, it can be a water-cooled motor, and also it can be a neodymium motor or a ferrite motor. So there are multiple combinations possible. But the most important thing is the modularity. See, now OEMs don't want to invest in the development of each motor separately. And it's but obvious. Why would you like to invest a fresh development cost and every motor, and then so you have multiple vehicles and multiple development cost? So that led us to the idea of having a single platform which can be scaled across multiple vehicles. And that's what
I can show you as an example. So the 160 diameter, this is the motor which I got you here. This basically has 4 variations. The first one is a neodymium one, which offers 40 Newton meters of torque and 17 kilowatts of power. But at the same time, we just keep the same motor. We just change the magnets, we just change the coils, and that's all. We can play with the bandwagon of power and torque, which makes things very flexible for the OEMs as a great solution, as a great scalable solution. So that's one of the key areas we have worked on. And additionally, I would like to point out that this has also helped us in bringing down the long-term cost of setting up facilities, mass productions. Any OEM who is looking to scale at more than 1 million, say 500,000 or 1 million vehicles a year, they find this solution extremely interesting because this is an easy scale up and it saves a lot of cost. Another thing I would like to highlight, which I missed out, is that the key behind this motor, the key to the technology is a very high copper fill factor. So basically what we are doing is generally you have these winding processes happening in the motor. That's very cumbersome process. It takes a lot of time. So what we have done is we have created a motor which is very high on copper fill percentage. It's more than 50. So, and we have a coil which doesn't wound during the motor assembly process. We can just make the coil and we can just mount it on the motor. So this kind of creates a very easy chain for a vehicle OEM to manufacture their line of motors and to scale the motors as well. So this is one of the key parts of our technology. So as you can see, as I gave you the example of the 160 motor, the one we have here, similarly we have motors for all the segments, from 2-wheelers to 3-wheelers to LCVs to 4-wheelers. So it's a platform solution. Okay. Now we have already developed 4 motors, and we are looking to develop more, and that's how we're going to take things forward in India. So I took the liberty to add an I to the TIA, and I made it the India-Israel advantage. Okay. I hope Jacob doesn't mind that. But, so why I'm doing this is I thought, and just to a pretext to that is I've been working very closely with Israel for the last 6-7 years now. And I find that there's a lot of excellent tie-ups happening in defense and military. Now I think it's time for a good tie-up and a plethora of tie-ups in the mobility segment and of course the sustainable mobility segment. Okay, so I'd like to talk a little about our team and also what we have been doing in India. So we have a robust team. Ophir, who's the chairman. Ofer, who's the CEO, and we have the founders, Eli, Victor, and Ruslev, and some of the senior management, extremely experienced team, and so it has been, we have a team of about 25-30 odd people. We call ourselves a startup, but the average age of the startup is 55. So it's not a startup, perhaps, and we have a very experienced team of PhDs. We have 4 PhDs working on advanced motor technologies in Israel. And what we are doing is, now we are trying to find partners in India to manufacture our motors. And this will be not only for India, but also for the global platforms. As of now, we have signed 2 concrete commercial agreements. One is with a company called Napino, and second with a company called Budway Engineering. And this is for the localized manufacturing of motors in India. And also, we are trying to find partnerships with OEMs. And what's happening is a lot of the OEMs, they want to retain their value in-house, and motor is one of the critical components. So we have multiple business models in which we are playing. One of them, of course, is to work with the tier 1s to manufacture these motors and supply to the OEMs. And at the same time, if an OEM wants to make their own motors, we are absolutely open for that. So basically, we provide our design and they end up manufacturing it. And we are seeing it that it's a great advantage to us in the longer run because we want to use India as a manufacturing base for our global business. Now,
As I said, I was on a tour for India for about 14 days, and I had with me my management team, and I would just like to show what we have been doing and the kind of excitement we have built. We traveled across 5 cities, namely Jaipur, Pune, Bangalore, Chennai, of course, Delhi. So now, we are seeing a strange change in the way OEMs are now being adapted to the new mobility and the scenario of new mobility. We see extreme flexibility. I mean, there's not been a single meeting where we have not had so much interest from the management to the senior level guys to the mid level guys. Everyone is so interested. It makes me feel that organizations who are very large as well have become very flexible in their approach towards electrification. And what we have done is we have actually gone on the ground and we have done our own, this is like a play day for us. So we have traveled across the country. We have tried to drive all the EVs. Ofer, you can see he's the CEO of EVR along with me, and I made him drive the Tata Nexon as well. And I took him on a ride on a couple of electric scooters. And the way we see things going forward, it's very, very exciting. And we have been a part of this, and we would like to take this forward. So this is the small role which we are playing in the electrification of India, and the small part of the puzzle which we are trying to solve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sajal. That was very interesting to know about some of the features of the advanced electric motor that your company is designing for electric vehicle usage. So again, moving on with the concept of mobility, having the right infrastructure and support and the ecosystem is the key to effectively facilitate and manage transportation. To talk about this and some of the other aspects is our next speaker, Mr. Venkat Subbarao Chanduru. He's currently working as the Director and Head, India Operations for the IBI Group. It's a traffic and transportation, he's a traffic and transportation professional, close to 22 years of experience in delivery and operations, including systems and technology of intelligent transportation systems across the spectrum, including highways, tollways, airports, ports, public transport, rail and urban transport. So I hand it over to Mr. Venkat Subbarao to give us some insights about what he has done.
Forward. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon everyone. I'm Venkat Subbarao. We are a Canadian firm and we are specialized in intelligent transport solutions. And we are in India for about 16 years now. And we have been selective in taking projects and then being associated with the transformation of the transportation systems in India. So today I would like to briefly talk about 3 things. One, want to emphasize that yes, I think India is actually at the cusp of a big, what are the key things that we have been doing and then how we can be able to overcome those challenges. And then last but not least, the way forward that we recommend that how this revolution can be put to a right path. So having said that, okay, so this is what I'll try to stay a bit 2 minutes on this slide. What I call it as an urban mobility conundrum that we have in India now. There's a lot, big aspiration is big. I think people have been talking about sustainable mobility. We call it about smart mobility. We have shared mobility. We have green mobility. We have safe mobility. A lot of aspirations. Having an aspiration is really good, but having a clear understanding of that aspiration, converting that aspiration into a vision, mission, and action is very essential. And you take any one individual to a corporate, to any entity, has been successful only when they are able to dream about it, and then they are able to dream is been translated into action and outcomes as results. So I think it's important. These words are a lot of times are misread and misassumed. Like for simple example, what I keep giving to my team is that having a tap is often confused to be a provision of water supply. It's not. Having a tap is a tap, but ensuring that clean water flows through that and the purpose is served is what is the end. It needs to be understood. So most of the times the means is confused to be the end. So that is something that I think has been the biggest challenge that what we have seen having worked in several assignments. And in fact, we work in Bangalore, we work with Anjum sir on BMRCL. We are in fact working on the third phase of the metro, where we are advising them on the transit-oriented development and a lot of aspect about how station design has to be done to make sure that it actually facilitates the users for the purpose for which they are using it, and the last mile connectivity, the non-motorized transport, all those things in a way to make sure that metro becomes really a sustainable transport mode. The second important thing that actually is about the technology. People think that technology is like is smart. Putting technology is smart. Like putting a camera is smart. Putting a video wall and having a entire thing displayed on a video wall is smart. No, I think that's something that we should be very clear. These are only a media. So what it means is that through this sensors, we need to capture the data, make sense out of this data, and then ensure that this data is being used in the day-to-day problem solving and decision making. I think this is one of the important lessons that we also have. And when we do a reality check, let's say in terms of a sustainable mobility, what are we talking about sustainable mobility for so long? Right? The automobile segment is continuing its sprawl. Are we able to get the public transport users onto its share? Like very unfortunately, what we are talking about, the people project 6 lakh, 7 lakh ridership on a metro, and then finally we see only 5 lakh. The economic viability, financial viability is all taken for a toss, right? So it's important for us to understand that while we want sustainability, we all have to agree to make some sacrifices. I think this sacrifice has to come in all from individuals to the enterprises to the governance, the people who are running the government. So it is important that it needs to be talked about. And the other important thing that what we are seeing is the rise in pollution, because though we have lots of talk about the electric vehicle, alternate fuels, everything is fine, but how do you bring that into a united action to achieve an outcome? So that's the most important thing that we need to think about, right? And also one of the important things that we are also facing is the road safety. We actually see about almost 5 lakh accidents annually, and then half of them are fatalities. So it's something, a grave situation that we have in terms of having a good and quality infrastructure, and very unfortunate, like the other speaker was actually telling, only when we have a catastrophe, we raise to the occasion. When we have a very high profile person meeting an unfortunate death, and then we start talking about this will be there as a high for some time, and then again we forget about it, and then the things become normal. But it's important that I think we should take it seriously, and it should be tied down to outcomes. The most important thing that what I've realized in all my 25 years of service is, it's important, whatever the action that you may take, whatever the vision you may have, end of the day, you need to tie it to an outcome. So make sure that we are actually measuring an outcome, and then making sure we are actually going back to the laboratory or to the drawing room to make sure that we rework on it and then we are able to get through the outcomes. So that's the most important thing. So having said that, what we see is there's a lot of enablers that we see in the market today and in the environment. We have rapid urbanization, which is a great opportunity. I think it's important. These are the economic engines. No denial. I think we should facilitate. The world is talking about 60% urban population. We are still at 35-40%. There's still a huge element of opportunity and the growth. We should facilitate this. But I think it's important that we can't have this influx coming in and it leading to a disaster. So there's a huge amount of opportunity and at the same time a responsibility and at the same time an opportunity to perform. So that's very important for us to realize. There's good amount of alternate fuels research going on. I think thanks to people working on EV, it's a big revolution and it's a great idea and a concept put to action. And I think we need to make sure that this is being leveraged much to the advantage. Like data and technology and intelligent transport systems, I think there's a huge amount of data that is getting generated today. Fortunately or unfortunately, the smart city mission has in 100 cities so much of IoT sensors that we see spread across, but I'm not very sure how this data is translating into a meaningful actions. And at the same time, there's good amount of public-private partnership. There's a lot of private sector coming in to invest. I think these investments have to be rightly channelized for the right opportunities and the right focused outcomes. Plus the social, economic and governance reforms that are actually going in the country. It's a right climate that is being set up for the right actions. So that's, with all these enablers, I clearly trying to put through that it's edging towards a big revolution. And I think the ownership and the responsibility is on us that we put this revolution on a right track. Otherwise, it could be a catastrophic to the entire ecosystem. So that's the bottom line that I wanted to. I think these are few deterrents which I try to summarize. I think I'll skip for this. What is important is there are five Panchatantra I just wanted to prescribe, which we have been successfully deploying it in our projects. One of the most important things that I see is the awareness. The most importantly, what I see is there is a huge gap between the stakeholders understanding about a concept, whether it is an electric vehicle or it's an alternate fuel or a road safety or a shared mobility. There's a huge gap amongst awareness. The end user has absolutely zero understanding about. He is not bothered whether it's an electric vehicle or whether it's a metro or he's bothered about how fast I'm able to reach my destination in a safe way. And most economically. And whether it's people or goods, I think that's an important botheration. So are we really taking that into consideration? I think that's important for us to understand. I think a lot of campaign that needs to run to bring people to that. Then only the responsibility comes. Then why do I encourage people to use only an electric vehicle? Why should he use? There's no reason why I should ride an electric vehicle. So I think it's important to make them aware about the complex outcomes that is there. And database decisions, I think I emphasize that point. Lot of data gets generated. Make sure that this data is being opened up to the public and to the right forums, so that the startups use this data to make sure the right kind of decisions are taking. A lot of research can be facilitated, because lack of data, lack of inputs, the research goes in a different direction, different dimension. At least I can say I've seen a lot of multi-crore projects getting delayed because of the wrong decisions being taken, because wrong data that is being put at the planning stage. Like for example, the 7 lakh ridership leading to a big investments of 1,000 crore plus thousands of crores of investments in a metro. Probably and you are not able to realize the ridership, then that money, it could have been spent on a different infrastructure altogether. Different purpose for which the outcomes could have been much better at a later point in time. I think that's important. Mission mode, I think it's important that we need to understand that every project to be taken up on a mission mode. I think the saving in time, saving in making sure that we stick to the scope and we make sure that we are focused on outcomes and engaging the right kind of stakeholders, it's very important. And the fourth important is the performance orientation. I think every project, every research, every activity in the mobility era should be put through a performance process. I think it's important that we evaluate ourselves individually, as a company, as a project, as an enterprise, or as a government department. I think every one of us have to go through that performance orientation and focusing on the KPIs. I think it gives a lot of visibility about the direction in which we are going and correcting the course to make sure that we are on the right track and outcomes are actually achieved. And citizen centricity or the user centricity is the last and most important. I think end of the day, if you forget the end user, whatever research that we do, whatever effort that we put in, end of the day, that will be put through of no use, and it will be drained. So I think it's important that we don't forget that every step that we take, I think we need to make sure that we keep the end user in mind. I think that's, with that short thing, I actually just wanted to give you a quick snapshot about what we have done. Like in the previous presentation, we are also into traffic signaling systems. We just implemented a traffic signaling system in Hyderabad, and where we are actually able to rightly put the use case what doctor was actually proposing, that the signals listen to traffic and then provide the green times, and then we are actually now have successfully deployed this in Hyderabad, and we are actually able to make sure that the people get the green, continuous green when they are driving in a corridor. I think probably somebody visiting Hyderabad, we would like to experience that and then come back to us. And similarly, I think this is something that example that I was trying to show. In the interest of time, I will not, it's a pre and post. I think it's important that we study the pre and the post of every investment or every initiative that has been taken, so that we know that we are in the right track, right? So prior, what is the delay that is actually happening, and post, what is the reduced delay or what is the savings in travel time that is actually there. It's very important for people to realize. This is a simple case that I just wanted to put it across. So I think these are some of the projects that we have implemented in Hyderabad and other places. So with this, thank you, Jose, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you everyone for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Venkat Rao, for instigating us towards that mobility revolution, and also talking about some of the systems that your company has deployed in terms of smart traffic management system. So we began this session with Dr. Dirk giving us some overview in terms of some of the research work that he's been doing at the university. So to conclude this session now, I would like to call upon Marcin Korecki. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Korecki, maybe? Korecki? Koreski, sorry. Marcin Koreski. So to hear some perspectives from the academia. Mr. Koreski is a doctoral student at ETH Zurich. His research areas include adaptability and sustainability of machine learning approaches to automated traffic and signal control systems. This concept as a dynamic urban mobility with a patented decentralized algorithm where the traffic controls the traffic lights, like we heard. So the areas of special interest for Marcin include machine learning, agent-based modeling, mesh networks, and software developments. His works very nicely blends technology with human behavior and addresses traffic management solutions. So let's hear from Mr. Marcin. Thank you.
Yeah, as Marcin starts, I just want to say that we have a moving coffee house. We are not going to have the coffee break, so just go pick up your coffee, come back, and then we'll end the panel directly. We start the next panel, and then we end early, hopefully, so that you can beat traffic, and those who want to stay back and network can. So there's no break now, but there's a moving coffee line. Okay, over to you, Marcin.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Sorry for stealing the coffee break. My name is Marcin. I'm from ETH Zurich, working with Dirk. And today I would like to talk to you about the future, and in particular about the future of traffic. So let me start with a bit of a negative take. Yeah, okay, good. Let me start with a bit of a negative statement. Modernity is in crisis. So as many speakers have already mentioned, we're dealing with a climate crisis, with an energy crisis, and in many places all over the world with the economic crisis. And what's different perhaps about these problems nowadays is that they're all global and they're all complexly interconnected. So it is not really possible to address them individually. We need to address them all at the same time. And the focal point for all of these issues are the cities. So never before in history as many people as today lived in cities. And through that, cities contribute to these problems in a disproportionate way. But at the same time, they also have the potential to address them. And my belief is that we are able to address all of these problems just with addressing the traffic problem. So if we're able to improve traffic in cities all over the world, we will improve the climate situation because we will generate less pollution, we will improve the energy situation because we will require less gas, and we will affect the economy because less time is going to be wasted. And the algorithm that has been developed in our lab, we call it self-organizing traffic lights. As Dirk has already mentioned, they are driven by the cars, so it's actually the cars that are influencing the decision-making process. And what happens is basically the lights modulate the current phase and its length, so basically who gets the green light and for how long in a non-cyclic way, and they act based on the number of cars waiting on each lane. And what's also taken into account is a short-term prediction, and here it's very important, it's a short-term prediction, we're not making any long-term predictions. And what this all leads to is emergence of green waves. So a situation where drivers get consecutively green signal on subsequent intersections they cross. And this whole system is actually able to adapt dynamically to changes in traffic. So if there is any unforeseeable event, which is quite common in cities, if there is perhaps an accident or a flood, this system can adapt without any intervention. And well, perhaps it all sounds too good to be true, and as it's often the case in academia, I think we're often dealing with very theoretical issues. But in this case, this particular algorithm has been tested in real-life situations. I think Dirk mentioned Dresden, and I'm going to talk about Lucerne, where ETH actually tested this algorithm independently of our group, and it has been deployed on 2 intersections in the city of Lucerne and compared with a state-of-the-art method called VS Plus that's been deployed in many cities all over the world. And what we found out is actually the waiting time for drivers incurred under our self-control algorithm has been decreased by 8 seconds from 35 to 27, so that's around 20% improvement, I think, which is pretty good. And now if we think about Lucerne, it's actually not that big of a city in Switzerland, 80,000 people. Let's assume half of them drive daily. If each of them saves 8 seconds, it amounts to 178 hours saved a day, which is quite good, I'd say. But then if we think Bangalore, 10 million people in the urban zone, with the same assumptions we would be saving the city would be saving over 20,000 hours daily. So that's quite incredible. But then someone might say, well, but we would improve the traffic, but then in turn people would be incentivized to drive more, right? Because the traffic situation is better and then everybody wants to drive. And then we end up with the same problem again. But in this case, they actually tested how the system works with public transport, and it turns out that for the first intersection, there was a 25% reduction in waiting times and 50 on the second. So it's even better than for individual cars. And in this way, we're basically able to prioritize public transport and therefore incentivize people to use it. And then lastly, we shouldn't forget about pedestrians. Some people might not be, for any reason they have inclined to drive or use public transport. And this algorithm is actually also able to reduce their waiting times on average by 5 seconds. So what we see is that actually all groups, all participants of traffic situation is improved by the implementation of this algorithm. And now maybe let's talk a bit about why the self-control approach is so much better. So for once it is data-driven, so it is really making these decisions based on the current situation on the road. It doesn't need data prior to its functioning, so it's not analyzing anything prior, it's just taking action based on what's happening. And because of that, it's very adaptive. So as I mentioned, if there is any critical situation, it is usually able to resolve the problem without any intervention. And lastly, it is also decentralized. So we're really getting away with not having any kind of overhead from intersections communicating, which for many systems is a problem. And what I think is amazing about this algorithm is that it can be developed in a city in an incremental way. So basically, in Lucerne, they just implemented it on 2 intersections, and there's more intersections in Lucerne than just 2. And this already proved to give us a great improvement. So actually, cities can just implement this algorithm on 1 or 2 intersections, which makes it much easier to test, and then if the city sees an improvement, it can invest in more intersections of this sort. So this makes it much more accessible, and the entry cost is much lower. It does not require a huge investment. We can just start small and then scale it up. And then, to finish, I would also like to mention some future opportunities. So we believe this can be merged with a future economic system. So already many countries, many cities are implementing some form of CO2 credits. And if we think about a city which has a better traffic situation, it produces less pollution and so needs fewer credits. And this would allow potentially the city to trade these credits and benefit from that and improve their situation further. So thank you very much for your attention. My group holds the patent for this algorithm, and we would be very interested to see it work in practice. So if anybody's interested in making future better with us, just approach me in the break. Let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcin, for that wonderful presentation. May I call all the speakers of the mobility panel to just come up? We take a quick group picture, and then we move to the next panel. I think it's better to have one-on-one discussion, but I want to have that group picture together so that all of you see. We can have the music play. I think photographer also went for coffee. Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Come first. Yeah. Okay. So we start next with the next panel in a few minutes, and please feel free to pick up your coffee and come back. So now let's give a big round of applause. Thank you guys, and you are all here for some more time, right? So people can meet you. All right, great. So I'm very delighted once again to call upon Jan Kuhne on stage. Jan is a good friend, advisory board member. He arrived here this morning, 2 o'clock from Munich, and he was here in the morning at 8:30 meeting people and giving the first opening remark. And he's tired, but it's not visible. So that's the passion he has for this. Thank you, Jan, for the constant support. So over to you, Jan, as you moderate the last panel, and I'm sure he'll fill you all up with a lot of energy. Thank you.
Right, so I know it's a long day, a lot of energy, a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts, a lot of technology, and a lot of words, a lot of slides, and hopefully a lot of insights. All these insights only get traction if we give the space for them. And this is sort of the next step. So we've been talking about streets, we've been talking about cars, we've been talking about electric energy, we've been talking about a lot of things outside. So if there's an outside, there's an inside as well. Buildings. And as I mentioned today in the morning, 6% of the CO2 emissions are directly connected to buildings. So we are moving now into the prop technology. And I'm very, very pleased now that a good, may I say friend, Micha, is here. He came all the way from Slovenia. And we've seen here today already some green pictures of Slovenia, this beautiful countryside. Well, there's more to Slovenia than countryside. There's a lot of knowledge there. And there's a place called BTC, the Business Transformation Center in Ljubljana. And it's a city in the city, and that's the beauty about it. It's a city in the city, and it's like a living lab. And I'm more than pleased that Miha Mermal, the son of the founder, is here to share the showcase of BTC. And when I was first at BTC, I've seen a lot of places. I've been around quite a while. When I came into BTC, I saw the potential of this place because it's a living lab. And you can actually try and see what's happening with innovation. It's not about slides. It's about putting things down to the ground. Maybe even let the traffic steer the traffic. Could be an option. or talking about smart sensors. But anyway, here's Micha. Give him a hand, give him a big applause. It's about PropTech and Micha, BTC in Ljubljana, a showcase for the world.
Thank you, Jan. Good afternoon from my side. Thank you, Jan, for a great introduction. Maybe I will skip some slides because Jan made a great introduction. But either way, I'm Micha from BTC from Slovenia. And Slovenia is a beautiful country. It's a small one. It's only 2 million of population, and the capital city is Ljubljana, and it's 300,000 people only. But it's a great, let's say, gateway to Europe if you go through Slovenia to the Central Europe. So BTC is a company, it's a commercial property development company, and as Jan said, we manage one of the, let's say, biggest shopping, entertainment, business and leisure cities in the middle of Europe. So this is our, let's say, the transformation timeline, because we started 68 years ago as just a warehouse company, and then we transformed to the shopping center, and then we make another step and we said we don't want to be just a shopping center, we want to be something else, something more. So we become shopping and business district in the middle of Ljubljana. And of course that wasn't enough. So we said, oh, let's become an innovative and digital city, because digitalization like 8-10 years ago was all about just digitalization. And then we met Jan, and we shared the same vision. So we started ABC Accelerator, it's a startup accelerator, and then we started as a ecosystem of startup ecosystem in Slovenia, because there wasn't one. And our goal is to be open innovation company, as Jan mentioned, city as a lab or a living lab. But we already started our project, our activities on living lab activities. So our portfolio is quite diverse, as I mentioned, from property management. We still have the logistics service side of the business, but let's focus on the more important things. For the last 15 years, or for the last 20 years, our focus was on sustainable development. And for the last 10 years, it's all about innovations and digitalization. And if you see, the title of my presentation is focused on sustainable mobility, because the sustainable development in our company has different areas, from energy efficiency, water and waste consumption, from health side to security, and of course mobility, and of course innovation is one part of it. As mentioned 3 times now, BTC City Ljubljana, one of the biggest shopping, leisure and innovative centers in the heart of Europe. But some of you asked me today, what is it? What is Living Lab? What's the concept behind it? So I'd like to show you the video we made with our partner, AV Living Lab, which is a startup which we co-founded, because we know that with partnerships we can be stronger together and we can reach our goals sooner and more efficient.
So, as you can see, we are really like a city within the city. But every project or activity we approach from 3 different angles. One is through infrastructure, one is from the Living Lab side, testing and proving the concept or the solution, and of course, raising the awareness. As we heard today, if the people don't adopt with the, let's say, new services or solutions, there are just products or solutions or services somewhere, and if they don't adapt, they don't give the feedback to the, let's say, to the engineers, then we don't get the great product at the end. So in the last several years, we implemented electric car sharing system, e-charging stations, electric shuttle bus. We have, of course, 15 roundabouts, as you saw, 11 kilometers of roads, and we completely changed these roads to one-way streets with shared space because it's supposed to be for pedestrians and cyclists as well, not just for the cars. And of course, we made with a team of AV Living Lab around 20 different pilots referring to the Living Lab activities. And one is we tested the autonomous shuttle, but at the end, it didn't fit our, let's say, area, our needs. At the end, it was really nice, it was really fun, but it wasn't let's say, from the visitor perspective and from the safety perspective, it was too slow. Only 13 kilometers per hour was the average speed because our area has so many roundabouts, so many crossroads, crossings, and so on, and bicyclists. So it was really slow. But at the end, it was a complete pilot test, and we were really satisfied at the end. And one of the, let's say, Living Lab pilot was corporate car sharing. So we started this with Toyota Slovenia. It was just a pilot, but it's still running today after 3 years from the start. Of course, at the beginning was some bumps, but at the end, people are using it. It's supposed to be used just by the corporate, let's say, companies. And the fleet of cars are today, let's say 30%, they have 30% less cars than before. Because as you can see, you probably saw that 12 million cars every year comes to BTC City Ljubljana. This is too much. We know that this number should decrease, and that's why we are taking this action. And in October, we are testing this intelligent pedestrian assistant, again with the AV Living Lab team, and it's a part of European Union project, and it's going to be just a few days, 3-4 days, but we will get the feedback from the people, we will get the feedback from the drivers, if this is the solution for the next years to come, to make a even more safer place to be in BTC City. So, and as I said, raising the awareness is, for me, the key part, and the most fun part. We are the sponsors and the organizers of the biggest marathon festival, cycling festival in Slovenia. 10,000 people come and drive their bicycle that day because the roads are closed. You have different kinds of races from 170 kilometers for, let's say, sub-pros, and at the end for the kids 10, 5, and so on. So 10,000 people set on the bike and go cycling. It's quite an accomplishment, and we are sponsor of the first women professional cycling team, and safety on the bike is one of the initiatives we are supporting. and so much different kind, because if you are not giving back the community and building the awareness, people won't understand or won't adopt the idea that people shouldn't come to BTC City Ljubljana by car, but they should use alternative mobility services, because there are so many. You can go by foot, you can cycle, you can borrow a bicycle or even a car. So, or by bus, you can grab by public transportation as well. But at the end, because we are a small country, people love their cars, but we are getting there. I think the new generation is going to be completely, let's say, different in the case of mobility, because when I started to drive the car, there weren't so many alternatives, but now we have them, so we should use them. So this is all from my side. If you want to connect with us, or with me, of course, I'm here from today and tomorrow, and these are just some fields of, let's say, possibilities to cooperate, and we are open for your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Micha, for this introduction of BTC. And if you ever heard about understatement, this was it. This was Slovenian understatement. It's really incredible. So you're all invited to come over to Slovenia and to see the BTC city. And it's a beautiful entrance point for, on one side, experiencing technology, and on the other side, to experience the green Slovenia. Right, so we're moving on. We're moving on to another place. We're moving on to a place which is very well known for a beer festival. Guess which city? Beer festival? Germany? Munich, yeah, right. We're talking about Munich, but we're not talking about beer festivals. Even though by exchanging ideas in a beer festival, you might come up with a lot of solutions. Actually, there's Bits and Pretzels meeting with a lot of startups on the beer festival. Now, we are not talking about the Fair Munich or the Messe München. The Messe München is a fair organization bringing people together with good ideas, good solutions, and actually filling the room with solutions. So now I would like to invite Robin Fernandez on stage to present what the Messe München contributes to solutions to a greener future. Thank you very much. Give him a hand for that one.
Well, thanks, Jan. That was a good introduction, and I don't have to speak much about Munich now. I'll dive straight into India. Well, good evening, everybody, and thanks for stopping by, and thanks for waiting here until the last presentation. There has been enough of data that has been shared as to why we need to do this sustainability gig and get going, so I won't enter that direction. I'll keep it quick and not dirty. I'll keep it clean because we are IFAT. And what does IFAT represent? As you said, IFAT is a brand from Munich. As a company, we are Messe München India. In India, we run around 14 different brands in 14 different sectors. Sectors could range from construction equipments to air cargo to ceramics to electronics, something that we do in Bangalore. The reason I am here today is to represent IFAT. Now, IFAT is a show that happens in Bombay. It has been happening for the last 9 years. This is the 10th edition that we will get into. And in the last years, we have brought people like you come together. We have brought around 300 odd companies, building a platform for the buyers, the sellers, the experts from the industry to exchange ideas, to build a platform, and from there we enable business. As a company, our purpose is very clear, and that's what we want to propose. Our purpose is to enable meaningful handshakes, exactly what Jose is doing here today, and unlock business opportunities. So at the show, we expect and we see a lot of business that happens. I'll run with you quickly. That is IFAT for you. We are Messe München. IFAT is a brand from Messe München. IFAT happens in Germany.
And this show happened in the month of May. For some of you who have traveled there would already know how large the show is. Here are a few statistics from this year's show. Over 1 lakh of visitors, close to 3,000 exhibitors, and a square meter space. We speak in square meters, that's around 2 lakh, over 2 lakh square meters space that we do there. We are across the globe now. We are in Turkey, we are in China, we are now in South Africa as well. And in India, we've been here, as we said, for the last 9 years. That's a quick explanation as to the countries around the world that we are in. This is a small glimpse of what IFAT was the previous years. You will see very crowded aisles. We try to bring the right and relevant visitors to the show. For the last edition, we had around 311 companies, all showcasing their products and services to an audience, which is extremely relevant. We also get people from the municipal corporations. You see the commissioner from Mumbai there. We get smart city CEOs to the show so that they can source the right kind of solutions at the show. That's a review from 2019. I just gave you around 311 exhibitors from 23 different countries. What we speak about very strongly is the kind of technologies that are showcased at the show, which means that we bring people from different companies. There are many consulates here. We have different consulates with their country pavilions at the show. Last year we had Germany, Korea, China, Switzerland, Canada, Norway, and many more. Last time from 23 different countries is what we represented at IFAT. This year again we have Germany with a pavilion. We have people from Austria, Swiss. They're all coming up with their pavilions. So if not, they're coming up with their own companies. What do we offer at IFAT? Through the years in Munich and even in India, we look at water and waste management as one of the topics, solid waste management and recycling. We have many more recycling players now coming on board. In the past, we have seen many players from the industrial waste water sector being present. We are pushing for more and more recycling companies, and we see some sort of flow into that direction. We have more companies from that area. And finally, air pollution, environmental monitoring. What we are expecting for this year the show is on the 28th of September. For all of those who can make it, we request you and invite you to come to the show. What you will see at the show is over 250 odd exhibitors, 15,000 square meters of space. We have excellent supporting programs in the form of the conferences that are going to be held, similar to the one that you see here today. Again, countries, over 22 different countries being present at the show. A lot of brands, some of the brands you may recognize on the screen that you see now. We work with several partners, some of which you may already know. So we try and get the associations with us at the show so that we get the right kind of people. We work with GWP, VDMA, DWA, ISWA, and all of these companies come together and also acknowledge and be a part of the supporting programs at the show. I have a quick video to play just to give you a glimpse of how this looks like. Yeah. This was 2019.
various technologies which will be both climate friendly and provide services like water and sanitation efficiently. We have met the right people that we were hoping to meet, and we're looking forward to be part of IFAD India 2020. Whenever it happens, we'll be here. Thank you very much.
That was a quick look at what IFAD looked like the last edition. We invite you, please note the dates. If you're free, if you're here in India, make sure you are there at the show, 28th to 30th of September 2022. Once again, we look forward to enable meaningful handshakes for you and unlock business opportunities for you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jose, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Fabio. That was very informative, and there's more to Munich than beer. Well, I think it's now time to take a deep breath. Could we do that all together for a moment? Just. That's exactly what's it all about, having a deep breath. Now I would like to invite on the stage Udayan from Clerico, and it's got something to do with enjoy him, give him a hand.
Thanks. Thanks for the great, very interesting introduction. So, hi everyone, good evening. I am Udayan, co-founder of Clearco. Sure, thank you. So, Clearco is short for Clean Air Company. So, we are the world's only company which guarantees indoor air quality. So, when we say guarantee, I'll touch upon what do we mean by that and how do we ensure that. So, first of all, when we talk about air quality, most of us think about outdoor air pollution. But what many of us are not aware is that indoor air quality is actually a global health issue, because indoor air pollution can be worse than outdoor, especially in spaces which are poorly ventilated or which do not take care of air purification. So like we have listed a couple of points here. So the third point is very interesting, where we can see that airborne transmission of pathogens, including COVID-19, is almost 19 times more likely to spread indoors. That's why, you know, when the COVID happened, a lot of lockdowns for commercial spaces happened. Similarly, when there are higher PM levels indoor, again, the chances of transmission increases. And all this actually affects our cognitive abilities, our productivity. So that is where indoor air purification is extremely important. But conventionally, what has happened is that there was no sense of urgency because a lack of immediate need. But recently what has happened is that after the pandemic, to be precise, ASHRAE, which is a global body for heating, refrigeration and ventilation, has come up with several points. So these points point to everything that we do. So first of all, it's very important to monitor what is the air quality that we are breathing. So when we were asked to take a deep breath, all of us took it without knowing what is the quality of air. So you might have taken a very polluted air inside you. But I am not blaming the Taj Hotel people for this. I'm just saying. The other way, other thing to ensure is that, okay, so when we know that air quality is bad, so what do we do about it? So first of all is to reduce the particulate matter, which is the fine dust particle which is not visible in the air through high efficiency filtration. Now even after doing that, it's not just that you put the filter and go away. You have to continuously monitor the filter performance, which we again do. And after the pandemic, another risk that has come to the limelight is the risk of airborne transmission of pathogens, which is not just COVID-19, any kind of, even all kinds of bacteria, fungus, virus are in the air which keep flowing if it is not treated. And Another important aspect, all of us might have heard that, if you keep the windows open, your ventilation is better and the recirculation reduces, which again, immediately when we open the window, we feel better. That's because the fresh air is diluting the CO2. So it is very important to optimize the fresh air intake, because if we take too much fresh air, that is also not good, because outdoor pollutants will come in. So in the last two, three years, what has happened is that as air pollution has been increasing over the years, and after the pandemic, a lot of facilities, which are basically commercial spaces, are looking for, upgrading their ventilation system and integrating air purification into them. But the challenge has always been, first of all, it has been extremely capex heavy, so they do not have the budgets for it. Even if they make a budget, technically in the HVAC, what we say in the central ACs, retrofitting any existing products is again a huge challenge. It leads to a lot of shutdown for several weeks, and again, it's an expensive affair. And even after doing all this, unfortunately, air quality is something which we cannot perceive directly. So there is no direct way to make people realize, unlike water, if the water is not clean, we can immediately taste it or see it that it is not clean. But when the air quality is too bad, that is only when we are able to perceive it. So that is exactly what we are solving at Clearco. So first of all, we have launched something called Zero Capex Clean Air as a Service, which basically means that we do not charge upfront to our clients. We sign a SLA with them, promise them WHO level of air quality indoors, and we charge them on a monthly or quarterly basis, depending upon whether we meet the SLA or not. And we take care of all the upfront investment. Secondly, we have developed patented technologies, air purification technologies in-house, which have made all our products retrofittable, and this again links to sustainability also. Because what happens is that if we upgrade the air purification capabilities, your energy consumption will go up. But with Clearco system, the energy consumption does not go up. So we have specifically worked on this aspect where without increasing the energy consumption of the HVAC, how can we improve air quality? And that is where a couple of our patented products and solutions have come into the picture. And thirdly, since we are an IoT company, we measure air quality at all times. We can integrate that data. Any occupant can, see the real-time air quality that they are breathing. So this is a little technical slide. I'll not take too much time. This is basically just a preview of how it looks. So on the left-hand side, we can see something called a air handling unit, which is installed in here also in any kind of buildings which is centrally air conditioned, which pushes the air across the room. So these grills basically which we see are connected to the air handling unit. So that is where the air is coming from. So at the air handling unit is what we are installing our filters for dust, for gases, and also for microbes. So and plus we are also measuring the air quality, and this delivers very clean, like PM 2.5 efficiency of more than 85%, then CO2 levels we are optimizing and stuff like that. This is how the dashboard looks like for our clients. They can download the reports, they can look at the historical maintenance logs, etc. They can also get alerts when the air quality is going to go bad. This is again, ventilation is very, very important. So we again have a patent pending solution where we have solved how much fresh air to take and when to take. So conventional technology has only told when to take fresh air, but now we have built a technology which says how much fresh air to be taken, because that again impacts on energy efficiency, and that is where we don't want to increase the energy consumption too much. This is how we integrate the data. So there is some real pictures of some of the integrations that we have for the indoor data. So we can see indoor is 9, outdoor is 112, and even when outdoor is 500 plus, we are able to maintain it, less than 20 or less than 30. This is another patented solution for airborne pathogens. So we have developed something called NanoClear, which is solving two things. One, the conventional pathogen treatment solutions were releasing ions into the air, which are definitely working on the microbes, but they're also working on us, because we are also biological entities, right? So when ion is hitting you, your skin, you will also get headaches and stuff like that. So that's harmful for people. So that is what we have solved. So we have developed something which entirely works on the surface, so this will explain it better. So on the right hand side, we can see the first layer of combination filters is actually the dust filter. Behind that, this nano layer goes in, where on the surface, when the UV light source is emanating on that, the entire reaction happens on the surface of the nano clear filter, which means that there is no ionization of air, and still in a single pass, entire pathogens are getting treated. So this is how it works, and this has been tested on SARS-CoV-2. For spaces where there is no central AC, we have a commercial grade air purifier. This is very different from your domestic purifiers. This takes care of at least 4,000 to 5,000 square feet in a single unit. This is again inbuilt with all the technologies that I was touching upon. Overall, to summarize, Clearco is again on a zero capex basis also, we are almost 20% more affordable over 3 years, which means that our clients are saving money on day one as well as over a long time period. We are the only company which guarantees cleaner, like I mentioned, because we have a very strict SLA which is linked to our performance. These are some of the clients. We have total 35 clients now. These are some of the clients, large clients that we have. So we work with developers and tenants, co-working spaces, etc. So VWork is a pan-India client for Clearco. These are the certifications that we have. So we have validation from RGCB, ICMR, ISO 16890, etc. Again, touching upon the case studies, this is at a hospital, BLK Max Hospital in Delhi, where we were able to deliver 99.8% airborne pathogen treatment. This is Max Towers, Noida, again one of the most polluted regions in the entire world, and we helped them getting the IGBC well certification after our installation. Again, Gurgaon, where we can see again 90% air reduction in PM levels. Again, Candor Expresses, Gurgaon, 90% reduction. So that this is where we have been able to validate. This is very interesting. You can see at the peak, the air PM 2.5 levels were around 800, and we were able to maintain them less than 50. So that is where our purification impact comes in. We have won several awards and recognitions. So Ayush, the other person, so left hand side, that's not my co-founder, the right hand side person is my co-founder. So Ayush and me, we are co-founders. We have won several Forbes of 30 under 30 and Tech, NASSCOM Tech for Good Award, etc. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right, so one thing we learned, you better take care where you take a deep breath. Okay, if you ever wondered what Top Gun got to do with potholes and some kings around, you might be interested into the next session. Because I'm very pleased to welcome now on stage Pratap, because he's combining Top Gun, so please fasten your seatbelts, get your seat into the upright position, get your concentration straight forward, because we are facing kings of the potholes. Pratap!
Thank you so much. I'm sure, thank you. You've all been to the roads around the Bangalore. I'm sure you had an amazing bumpy experience around, and more so when you are driving around in the rain, it's much more an enjoyable, jolly ride around the bumpy, amazing roads that we have around the world, right? So what's Pothole Raja to do with flying? It's been an interesting journey. I used to fly a fighter plane long back and then moved on after a crash. I didn't have a pothole on the runway to, which compressed my spine, but I had a technical snag in the aircraft. But I was not fixing potholes then, predominantly working towards making a safer environment of the country. But now for the last 6 years, it's a journey to make our roads safer, and that's the mission Pothole Raja is into. For the last about 7 years, the research was about how one can make our drive quality a little better. I mean, thanks to a lot of my exposure in being an NRI for a long time, worked with companies like HP as a global VP and traveled around the world and had an opportunity to interact with a lot of amazing people around the world. And when they have visited India and more so Bangalore or some of the places where the IT and the cosmopolitan is very high, they say it's an amazing country and amazing place, people are great. But when it comes to road infrastructure, there's a lot of question mark, as to where are we still in our infrastructure development, right? So, and that was something which was not comfortable, and that's one of the important triggers. Of course, I had another a very close friend who lost his own daughter in a road pothole accident, and I have had my team members broken arms and legs on the way to office with a bumpy ride and things. So that's the genesis of how Pothole Raja as an organization. It started as a one-man show. Now we are over 5,000 people across India, going across Africa, Southeast Asia, expanding around. We've had a lot of amazing journey in the past, but the slide that you're talking doesn't connect to what I'm saying, right? So that's an important transition that happened about 3 years back, where fixing pothole is actually a post-mortem. There's a road broken and you're fixing it, versus can we make roads that doesn't really get into issues of road maintenance and repair? And that's the journey. We started with using plastic waste as one of the key ingredients to make roads. And I'm sure some of the places which are a little more advanced when it comes to road infra has already explored using alternate materials. But when it comes to plastic as an important main ingredient of the road, that's where grid mats as a technology comes in. We got a patent few months back, and this has been implemented across now multiple places. So this is a 100% recycled plastic waste-based interlocking grid. So what's the focus that we are looking at? Of course, pothole-free roads as our vision is. Can we reduce pollution? We heard about Clarko talking about air quality, and one of the biggest contributor for outdoor roads pollution enabler is bad roads and potholes. You continue to brake every time you have a pothole. You increase your acceleration, the amount of emissions that comes out of the vehicle is high, and thanks to a lot of slow moving traffic and increasing the pollution. Another very important thing is during construction of roads, you also create a lot of pollution. And that's something which is because of the machineries, the kind of infrastructure that has been set, and this is across the world. You go to any place where there's construction happening, you are not comfortable breathing around that place, right? And another very challenging aspect is how do we use the plastic and other industrial waste for making our infrastructure a little more sustainable, and that's where our effort towards is. And one of the key things that you would have seen, within India or outside, the use of concrete as one of the most important part of road building. Earlier, even now about 75-80% is asphalt-based roads, but a transition is towards making a lot of concrete roads. In India, it's called white topping roads. You have a lot of existing roads and you make another base of layer which is using concrete as another top layer, which is supposed to be a little more longer life. However, that's not the case yet. But yeah, that's a transition world is moving towards making more concrete based roads. So what we are looking at is, can we make those roads that doesn't get into potholes, that doesn't get into maintenance mode very quickly, and when I'm talking this to the government, they say, I don't want roads that last long, you know about the story, why they don't want it to last long. But when it comes to the requirement, when it comes to the private sector or the roads that really needs a little more longevity, when I say little more, at least about 25-30 years, we shouldn't worry about that road when it is installed. There are a lot of roads like that in rural environments, but we don't see that often in public roads. So our intent is to make those long-lasting roads, and the picture that you see, this is the grid that we have created. This is a 100% plastic waste-based interlocking grid. So a lot of iteration has happened thanks to the research focus that we've had. Can you imagine this can take a load of a Boeing aircraft? It's a 407-ton capacity that it can take as a load for a square meter. If we fill this with different options that are like asphalt or concrete, or you just fill this with mud and you can drive on it, and we have had 200 tons load vehicle driving around it even when it is not filled. So, that's something which has been something that we're working towards, making it more and more rugged, environmentally suitable for all kinds of construction. Another very important use of this is it's portable. You don't need to make this a permanent road all the time. Let's say you want a road for 6 months, you drive there. I'll give you an example. Mining industry, they want temporary roads for access to that place. After the mining is done, they move on, but the infrastructure that they need for that 6 months is extremely heavy duty requirement. So that's one of the important challenge. Another civil challenge that a lot of infrastructure, road infra especially, is having is it creates a huge structure of base layers. So to have a heavy duty traffic movement, you need to create the base right from the soil to the top layer that you see. It will normally be about 500 or 600 mm. It's like almost a 1 pound of bread layer on top of soil, which is extremely heavy. And our intent is to reduce that by half at least, but still give more life, more compressive strength, and more ability to handle ongoing traffic across different varieties of loads. Now, if you look at the kind of challenge that you will see a lot of cracks that happens, you will see a lot of joints that happens. Then the road is not meant for that kind of heavy traffic, it starts to break off. And as I mentioned, the thickness, the kind of settlement that happens, and when it rains, one of the biggest enemy for road is rains, right? And that happens more so. And the maintenance doesn't happen during monsoon because none of the asphalt or manufacturers can work during monsoon season. Why? Because they don't have the methods to work during rain. And that's one of our key innovations, which is like another product called cold asphalt, where we have a product which is again made out of plastic waste, crumb rubber, and cold processed bitumen. I'm sure you've all heard bitumen. Bitumen is one of the extracts of crude oil. And it's mixed with asphalt with a heated process. That's traditionally the hot mix that you would have seen. But in the work that we've done, we've created a cold processed based bitumen, which even can be put even in a rainwater. When there is a pothole filled with water, we can just pour it and ram it with your car running on it. We fixed a pothole. We've done that over to 20,000 places. In fact, last February and March, we did an all-India tour. We called that Bharatmala. We have few people around. Gautam is here who went along. We have a machine which fixes potholes as we drive. We have a large customized lorries that can actually fix potholes as we drive along, and we fixed around 1,000 across 15,000 kilometers that the team drove. And more so, one of the other challenges when it comes to road construction is cost, and that's about 25% lesser compared to the traditional cost. So that's an important advantage. Our finishing will be like this when it comes to concreting. Yeah, the other side, you will see a hexagonal structure that and what we have done is we have inserted sensors in some of them where you can track varieties of data points to look at what kind of infrastructure that you can assess. You want to know the number of movements that has happened, what is the load that has happened, what is the kind of traffic that is taking, when is a potential breakage or any of those things. As I said, water is another important challenge that we use less water to cure it. We can make temporary roads, conveniences of any other environments that you want. 80% less carbon emission. We reduce about 80% carbon footprint, and that's a very, very big saving when it comes to road infrastructure, right? So that's something which is critical. These are some studies that we have got done through some of our friends for the LCA, life cycle analysis, as to how much of tree offset that you do otherwise when it comes to roads. I mentioned about cost. We have a 25% less cost effectiveness compared to any of them. We have different options. When it comes to asphalt road, this is one of the structures. Bitumen roads, typically that's a lot of requirements for making asphalt roads, or you can generalize it as tar roads. These are landscape roads. That means you can grow grass on it. So we did a work with Maruti Suzuki, where about 5 acres of their finished car goods, finishing place where they were parking was with earlier interlocking, and that was sinking and things. So we replaced it with this, grown grass on it, and then now it's a full-fledged green park with a complete water harvesting environment, but completely sustainable with a circular economy, and they also got carbon credits for that. Right. This is another, this is inside again Maruti Suzuki plant. They wanted paver systems, and it was sinking, so we did a stabilization below that. So applications are very wide. You can make workshop floors, you can make docking yards, car parks, helipads, turfs and things. So these are some of our customers across India. We are now getting into franchisee with Africa, Indonesia, and some of the Southeast Asian countries. So I do look forward for Europe as one of the important areas for growth, be it sensor technologies, be it infrastructure development, sustainability. I'm sure it is a big thing. A lot of coverage. This is recently done just opposite Sarjapur Road. I'm sure you would have seen that in the last week, where it was a road making the entire swimming pool around the road. So this is the same place, and it still holds well. And we've done it with grid mats opposite to Eco World entrance. This is Gurgaon. Another very interesting application is you would have seen a lot of walkways which are on top of a drain, and the drain cover slab using the same. We have sandwiched this as a slab cover where you can walk on it, very easy to make, self-sustaining, and our intent is to make this as micro entrepreneurship opportunity for local manufacturers. We give them license to create it. We can make them build their own business along with this. Give this as a product, create a circular workaround using local waste, and that's one of the important dimensions. So a lot of interesting cases that we have had. This is the slab that I was talking about, where we can create any kind of infrastructure. And thanks to a lot of companies and institutes who have validated and continue to be part of it, we're starting to work with Indian Institute of Science for a couple of their PhD students to work on IoT sensors to see if they can build on more and more rigor around it. This is the team that I have growing across, thanks to varieties of our advisors. This is our contact. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm sure there's so much more that we can work towards making our roads and world safer place to build. Thank you.
I think more for less, huh? Why? Why don't we use it? So, Micha, I think you've got 11. I want to see your accountants on that, your numbers. Got to be interesting. All right, so thank you again for this incredible story, and for the story of, Prajap was saying something about going around India. That was a crazy story. And how many kilometers was it? 11,000? 15,000 k's? Having an electric bike with them? And having a whole ecosystem moving around India. So when we talk about prop tech, we're now talking about movable prop tech, and this is all energized by another very, very interesting company. And I'm really, really happy to welcome here on stage Gautam. Gautam from the Brigade Group. And Micha, again, this is a real estate accelerator. We might exchange some ideas. So give a hand for Gautam.
Thank you.
From Brigade Group.
Thank you. This mic works? It does. Perfect. And I've got my slides up. All right. So we've all heard this before. We live in a connected world. It's almost like a cliched kind of a statement that we hear from many, many people. But I have a very specific meaning to this statement. Why are we connected? I mean, it's not like when the, the Fed sneeze in the US and the BSE catches cold here in India, but it's kind of similar. We have all these man-made disasters. Some of these are not, but clearly, every time a volcano erupts in Iceland, the entire world basically grinds to a halt. Anytime, you see wildfires in Indonesia, it's not just Indonesia that's suffering, it kind of percolates all the way down to Australia, and we actually see a lot of that domino also affect the east coast of India, right? Now, there is a dollar value that is attached to all of these disasters that you basically see here. I actually want to specifically point out one disaster that is kind of closer to home, which is the burning of crops residue that happens in the north of India every winter. How many of you have been to Delhi in the months of November, December, January? Is it yeah, I mean, Clearco fixes air quality indoors, but it's impossible to breathe air in Delhi because of the fact that farmers in the states of Punjab and Haryana are burning their crop residue because they need to get ready for the next cycle. But what happens is a lot of that smoke basically comes downstream and just makes life a living hell, as we all know, right? This is another, this is something that, a lot of you from Europe would know. It is the largest man-made desert in the world. It was a water body that was the 4th largest lake, where the water was diverted towards cotton farming by the powers that be in Russia. And now we have a massive man-made desert. What you see there are not toy ships. These are full-sized passenger ocean liners that we're looking at, right? There's a lot of economic impact. I mean, the whole theme of this panel, Jose, was about, how do we address sustainability? What is sustainability to the built environment? It is, everybody that lives in a building or works in a building is basically contributing to the problem, let's face it, right? Now, all of these problems have a serious price tag attached to it. And, at Brigade REAP, the organization that I represent, we want to make sure that we are not just postulating, on a stage like this that there are so many ills and problems in the world. Unless you show your consumers, your customers, a path towards, how do you save money or make money by using these problems as opportunities for you to do your business better. There is just no way that sustainability is going to jump from the marketing brochures to actual impact, right? So what is the problem? These slides are not animating, so just bear with that. But if you look at the population density globally, if you look at numbers in New York, yeah, I mean we know it's a really dense city, 421. But look at Mumbai, 77,000 people per square mile. Yeah, I mean we all travel there a lot. We've just kind of taken Slovenia. What was the population there again? 300,000. Half that, yeah. So yeah, we have about 1 million Slovenias in the city of Mumbai alone. So that's the problem. And what this is doing, this massive, this is not an India-specific problem either, by the way, right? What this is doing is it's adding a lot of pressure on the infrastructure. Water is something that we all know is a problem. If you're following the news in Southern California, sir, you come from the Bay Area, I'm guessing. You're not allowed to water your lawn, wash your cars. There are wildfires that basically start on schedule every year in the US now, right? And we are not, this is not a problem that is local to me or you. It's a global problem that we have to somehow acknowledge and figure out what is it that we are supposed to be doing about it, right? But what that is doing is, Cape Town went dry, infamously. Chennai went dry a few years ago, even though it is right next to the ocean. Right? But because the water quality is just not good enough. What is being projected is more than 20 cities are at the risk of running entirely dry in the country of India alone. It's a huge problem. And water is a non-renewable resource. We need to figure out how do we use it conservatively instead of trying to figure out how ways to create water. It just doesn't make sense. Sewage is another problem. And what I'm trying to do here is focus on 3 issues that we in the world of construction and real estate and prop tech have the power to address and hopefully come up with some solutions for, right? Sewage. Now the construction industry is not very proudly one of the biggest contributors to the global sewage problem. C&D waste, as it is called, construction and demolition waste, basically accounts for more than a third of the landfills that we see all around the world, right? And there is no reason why the waste that the construction industry generates should end up in a landfill in the first place. There are ways for you to kind of repurpose that, and there are experiments that have gone well, there are experiments that have not gone well, but there's definitely a lot of promise to that, right? How many of you have seen a lake that is on fire? Anybody? People from Bangalore obviously are very familiar with this concept. It's unique. Again, something that we're not proud of, but the reason is that almost 50% of the city's waste is untreated and flows into, the lakes that were once the lifeline of the city. Now again, not a unique problem to Bangalore. I mean, catching fire unique to Bangalore, sure, but the fact is that 70% of sewage is not treated in the developing world. Why is that happening even now? I mean, despite the fact that we know that it's a real problem, right? Does the economics support it or doesn't support it? We'll see. Waste, I think I've covered that. Breathing's harder. I don't want to steal Clearco's thunder again, of course. I mean, they're doing a phenomenal job, but we are looking at the quality of air holistically. It's not just outdoors, but also indoors. And how do you kind of, use technology to do a better job here? So this heat map that you see is the map of Bangalore, people. What you see on the right is, from about 25 years ago. And even though we know Bangalore as one of the greener cities in India, look at the amount of urbanization that has happened here. But look at the impact that this urbanization has happened, at the bottom. The numbers are self-explanatory. 40% of all CO2 emissions come from the built environment, right? We are all responsible. We are all the culprits. 35% of all waste is generated by the built environment, okay? How much does it run? I mean, this room or, high rises like the building that I work in, massive HVAC costs, energy costs, right? There is a lot of awareness about it now, but even then, 30% of your energy expenditure is actually wastage. How do we arrest that, right? 20% of all water is in buildings as well. So we have a startup in our portfolio called Smarter Dharma, who have tangibilized the loss that, let's say, a single city of Bangalore is looking at because of the wastage and inefficiency in the areas of energy, water, and waste management. Just one city alone is slated to look at a loss of $2.5 billion over 15 years. You look at the top 20 cities in India, it's a massive amount of money, right? And it's criminal. I mean, any businessman or woman worth his or her salt is going to just be alarmed at that number. So we all know the real estate industry is extremely inefficient. I don't think anybody disagrees with me there. 20% of the projects are always over budget. 80% of them are delayed. Nobody owns up to that, but we know that for a fact. So that's why we were set up. The accelerator. This mission statement has not changed. We are the earliest prop tech focused accelerator in Asia. We started life in 2016. And this slide is a constant, where we are continuing to look for people that are using innovative approaches to, age-old problems that have been taken for granted. And how do you create sustainable and scalable businesses using that technology? So, looks like a very busy slide, sure, but these are the kind of areas that we basically look at, and I want to specifically focus on the sustainability bucket, which should have been green in color, but it is purple. All right. 40% of our portfolio consists of companies that are specifically looking at sustainability. We've looked at two of them already. Clearco and Pothole Raja are both. I'm privileged to have worked with them as a mentor, and they are looking at amazing success because of the fact that they are focusing on sustainability as a problem, but also sustainability is a problem with a firm economic kind of a platform that they're building their business on, right? But then we are looking at various other areas like smart spaces or customer delight, which happens once a building is built and is handed over, so and then what happens post occupation. Lot of, interesting clients for the companies that we mentor. Let me not spend too much time there. This is something that I want to take 30 seconds on. What is the impact that these startups are creating? Just by monitoring every drop of water that goes into, let's say, a 2-bedroom apartment in a 500 apartment building, a company like WeGot has been able to save 5 billion liters of water over the past 3 years, just by monitoring it, right? We need about 20 more WeGots. It is not a winner takes all type of a market at all. I mean, it's like, how do you use technology to basically make an impact where, I might be paying, if you stay in the Sarjapur or Bilandur side, a large chunk of your, the monthly maintenance fees that you pay to your apartment complex goes into your water bill, which could be anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 rupees. If it comes down to about 500 or 600 rupees, that's a huge upside already, but it's also kinder to the planet that you're living on, You look at a company like EcoSTP. They have basically mimicked the innards of a cow, the 4 chambers of a cow's stomach. They've synthesized bacteria from there. It's an anaerobic bacteria that basically is deployed now to in their patented sewage treatment technology that does not require any diesel or manpower to run, and it doesn't stink. All right. Now, what that does is that the real estate developers love it because they are able to reclaim, the real estate that otherwise would have been banished to a corner because of the stink, etc. They are able to build children's playground on it or whatever, right? So it's a win-win for everybody. What is in it for the developer? So we can look at the top 4 numbers. You basically managed to do 70,000 kgs of, let's say, waste disposal on premise, which didn't go to the landfill. This is a real life case study from a Bangalore-based developer called CoEvolve, right? So all the good stuff is at the top, but what is a developer really interested in? It's those 2 numbers on the left, in the middle, that I'm able to now command a premium of at least 40 to 50 rupees per square foot because of the fact that I've invested in this technology, right? He is now actually looking at making more money because of the fact that he's invested in cleaner tech, and that is something that you really can't argue with. And what happens later once you start occupying these buildings is that your monthly maintenance goes down, and if you look at that number, your annual OPEX saving is a massive 67 lakh rupees. So almost coming to a close here, that's our scorecard. We are brutally honest about our failures as well as our successes, of course. Not everybody graduates when we start mentoring companies. It's not like we have a graduation ceremony, of course, but half of these companies have gone on to raise capital from marquee investors, and one of the roles that we play is that of demystifying the business of PropTech to the best VCs out there who have been shy about working with real estate companies. And the government recognized us as the top accelerator in India in 2020. It was an inaugural award of its kind where they basically matched us against about 300 other accelerators in the country. So a pretty proud moment for us. And that's what we do here. Thank you for your time. Thanks, Jan. All right.
PropTech is doing something, is moving forward, and is providing a good space to develop new ideas. So when you wonder, maybe you wonder what's happening now, well, it's time to say goodbye for today. I really appreciate that you be here all day long, exchanging all these ideas, digging deep into technology and deep into solutions. And I'm really looking forward to see you, Jos, to see you tomorrow. What time? At 9 o'clock. And maybe you do one thing now. Take your right hand. Take your right hand for the moment. Put it on your right shoulder, or left shoulder, and clap on it. You did it. And maybe you want to do that to some other person here in the room as well. So thank you very much again. It was a great day. Thank you for all the insights. Thank you for all the sharing, because that's what it's all about. Sharing is the core key. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Jan. And with this, we closed day one. I think we ended on time, which is quite weird. Coffee is still there, I think. So some of you, please pick up some coffee. Thank you, those who stayed. Don't worry about the people at the last session in Bangalore. They are afraid of traffic. It's a much scary thing. So those who have to go far have to go. But luckily, they can see the session on their phone as they are driving. So we will see the numbers on our YouTube channel of how many people viewed this, I think by end of day itself. And within 1 month, we will slice out all those videos. Tomorrow is a very, very exciting day. The agenda is on the website. You have to click the tab 15th, the second day tab, and then you will see all the speakers. We have some really, really excellent speakers. And the last panel of tomorrow is amazing with speakers from IBM, Kyndryl, and some very, very interesting and innovative stuff. So hope to see you guys tomorrow. We can have some music and some final networking. Like I said, tomorrow morning also we have 8:30 coffee available for those who are here to network. We'll have the students from Bavaria who are postgraduate students, and we have wonderful German company who has managed to remove 200 tons of waste, plastic Fisher. So Karsten will be here and many others. So thank you guys and see you tomorrow. May I ask all these panelists and Dr. Manohar and Raju sir, please just make one final picture here with the panelists from this panel. Father Noel, please, you also come. Come. Robin, come. Yeah, you can play the music here. We're taking a picture here. Who else is there? Yeah. Pratap, come. Gautam, yeah, Gautam is here. Who else is there? Okay, Miha has to come. Miha, just come quickly for a picture, and then you can come back. They will be there. Yeah. Come. I want to also thank Dr. Manohar. He is the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce Regional President for entire South region. So those who want to meet him also, please meet him. And he connects academia and business. So that's a very interesting sweet spot. Maybe tomorrow you are not there, but maybe you can send some of your startups to attend. And please meet him and connect with him on LinkedIn. Thank you very much, guys, and see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Concept.